and we're taking care of that now. But after that, and Deputy Estea is back, I hear that all of our jurors are here. Is there anything that we need to take up briefly before we get started this morning?
Nothing from the state.
Not from the defense.
All right, excellent. Then it sounds like we're ready and we're close to on time. We'll get the jurors out in just a moment. I don't have any special requirements today regarding breaks or finishing early, so even though I didn't tell them to plan for late today, very flexible today. But we'll try to take a morning break around 10:30-ish, try to take a lunch break around 12-ish, and another afternoon break around 3 or 3:30-ish, depending on when we take our lunch break, and then finish 5-ish. A lot of flexibility.
Who are you calling first?
For two.
Christine, can you text him to tell him we're ready for the jury? I forgot to wish him happy birthday. I think his birthday is this weekend. Saturday? Should have told him he looks older.
I'll make sure I tell him.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Welcome back. Happy Monday. I'm glad to see you all survive the storm, the long break, and you're back now where we can pick up where we left off. Let me first ask, though, was anyone exposed to anything about this case during the break? It turns out it was a 4-day break, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Anyone see anything, read anything, hear anything, or talk about with anyone or overhear anyone talking about this case during the break by show of hands? Excellent. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. It is absolutely a pleasure to see all your bright, shiny faces again, and we are going to pick up where we left off, and I'm going to ask the state to now call their next witness.
State calls Detective Kevin Ritu.
Detective Ritu. Detective Ritu, good morning and welcome, sir. You'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Perfect. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Detectives will follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair. Please watch your step. When you get to that seat, go ahead. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. The green light is on, so the microphone is on, and that microphone is fully adjustable. All right. You may proceed, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Morning. My name is Kevin Ritu
And how are you employed?
with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in total?
Just over 12 years.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently, I'm assigned as a detective in our Criminal Investigations Division within the Homicide Section.
How long have you been assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division?
Just over 4 years.
And have you been in homicide that entire time?
Yes, I have.
So you've been a homicide detective for the past 4 years, roughly.
Correct.
I want to talk with you about an investigation that began in the very, very early morning hours of Saturday, May 28th of 2022 in the area of 6209, 6211 Kite Ridge Drive. Were you called out to that scene?
Yes, I was.
And explain to the jury how the process begins that a detective gets involved in an investigation.
So initially, the patrol deputies will respond to a call for service. As detectives, when it's determined to be a certain type of investigation, in this case a homicide, we're called from our homes. We have an allotted time to respond to the scene, and then start conducting the initial investigation.
And did you arrive on scene somewhere just after, did you get notified somewhere just after 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And what time did you arrive on scene?
2:06 in the morning.
Did you have at that point a working understanding of what time this alleged incident was supposed to have occurred?
Yes.
What was that?
The original call for service, like I said, the deputies would respond to, came out about 12:30, so about an hour and a half prior to me getting there.
As you got there, were you assigned a specific role or function in this investigation?
Yes, I was.
And what are the general roles that get assigned to detectives in a homicide case?
There's roles assigned primarily are a lead investigator, someone to assist them as the lead, and somebody to document the incident scene or identify any evidence.
So who was assigned as the lead?
I was.
Who was assigned as the assist?
Detective Bryant Gibson.
And who was assigned as the scene detective?
Initially, it was Detective Andrew Mangouder.
When you got to the scene, did you have a chance to just sort of walk the scene generally to get apprised of what was known at that moment?
Yes, I did.
And were you made aware of a residence at 6207 Kite Ridge Drive that turned out to be a residence of interest to this case?
Yes, I was.
By the time you got there, was someone already in the process of writing a search warrant for
Yes,
that home?
Detective Van Gouder was, yes.
And since he's the scene detective, is that falls under his responsibility?
Yes.
Were you also aware that at that point, droplets of blood had been located moving away from the victim and through backyards?
Yes, I was aware of that.
By the time you got there, had you been alerted as to a potential suspect? Did you have a name of a suspect at that exact moment when you got there?
Objection, relevance, hearsay, speculation.
I'll overrule it. I'll allow it.
Did you have a name of a suspect when you first got there?
No, I didn't.
While you were there on scene, were you approached by a neighbor?
Yes.
And did that neighbor identify who they believed the victim was in this case?
Yes.
And Who did they believe the victim was?
Kay Baker, her neighbor across the street.
And so she thinks that Kay Baker is the potential victim. Does she then tell you about any people that are associated with Kay Baker who then becomes a person of interest to you?
Yes, she did.
Was the defendant identified as a person who might have been in a romantic relationship with Miss Baker?
Objection. Hearsay.
Not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll allow it.
Yes, she did alert us to somebody that she believed Kay Baker was dating at that time.
And were you provided a picture at that point of who this person might be?
Yes, I was.
That picture, you know where it came from?
I believe she researched it on her phone on Kay Baker's Facebook account.
All right, so you saw a picture of Miss Baker and some man with her.
Correct.
And now you're trying to figure out who this person is and how they might be involved.
Correct.
While you were there, did you also learn about the fact that a gentleman named Nicholas Calicochi had come forward and provided some information to another one of the detectives at the scene?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
And what detective was that?
Detective Frank Enriquez.
Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. Calicochi directly?
Not at that point, no.
But based on what Detective Enriquez reported to you from Mr. Calicochi, did that again reinforce the notion that the boyfriend might be a person of interest in the investigation?
Yes, based on the information that he provided.
As you were there at the scene, somewhere around 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:30 in the morning, this person of interest, is he anywhere around?
No, he's not.
Is there indication that any of his belongings, like things he owns, a car for example, was anywhere in the area?
Yes, his car was in the driveway, and it was later learned that some of his belongings were inside of the house as well.
While that was happening, because obviously this is an investigation, there's all kinds of people participating, right?
Correct.
There's detectives doing things, there's crime scene people, there's deputies. Everybody has different jobs, everybody's doing a bunch of different things.
That's correct.
While you're waiting for other people to do what they're doing, do you and Detective Gibson have a chance to go around onto Lithia Pinecrest, the back side of the residence?
Yes, we did.
And why do you all go back there?
Initially, our observation was that this residence backs up to the main roadway of Lithia Pinecrest. There was a deputy station back there, so we went around the back to see if there was any indication that there was any evidence back behind the house as well.
And while you're looking on the back side of the residence along Lithia Pinecrest, do you or Detective Gibson find anything of interest?
Yes, we do.
What do you find?
What looks like an apparent blood drop in the grass just outside the tree line behind the backyard.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 66A first. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
There is a house in the dead center of the picture that we're looking at. What are we looking at there?
That's Ms. Baker, the victim's house, and that's the large brush line between kind of the shoulder of Lithia Pinecrest Road and the backyard of the victim's residence.
And so looking then at 66B, and then ultimately looking at State 66C, is this just moving further down Lithia Pinecrest along that same brush line?
Yes, it's instead of looking at the backyard, you just turn to the left and look down Lithia Pinecrest, and that's along that hedge line or tree line there.
I'm going to zoom in for a second. We can see that there's a red marker F just off the center of the picture. Is that the area where the blood droplet was found?
Yes, that's the one we initially found when Detective Gibson and I first went back there.
Now, you find this blood droplet, but while you're back there, do you make any observations that are related to the area depicted in 66A?
Yes, the kind of the trampled down area where you can see through the brush line to the house appeared to be like freshly trampled down, and observed more apparent blood drops within that trampled down area.
And so looking at State 66D, having been there and having been able to see it from different angles, was the brush depicted in 66A trampled down and the brush in the area of 66D not trampled down?
That's correct.
So now you see this trampled area of brush and you find this blood droplet. What happens at that point?
We kind of isolated that spot so as to not contaminate it for a dog track. We called in one of our bloodhounds that would have the ability to kind of sniff this spot and then continue on to see if it led anywhere.
Given the fact that you had one blood drop at that point, do you know whether or not the blood would next go For example, to the left or to the right? Do you have any way of knowing in that moment?
We didn't at that time, no.
So you're relying on the dog.
Correct.
Were you made aware of a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Figgins?
Yes, I was.
Did you ever personally talk to him?
Yes, I did.
And in talking to Mr. Figgins, did he tell you anything about noises he might have heard?
Objection, hearsay.
Not offer for the truth of the matter that you started, Your Honor.
Your Honor, approved.
In talking to Mr. Figgins, did Mr. Figgins indicate to you that he heard noises coming from the backyard area somewhere around the same time he discovered the victim?
Yes, he did.
Why is the fact that he hears noises in the backyard of interest or of note to you as part of the investigation?
We later had indication that from where the victim was found, that's a path somebody would have traveled from where the victim was found towards that backyard.
And when you say the indication that someone had traveled, are you talking about the drops of blood along the ground?
Yes, I am.
So now you're seeing drops of blood moving away from the victim, you're seeing bushes trampled down, you're finding blood on the other side, you're hearing this report of noises coming from the backyard. Is this suggesting to you that someone had fled from the scene of the attack?
Yes, exactly.
At some point, are you tasked with the responsibility of notifying the next of kin?
Yes, I am.
And who did you go to speak with?
Initially, the only local kind of loosely connected family would be the victim's ex-husband, Kevin Baker, who lived close by.
And did you make contact with Mr. Baker?
Yes, I did.
In the course of talking with Mr. Baker, were you able to obtain a phone number that was attributed to the victim, Kay Baker?
Yes, I was.
Did you later provide that phone number to Detective Van Gilder so he could then try and determine if any cell phones inside 6207 would have belonged to the victim?
Yes, I provided the number to Detective Van Gilder.
And there is a cell phone in evidence State's Exhibit number 39. This is labeled as a cell phone found in the kitchen. Was this later determined to be the phone that answered to the phone number that was provided to you, identified by Ms. Baker's ex-husband as Ms. Baker's phone number?
Yes, it was.
In this case, was there a second cell phone found inside the residence?
Yes, there was.
Did you have any initial indication as to whose phone that might be?
Not initially, no.
I could have 1 moment. Sir. Ladies in charge of my numbers. I need the picture.
Judge, while he's looking for that, when he's done, you could reaffirm.
Certainly, certainly. Detective, I'm going to show you a picture that is already in evidence. This is State's Exhibit 36D. Do you recognize this area?
Yes, I do.
What are we looking at here?
This is one of the nightstands in the master bedroom of that house with some items marked on top of there with the number 3.
And I want to show you then 36E. Are these the items that were marked?
Yes, they are.
There is in this picture what looks to be a cell phone and a set of keys. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this the other cell phone that is recovered in the residence?
Yes, it is.
The set of keys, were those recovered as well?
Yes, they were.
And it's in evidence, it states exhibit number 38. I can show them to you if you want, or you can use the picture. But do you recognize these keys as going to a particular vehicle at the residence at 6207 Kite Ridge?
Yes, I do.
And which car do these keys go to?
Those cars belong to the silver Ford Focus in the driveway at the residence, which
And
was...
Is that the vehicle that was identified as belonging to the defendant?
Yes,
So these appear to be the car keys to the defendant's car.
correct.
And that cell phone is different than this cell phone depicted in States Exhibit 36A and 36B. Is this the phone depicted as, that is Kay Baker's?
Yes, the one I just looked at.
Do you remember where Miss Baker's car was?
It was parked in the garage with the garage door closed.
And then was the silver Ford parked in the driveway?
Yes, it was.
So am I correct in that Miss Baker's vehicle is at the house, the defendant's vehicle is at the house, Miss Baker's cell phone is at the house, and the keys to the defendant's vehicle are all at the house with another cell phone?
That's correct.
Why is that of interest to you, or why is that of note?
It appears that
Objection, relevance to his opinion and speculation.
It's not speculation. If it's his relevance, overruled. I'll allow.
Do these things give indications to you that the victim and the defendant got home that night and had started to normally unpack the things they might have on them?
yes, it does.
At some point later in the evening, or I guess the morning really, somewhere around 5 a.m., were you alerted to the fact that someone had been taken into custody?
Yes, I was.
And were you alerted that was the defendant, Matthew Terry?
Yes, I was.
Do you see the defendant, Matthew Terry, in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so we know exactly who it is you're talking about?
He's the gentleman at this table here wearing the blue tie, black shirt, and black glasses.
You said black shirt?
I'm sorry, black jacket, white shirt.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect to identify the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
Now, Detective Vertu, as far as the residence at 6207, as well as the one at 6209, and the residence at 6211, but most importantly, that middle area between 6209 and 6211, is that in Hillsborough County?
Yes, it is.
So, you now have been alerted that the defendant has been taken into custody, and are you aware that he goes to a hospital?
Yes, I am.
Did you respond to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Before you went to the hospital, did you go to see the area where the defendant had been apprehended?
Yes, I responded there first before going to the hospital.
I need exhibit number 44. I think you're really smart. I'm going to show you again State's Exhibit number 66. State's Exhibit 66M. Is this the area that you went to look at?
Yes, that's the area I was told where the defendant was located.
And here's 66N, as in Nancy. Did you see these areas that are depicted here by these red evidence markers?
Yes, I did. Those are marked by our crime scene investigators, indicating blood going into the area where the defendant was located.
And I want to draw your attention specifically to 66S and 66T. Is this an area of red discoloration on the ground?
Yes.
Did this appear to be wet?
Yes.
So this appeared to be some sort of red liquid on the ground.
Correct.
Having actually been to the scene, having walked through the backyards, having seen the drop along Lithia Pinecrest, the one that we saw marked earlier with F, how would you describe the size of those drops?
The ones through the backyard were appeared to be just individual smaller drops, versus this area where the defendant was located appears to be a larger pooling, or as if somebody was standing there and collecting the blood on the ground.
Does this cause you to think that there's something else that happens here then that is different than whatever was transpiring in the backyard?
It appears that way, yes.
Were you also present when the medical examiner came to inspect the body of the victim?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you note at that moment in time?
Just observing her do her initial observations, I saw several large lacerations to the victim's neck, pretty deep and significant.
All right. And so at that point, does that give you some sort of indication as to what type of weapon or instrument that you're looking for?
Yes, it appeared to be some kind of bladed instrument or a knife.
So you're not looking for a gun, for example?
Correct.
So now you've done all these things. Did you at some point have a chance to actually go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And did you have a chance to physically observe the defendant yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice if he had injuries to his person while you were at the hospital?
I did notice that he did, yes.
Here is State's Exhibit 27A. Did you see this?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice this wound to the neck of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you also make note of this red substance that appears to be blood or dried blood in the area of his nose?
Yes, I did.
Did you also observe State's 27D, these red lines on his arm?
Yes, I did.
And did you also see State's 27F, this single red line to his other arm?
Yes, I did.
So now you're aware that the person who is in custody, the defendant, appears to have some injuries to him.
That's correct.
As part of an investigation, when you're trying to figure out ultimately whether or not to pursue charges against a person, do you inherently have to contemplate the possibility that a person might have been acting in self-defense?
Yes.
All right, we're going to talk about self-defense later, but do you have to then factor in these wounds when considering self-defense?
Objection, relevance.
having seen these injuries to the defendant, did you at some point decide to seek the opinion of a medical examiner regarding whether or not the wounds might be self-inflicted? And let me be clear, don't tell me what they said, that's hearsay. I'm just asking, did you take the time to ask them?
Yes, I did.
Did you ultimately arrest the defendant somewhere around 9 a.m. that morning for first-degree murder?
Yes, I did.
Somewhere after that point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Kelly Andrews or a person by the name of Sean Andrews?
Yes, I did.
And were they people of interest to you in this investigation?
Yes, they were.
Why were they of interest to you?
I could take it, Mr. Diaz.
I mean, some days I wish you would, actually. Why was Kelly Andrews or Sean Andrews of interest to you?
They were last known to be at the a location with the defendant and the victim just shortly before this incident occurred.
And so they were some of the last people to see the victim.
Correct.
Did you then decide to go and interview them?
Yes, I did.
And again, I'm not going to get into what they told you, but did they provide you information as far as a time and a place that they were with the victim so you could then follow up on that?
Yes, they did.
Now, as the investigation is unfolding, are you interested in what a potential motive or reason for a fight might be?
Yes, I am.
And so are you looking to see if there's any sort of disagreement between the victim and the defendant?
Yes, I am.
In talking with Nicholas Calicochi and then talking with Kelly Andrews and Sean Andrews, was this information that you were relying on to pursue possible dispute or disagreement between the victim and the defendant?
Yes, based on the information they were providing.
While you were there talking with Ms. Andrews, did she make you aware of any phone calls or electronic communications that she had made with the victim?
Yes, she did.
And were you able to take screenshots or pictures of any text messages?
Yes, and her call log as well.
And that's number 54. This is states 54A. Did you take this particular picture?
Yes, I did.
And is this a picture of text messages that were inside the phone of Kelly Andrews?
Yes, it is.
All right. And I want to draw your attention to this one that it says yesterday 11:56 p.m. Did you understand this to be a text message from Kay Baker?
Yes, it was.
Did that therefore give you a timeline or narrow the timeline as to when this attack and this fight that resulted in Ms. Baker's death might have occurred?
Yes, it did.
Did you also see this? Is this a call log?
Yes, from Ms. Andrews' phone.
And was this number 517-410-2641, is that consistent with the same phone number that was provided to you by the victim's ex-husband, Kevin Baker?
Yes, it was.
So this appears to be a call then with Ms. Baker. Did you make note of this timestamp of this phone call that it appears to be an incoming phone call at 11:48 p.m.?
Yes, from Ms. Baker to Kelly Andrews' phone.
Now, in fairness, you don't know who actually types the text message, but did Ms. Andrews indicate to you that she physically heard the voice of the victim during the phone call?
Yes, she indicated she heard Ms. Baker's voice during the actual phone call.
So in a worst-case scenario, does that allow you to conclude that the victim is still alive at least at 11:48 p.m. on the night of Friday, May 27th?
That's correct.
And then the incident happened somewhere just before 12:30, correct?
Correct.
Does that give you then roughly like a 40-minute window that's unaccounted for?
Yes.
Now, we've talked about the fact that you knew that you were looking for some sort of sharp instrument or weapon, like a knife or something of that nature. Had anything been recovered up to that point?
Not at that point as far as a knife or large cutting instrument, no.
Did HCSO therefore make efforts to try and locate any potential weapon?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell us what you all did, how many times you did it, where you went, things like that?
Included searching the immediate area with multiple other detectives, crime scene investigators,
Well, let me stop you. You say the immediate area. We've got a couple different places, I think, of note here. We have the area where Miss Baker is. We have the backyards of 6209, 6207. We have the bushes moving from 6207 towards Lithia. We have the area along Lithia. And then we have that area that we saw a little bit ago where the pool of blood was and ultimately where the defendant is arrested. Which areas are we talking about?
It would be all those areas, anywhere somebody could have reasonably placed a knife around the neighbors' backyards, all the way out, following the trail of blood through the tree line, using metal detectors and multiple other detectives and personnel.
And some of those areas look like pretty dense or thick underbrush. Did
Correct.
detectives or people from HCSO make an effort to search those areas?
Yes, I did.
In the course of searching them, did any of the detectives get injured in any way?
Yes, Detective Gibson got stung by a hornet while searching, yes.
Wandering off into the woods?
Yes.
So we are still basically all on May 28th when all the things we've discussed, right?
Correct.
Did you end your shift that day somewhere around 11 or 11:15 in the morning?
Yes, I did.
That was just day one.
Correct.
So somewhere after that, did you dispatch another detective to go to the landing to see if there was surveillance video that depicted the victim and any of these other people that were of interest, Mr. Calicochi, Miss Andrews, her husband, so on and so forth?
Yes, I did.
And was that Detective Royal?
He was the supervisor at the time, Corporal Royal, that assisted with that, yes.
Sorry, Corporal Royal. Didn't mean to demote him. Did he go and watch video?
Yes, he did.
And was he able to obtain it at that point?
No, he was not.
Did he at least alert you to its existence?
Yes, he did.
There also was an autopsy that was conducted. Did you personally attend the autopsy?
No, I didn't.
Were you informed of the results of the autopsy?
Yes, I was.
All right. And again, is this sort of like a team effort? Different people are doing different things, but does all the information ultimately funnel back to you as the lead detective?
Exactly, yes.
So on June 1st, did you then make an effort to go physically obtain the video?
Yes, from the landing bar, yes.
And while you were there, did you have a chance to observe the timestamp on the video, both for the date of the 27th, but also like live as it was happening?
Yes, I did.
And what could you tell us about the timestamp on the video?
Matching the timestamp with the live timestamp with the actual time, the timestamp on the video appeared to be 12 hours ahead of actual time.
So if, for example, we're watching a portion of video and it's Friday, May 27th, and it said, well, actually, I guess it would say Saturday, 10 a.m., you have to back up 12 hours to Friday, 10 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct, to get the actual time.
Now, we talked about the victim's phone. At some point, did you obtain a search warrant for the victim's phone?
The phone was, no, not a search warrant for the victim's phone. It was reviewed, though, and downloaded.
All right, so you were able to get into it. You didn't need a search warrant.
Correct.
And so when you got into the victim's phone, were you all then able, when you talked about it, you said it was downloaded. What's the process by which it's downloaded? What does that mean?
One of our other detectives has training in a program we use to download cell phones called Cellbrite. That was Detective Van Gouder in this case. It was provided to him, and he downloaded it with that program on the computer.
All right, so you take the cell phone, you plug it into some sort of device, and it's able to pull all the data off the phone?
Correct.
Once the data is pulled off the phone, are you then provided with the records that are obtained from inside the phone?
Yes, I am.
Did you observe or analyze those records yourself?
Yes, I did.
And having done that, were you able to locate text messages between the victim and Kelly Andrews on the date of Friday, May 27th?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, can I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 56, 3 pages A through C. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Is that a copy of records you were able to pull out of the victim's cell phone regarding text messages between Kay Baker and Kelly Andrews?
Yes, from the Cellbrite program.
And do those fairly and accurately depict what you saw from the downloaded records from the phone?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 56, A through C.
No objection.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Detective, I'm going to show you 56A. So just the top, this is just Celebrite. This is the, but then here on the left, it says participants. Is this a record of who is communicating with the victim's cell phone?
Yes, because it's from the victim's phone, this is her messages with that person.
All right, and so I'm going to look here at the first text message. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
At the top, it says to that specific number for Miss Andrews, and this is the message that Miss Baker sends to her. Still want to do the landing tonight. And at the very bottom right is the date and time stamp of when that message was sent.
Now, I noticed that it says 12:34 p.m. UTC. I think that's a G4. What does all that mean?
The UTC, it's actually a -4. That's a standard time that's used, universal time. The program automatically subtracts 4 for actual Eastern Standard Time.
Right, so that's in real time in Tampa. For example, UTC -4 is the time zone that Tampa is effectively in.
Correct.
All right, so this is roughly a text message at 12:34 on 5/27. Do you still want to do the landing tonight? And we can see that this one is in green, and now we can see that there's ones in blue. What are we looking at here?
This is a response from Miss Andrews, kind of how your cell phone works back and forth. It separates it on the left side now. Miss Andrews telling Miss Baker, yes, I can be there around 6:30. Is that okay? And again, that's the time in the bottom right at 4:20 p.m.
All right, and so moving to the last text message on that page, is this a message from Miss Baker to Miss Andrews telling Miss Andrews that Miss Baker is heading to the landing in about 30 minutes?
Yes, at 5:07 p.m.
Turning to page 2, which is B, is this then the next text message in the conversation between Miss Baker and Miss Andrews? Sorry, it doesn't want to sit here because the area is a little tight, but is that it?
Yes, that's Miss Baker texting Miss Andrews that we're at the landing at 5:35 p.m.
Now, you had a chance to watch surveillance video from the landing. Is that consistent with the video that shows Miss Baker arriving at the landing somewhere around 5:30, 5:35 in the afternoon?
Yes, it is.
And on that video, did you see Miss Baker in the company of someone else?
Yes, I did.
And who is in the company of Miss Baker?
The defendant.
So she arrives at the landing with the defendant?
Correct.
Now, I just want to show you a couple of text messages just very quickly. There's a text message right here at 6:31. It says, yay. And then it says 6:31, is Sean coming later? Again, is this Miss Baker texting Miss Andrews?
Yes, it is.
So I'm again going to show you states 54A. Does that then line up with the text messages here, which are flip-flopped? Now Miss Baker is in gray and Miss Andrews is in green.
Yes, it is.
Did you see any text messages between Miss Andrews and Miss Baker that appears on one person's phone that doesn't appear on the other person's phone that would suggest that somebody was deleting text messages or concealing communication?
No, I didn't.
So then turning back to states 56C. Did you see this text message that again is at 11:56 from Miss Baker to Miss Andrews?
Yes, that's the last message at 11:56 p.m. sent from Miss Baker's phone to Kelly Andrews' phone.
Detective, do you know what call detail records are?
Yes, I do.
What are call detail records?
The records we can get from a cell service provider, for instance, Verizon or AT&T, and they'll provide us essentially with a call log, some kind of log of any calls to and from a certain number or text messages to and from a certain number.
So if I was to pick up my cell phone, which embarrassingly just rang a few minutes ago, and to call my mother, in theory there would be a call detail record that would show my phone number calling another phone number, which you could then try and figure out who that is, and you might figure out that that's my mother, for example.
Correct.
And it doesn't work the other way if somebody calls me.
Yes.
All right. So did you obtain call detail records in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review them?
Yes, I did.
Was there anything suspicious about them?
No, there wasn't.
As part of this case, do you also have the ability to submit items to FDLE for what is known as DNA testing or DNA analysis?
Yes, we are able.
And so explain that process. How does that work?
So when items are initially collected from a scene, They can be examined in a laboratory for any kind of biology, DNA. In this case, there were several blood drops that we collected, so we submitted those to our state lab at FDLE so they could do their analysis on it for any kind of DNA.
And so, if you had to ballpark it, how many items of potential DNA, like for example DNA swabs, do you think there are in this investigation?
It would be a ballpark guess. I believe there's over 50.
All right, and so do you get to send all 50 swabs to FDLE right out the gate and say start testing?
No, we don't get that many.
Why not?
They're a government, state-funded lab that they have a caseload just like we do. So we're limited by policy to only send 5 items at a time.
All right, and so did you send 5 items to FDLE for analysis?
Yes, I did.
And was that on June 7th?
Yes.
Did you somewhere later receive results, and again, don't tell me what the results are, but did you receive results from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that indicated that those initial 5 items have been fully tested and analyzed?
Yes, I did.
Was that somewhere around August 26th?
Yes.
Did you then submit a second round of items to FDLE for testing?
Yes, the next allowed 5.
And so did we ultimately receive notification from FDLE somewhere around October 24th, a week before trial started, that a second batch of DNA testing had been finished?
That's correct.
At that point, have we basically run out of time?
Yes.
So I want to talk with you as part of the various things that you can get, like call detail records and looking in phones and sending things to FDLE. Do you also have the ability to subpoena medical records?
Yes, we do.
Did you subpoena medical records in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you subpoena them as it relates to the defendant, Mr. Carey?
Yes, from Tampa General Hospital.
And did you ultimately receive those records?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review those records?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit number 57, and I'm going to start on what is marked as page 49 of the document, as notated on the bottom of the page, page 49. Did you have a chance to see this entry that says Tampa General Hospital Trauma Tertiary Survey?
Yes, I did.
No objection.
Chamberlain.
And so that record appears to be made by someone, at least according to the records. It says progress notes by Nuri Nelson, APRN 5/29/2022. Is that May 29th, 2022, as you understand it?
Yes.
And I'll zoom in because it's very small, just so everyone can see it real quick. That's at 8:26 a.m.
Correct.
The defendant was already at the hospital, right?
Yes.
So this is consistent with the defendant was at the hospital on May 29th.
Yes.
But he did not check in on May 29th, did he?
No.
When did he check in?
On the 28th.
So this is a day after he's been there.
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to flip to the next page of the records, page 50. Did you observe at the very top of the page, again, this appears to be an entry by Nuri Nelson, 5/29/2022, 8:26 a.m. continued. Did you see that top line that says stated he tried to kill himself pending psych consult?
Yes, I did.
Was that of interest to you in the investigation?
Yes, it was.
I want to then turn to page 51, just as we move through the record. Again, this is still Nuri Nelson, 5/29/2022, 8:26 a.m. continued. Did you see here towards the bottom of the page there's a box that starts psych, P-S-Y-C-H?
Yes.
And did you see the entry next to it?
Yes, I did.
And so did you take note of the fact that it says suicide attempt per patient pending psych consult?
Yes, I did.
So give me 1 second. Try and reorganize this stack of papers. I want to now draw your attention to page 27. This appears to be made by Christina Chachatka, 5/29/2022, 9:16 a.m. Is that roughly 40 minutes, at least according to the records, after the previous entry by Ms. Nelson?
Yes, it is.
And is this section labeled psychiatric consultation evaluation?
Yes, it is.
On July 6th, did you have a chance to meet with the defendant's father?
I didn't personally meet with him, no. Talked to him over the phone.
Okay, and did he call you for a specific purpose?
Yes, he did.
Was he attempting to obtain one of the keys to the silver Ford that had been parked in front of the home at 6207?
Yes, he was.
Was that one of the keys that had been impounded?
Yes.
Was that part of the same set of keys that we saw depicted as what's evidence marker number 3 on that nightstand in the bedroom?
Yes, on that key ring.
Was that key ultimately turned over to the defendant's father so that the family could resume custody of that car?
Yes, it was.
As part of the medical records, did you notice if there was an indication that the defendant had been consuming alcohol or had alcohol in his system when he was at the hospital?
Yes, as part of the records, yes.
Now, we talked about FDLE for a second. We talked about on August 26th, you got the first notification that the first round of DNA testing had been completed. At that point, did we have a known DNA sample from the defendant?
No, we didn't at that point.
So were efforts made to then obtain a DNA sample from the defendant?
Yes, they were.
And how was that accomplished?
Through a court-authorized procedure to obtain a buccal swab from inside of his mouth for his DNA.
And did you ultimately have another detective assist you in obtaining a buccal swab?
Yes, I did.
And was that detective Anthony Watson?
Yes, it was.
Did you then submit that buccal swab and a second round of items to FDLE for testing?
For testing in comparison to the previous results, yes.
Did you later on September 2nd interview a person by the name of Tara Johnson?
Yes, I did.
Now we're almost 3 months after the event, after Ms. Baker has been found deceased. How does Ms. Johnson come into the picture?
Initially, she wasn't somebody who was known. She came forward indicating that she was also at the landing bar with the defendant and victim prior to this and wanted to give her perspective of what happened at the bar.
And so when you say she came forward, you mean she did so completely of her own accord?
Correct.
Nobody went and hunted her down or anything?
Correct.
And did you ultimately discover that Ms. Johnson is one of the other people depicted on the video from the landing on the night of Friday, May 27th?
Yes, we now know that.
And again, I'm not going to ask you what she said, but based on what she said, was it consistent with what you saw on the video?
Yes.
Now, Detective, I want to talk about a couple of pieces of evidence that are already in and talk about whether or not they were important to you in your investigation. In the course of interviewing people, whether by yourself, Detective Gibson, or any other detective who interviewed you, did any other person indicate that somebody else had been seen with Ms. Baker last?
Hearsay. Objection, approach.
Did anyone else indicate that somebody had been seen last with Ms. Baker other than the defendant?
No, they didn't.
We talked about, obviously, there was an indication that people had made it home, so I'm going to skip that. Did you see, and I'm talking about the physical exterior of the home, not what's inside the home. Did you see any entry into the home that in any way was suggestive of forced entry?
No.
Did the front door look like it had been kicked in?
No.
Did the home have a rear sliding glass door?
It did.
Did it appear to still be locked and in working condition as it normally should?
Yes, it did.
Nobody broke the glass or jimmied the lock or anything like that?
No.
Were there indications to you that there was some sort of event inside the home that was unusual?
Yes, there was.
And what did you make note of that was of interest to you?
There was damage to several doors. The master bedroom door had a piece of the door mechanism broken off. The bathroom door was physically, it looked like it was kicked in. The wood was splitting from the frame.
All right, well, let's take a look at those for a second. I'm going to get State's Exhibit number 35. This is 35A. Is this the master bedroom? I can zoom in if you want to read the little tag.
Yeah, it appears to be, yes.
Okay. So this is the door to the master bedroom. Just looking at the door here as we see it, does anything appear off?
Not from that angle, no.
All right, but then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 35B, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. Do you see these two items that are on the floor, one right next to the foot of the nightstand and the other one sort of southwestish from it towards the bottom of the picture?
Yes, I do.
Are these the same two items here in State's Exhibit 35C?
Yes.
And then 35D, is this a close-up of one of those items?
Yes, it is.
Did you physically observe this item on the ground?
Yes, I did.
Here states 35E. Did you observe this item on the ground?
Yes, I did.
Here's State's Exhibit 35F. You got it upside down, so sorry. What, if anything, did you notice about this door, not the lock, about the door that was of interest?
It looks like the wood is split, as if some kind of force hit it.
When you talk about the wood being split, are you referring to this line that appears to run vertically up the side of the door?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 35G. Is that a close-up of the lock?
Yes.
Now on the floor, we could see two metal objects. The first object is sort of a round thing. Does it appear to be the lock that actually goes inside the door there as we see it?
Yes, it does.
And though we don't have a picture of it, the other one is sort of a rectangular piece of metal. Is that the strike plate on the door where the door would close?
Yes, it is.
Would it be fair to say that you don't know the actual circumstances that led to whatever damage was done to this door? Is that correct?
That's correct.
But again, is this something you consider as a possible indication of some sort of violent episode inside the home?
Yes, I do.
And for the other picture, we need 17. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize this area inside the home?
Yes, I do.
And what is this area?
It's a hallway kind of leading from the living room into a small hallway that divides up 2 bedrooms and a bathroom.
All right, and so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 17D, 17E, and 17F. Did you have a chance to observe this?
Yes, I did.
Now, somewhere before you were a detective in the homicide unit, did you ever work burglaries?
Yes, I did.
Do you know what a kick-in is?
I do.
What is a kick-in?
It's with the door is closed or secured and somebody wants to force entry into it. They can kick it with enough force that it'll just split the wood and defeat the mechanism that locks the door.
And so, looking again at State 17D, and having been at the residence yourself to see the door and how the door would operate normally, does that appear consistent with a potential?
Objection.
Legal basis?
Calls for opinion, speculation. Irrelevant.
Approach.
Kick-in burglaries? Is the damage similar, the damage that you saw then, similar to the damage you see here?
Objection.
Rephrase.
The damage that you see here, can you describe it to me as to whether or not it appears consistent with previous kick-ins that you've seen?
Objection. Same.
Rephrase.
You want to reproach?
Yes.
Detective, have you seen similar damage to door frames like this before?
Yes, I have.
Detective, just next to that bathroom that we were just looking at, was there a child's bedroom that was indicated to you to maybe have been locked when HCSO first arrived?
Yes, it was.
Did you have a chance to observe the door itself?
Yes, I did.
Does that door lock from the outside, meaning you could stand in the hallway and lock the door, or do you have to be inside the bedroom to lock the door?
You have to be inside the bedroom to lock it.
Is that the same bedroom where a window was found open with a screen pushed out?
Yes, it was.
Again, you don't know the circumstances as to why the screen was pushed out, right?
Correct.
You don't know who it is that pushed the screen out.
Correct.
But when you see a bedroom door that is locked, it's locked from the inside, and there's a window that's open and a screen pushed out, is that of interest to you in this investigation and trying to figure out what happened?
Yes, it is.
How many ways in and out of the home were there? Like sort of normal ways in and out of the home?
Just the front door and the back door.
There's a garage door as well, right?
Correct.
Was the garage door up when HCSO arrived?
No, it was closed.
Did anyone indicate at any point that the garage door had been open when they first arrived and then they closed the garage door once they got there?
No, there's no indication of that.
All right, so the garage appeared closed, there was the front door, and then there was a sliding glass door, correct?
Correct.
And we talked about that, the sliding glass door appeared locked and closed, correct?
And intact, yes.
Did you take note or interest in the fact that the front door had been discovered partially ajar?
Yes, upon the deputy's arrival.
At any point in all of the witnesses that were interviewed, did anyone ever indicate hearing a male voice screaming, yelling, asking for help, anything of that nature?
No, I didn't.
We know that there is blood in the area of 6209 and then going into the area of 6207, those backyards. Did you see blood anywhere else other than along Lithia? Did you see, for example, blood going away from Miss Baker past the front of the home at 6211?
No.
Did you see blood going away from Miss Baker and instead passing in front of 6209 as opposed to in back where we've already talked about?
No.
Did you see blood leading any other direction other than the blood that we're going to talk about that goes through the backyards of 6209, 6207, into the bushes, and then down Lithia?
No, I didn't.
Detective, were you aware of what the defendant was wearing when he was arrested?
Yes, I was.
And what did you understand him to be wearing when he was arrested?
Just a T-shirt and his underwear.
At some point, did you try to figure out where the rest of the defendant's clothing might be?
Yes, I did.
Since you had the video from the landing, were you able to see what kind of clothes the defendant was wearing earlier in the evening at the landing?
Yes, I was.
And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16A. It's a little dark, but hopefully we can see it. Just inside the doorway here to the left, there's something on the ground. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it's like a plastic storage tub that you would store things in.
Like one of those Rubbermaid bins?
Correct.
And on top of that Rubbermaid bin, was there anything of interest?
Yes, there was a pair of gray shorts on top of them.
All right, I'm going to show you then State's Exhibit 16G. Are those same gray shorts you were talking about?
Yes, and with the looks like a brown belt looped through the top.
Did you have a chance to watch the landing video to observe what color shorts the defendant's wearing in the video?
Yes, I did.
Did those shorts appear consistent in color with these shorts that are depicted here in State's Exhibit 16G?
Yes, I did.
You want to approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked to State's Exhibit number 55. I'm not going to ask you to pull it out. You can just pop up in the bag and look inside, unless you need to. Do you recognize what is contained in what is marked as State's Exhibit number 55?
Yes, I do, the same shorts.
Those are the same shorts that we just saw depicted that you recovered from the home on the Rubbermaid bin?
Yes.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you initially recovered them?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I move into evidence State's Exhibit number 55.
Any objection? 55 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I get 1 second, I'll make a note here. Detective, on the video at the landing, did you notice if the defendant was wearing shoes?
Yeah, yes, he was.
Let me get my notes here to figure out the right number. 13. You had a chance to go inside the residence, correct?
Correct.
Here's State's Exhibit 16C. Is this the way the shoes were arrayed or arranged when you first came in the home?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to draw your attention to two specific pairs of shoes. The first is what is the furthest left shoe in the picture. It's sort of this gray sort of shoe. It looks like a moccasin maybe or something of that style. Did you see that shoe?
Yes.
And then here, there's another pair of shoes. There's two like very, very white shoes just behind this like running shoe. Did you see those shoes?
Yes.
In the video, is Kay Baker wearing a pair of white shoes consistent with these shoes at the front door?
Yes, she is.
And that gray moccasin or boat shoe, is that consistent with the shoe the defendant is wearing on the video at the landing?
Yes, it is.
Detective, has any person ever come forward and said that they found any like knife or other suspicious sharp object anywhere along Lithia Pinecrest?
No, they haven't.
Any of the neighbors in the neighborhood ever come forward and said that they found a knife in their backyard or in their front yards or anywhere around their home?
No, they haven't.
Would it be fair to say that whatever the suspect weapon is in this case, it has not been recovered?
That's correct.
Does HCSO typically go into a home and account for every knife inside a home in an investigation?
Not
Objection, relevance of what they typically do.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
not typically, unless there's reason to believe something like that's involved or important.
You did not personally go and account for all the knives in the home, did you?
I did not. No.
But are you aware of the fact that Detective Van Gouder did it?
Yes, I am.
And I'm not going to go through the pictures, but did you ultimately see the pictures were taken depicting a knife block with one knife that's unaccounted for?
Yes, I did.
Detective, throughout the course of the investigation that began on the early morning hours of May 28th to as we sit here today, has there ever been an indication of any other person as a potential suspect? Is there anybody else that you've followed up on, investigated, had reason to suspect?
No other reason to suspect anybody else.
Thank you, Detective. I'll pass the witness.
Cross?
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, these are the medical records you referenced. They are now in evidence as State's Exhibit 57. Go ahead and take those. If you could turn to page 6, please. And forgive me, I'm going to just lean over you for a moment. Do you see indications that a Yuya Burkhart started working on Mr. Terry when he arrived at the trauma? I'm sorry, Ms. Terry, can you please spell Yuya? Yes, of course. Yuya is Y-U-Y-A, last name Burkhart, B-U-R-K-H-A-R-T.
She's one of several listed on here. Yes.
And would you be surprised, despite it saying Yuya Burkhart there, that Dr. Mendoza testified it was actually her working on Mr. Terry at that time?
Objection. Calls for him to comment on the testimony of another witness.
I'm asking if you'd be
Overruled. I'll
surprised.
allow it.
I don't know how TGH does their records or how all these names are inputted, so I don't know. That's, I guess, their procedure, how they operate.
Right. We don't know their procedure. All you're going by are the records to make this assumption about the note that the state asked you about in regard to self-infliction, right? Because you don't actually work at Tampa General.
I don't work at Tampa General, but I'm saying I don't know why there's different names here or how they're listed like that.
Well, let's talk about another one then, on page 11. Go ahead, take a look at that. Do you see where it indicates that it's actually Dr. Lawrence Seymour writing that note about treatment for Matthew Terry?
I see it says this note was begun by Lawrence Edward Seymour.
Would you be surprised that Dr. Mendoza testified it was actually her treating Matthew Terry at that time?
I don't know about using the word surprise. I mean, if that's their testimony versus what the records say, then I can't speak on that.
I can take that. And the reason that you can't speak on that, again, is because you don't work for Tampa General and have no idea the way in which their records are compiled, kept, or if they're even accurate, correct?
Correct.
In addition to the medical records issue, you talked about things that you don't know. You said, and this is a quote of yours, you don't know the actual circumstances of what occurred that night, right?
Correct.
And that's because there are things that there's just absolutely no evidence of, right?
Correct.
There's no blood in the home, is there?
Not that we found, no.
Okay. There's no timeline attached to those marks on the doorway that you were describing, right? No witness that can tell you anything about when those occurred, correct?
Correct.
Additionally, you talked about there's blood in the backyard and noises, and that indicates that someone fled, but there's nothing that indicates who fled, right?
No.
Now, you indicated as well that there was no knife found. You looked in the area, and when I say you, I mean HCSO, not just you, but multiple deputies, looked in the area where Kay Baker's body was, where Matthew Terry was found lying there, the entire backyard, and no knife was found, correct?
Among the thick brush, correct.
Someone might have ran off with that knife, right?
It's unlikely. It's possible, but the thick brush is more thick. The thick brush was a little harder to look through than the likelihood of someone running off with it.
You think it's harder to look through a small area of brush than to have somebody run when the police didn't set up a perimeter for an hour? Is that really your testimony here?
The thick brush is a large area, and there's a likelihood that it was still in there is what I'm saying.
Let's talk about that brush. That brush was searched with multiple metal detectors, wasn't it?
Correct.
On multiple days, wasn't it?
Yes.
By multiple detectives, right?
Yes.
And no knife ever found, correct?
Correct.
In addition, you said that there were over 50 items of DNA that were collected, right?
Correct. It's an estimate, but yes.
You sent 10, correct?
Correct.
Now, you claim that you can only send 5 at a time, but actually there's a specific procedure for prosecutors and for detectives to request permission to send as many as they need to. Isn't that correct?
In certain unique circumstances, yes.
Like a murder trial, perhaps?
It'd be something to make a decision above my head, but yes.
And that wasn't done in this case, was it?
No.
So we have 10 out of 50 or more tested, right?
Correct.
Mathematics, we have 40 or more left untested, correct?
At this point, yes.
And one of those 40 could be a third person, couldn't it?
I'd have
Objection
to,
calls for speculation.
Sustained.
In addition, you talked about having worked burglaries. Could I have 11C, please? People enter homes in a burglary through a ground floor window by taking out the screen, if it's unlocked, don't they?
it can be a certain point, yes.
And that's what we have shown in 11C? A screen taken out of a ground floor unlocked window, correct?
Correct.
You also said that there were indications that Kay and Matt got home and started to normally unpack. You mentioned things like Matt's keys being on the side table by the bed, Matt's car being there, right?
Correct.
And Kay sending a text at 11:56 p.m. that everything's all good now, right?
The text from her number, yes.
Judge, could I have a moment?
Redirect?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Detective, can you give me a rough idea of the distance from, you saw that area of trampled bushes behind 6207? So if a person emerged from somewhere in that area of those trampled bushes and walked all the way down Lithia Pinecrest to the area where we finally see the pool of blood at marker H, can you give me a rough idea of distance?
It's about 100 yards football field.
So there's about a football field's worth of distance. Is the underbrush or the thick bushes running the entire length of that area?
Yes, it is.
And can you give me an idea as to how deep you think that is? 20 feet, 30 feet?
Yeah, I would say about another 20 or 30 feet deep before you reach the backyards of the residences.
All right, so you got an area of bushes alone, just along Lithia, roughly 300 feet long and 30 feet wide.
Correct.
Does it have like walking trails running through it?
No.
When you all went out there to search for the metal detectors, do you have to like literally wade into the bushes and try and crawl through them?
Yes.
Was it easy to do?
No.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If I went to the other side of Lithia Pinecrest, is there trees and bushes on that side too?
No, there isn't.
Is there homes on the other side?
I believe so, yes.
So are the homes so far away that a person couldn't, for example, get the knife and fling them across the street to other homes and other backyards?
It's not far. It's a 2-lane road. It's possible with a good arm.
Is that road often traveled even in the dead of night?
Yes.
So if a pickup truck drives by, since you're being asked about all the possibilities, could a pickup truck be driving by and a person could throw something in the back of the pickup truck?
It's possible.
You were also asked about State's Exhibit number 11. I'm going to show you 11E. And you were asked about the window, but is this a stuffed animal?
Yes, it is.
And that's outside the home, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit number 19. Here's 19C. Detective, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Can you tell me what all those things are arrayed on the inside of the open window where the screen is pushed out?
It's stuffed animals laying on the bed just inside of that window that was open.
Any further questions, Your Honor? Thank you.
May this witness be released by the state?
No, Your Honor. I'd ask to remain on standby, but he's free to leave for now.
All right. Detective, you may step down. You are subject to recall. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is the perfect time for our morning break. It is slightly after 10:30. We'll take our normal morning break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. We'll see you back after the break. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated.
Judge, I just want to bring up while we're on the break, once we get to the Williams jury testimony, there is a jury instruction that we'd be asking to be read at that time. It's the 2.4 if the court wants to begin looking at that, or...
Sure. Can you send me a hard copy of what exactly you want so that I can print it out and also send it?
Is it not in there? I thought it was in there.
Oh, it may be. Is it included in the state's proposed?
I don't...
I thought it was. I might be wrong.
I'm not sure. But we would be asking for that to be read. There's different provisions to be selected, so...
Right. So what I want is what you all want. So if you can...
Well, I assume we're going with what the state said last week, which was intent and identity as being the reasons. So I don't know if they had any other suggestions, but if that was what it is, that's what we would ask for it to be narrowed down to.
All right. It's a very short. So, Mr. Diaz, if you can take a look at it
I'm pulling it up here. Hang on a second.
and tell me what you are suggesting, and then I'll get the defense input onto whether they want more or less. It has several options in it, in the brackets.
Well, I would obviously would leave the word proving. I've already agreed it's not motive, it's not opportunity, it's not preparation, it's not plan, it's not knowledge.
Can you scratch that? So let me see what's left.
I think other relevant factor would be a defense, which I don't believe there's a defense that would apply at this moment. And then the corroborating the testimony of the victim can also obviously be stricken. The victim did not testify. That should leave intent, identity, and the absence of mistake or accident.
And let me make sure, you're requesting that I instruct them before the testimony be given?
It says to be given at the time the evidence is admitted if requested, and we're...
Okay, and I suspect, though, that there's another opportunity to read it to them if, after the defense case, there is a defense to be considered. Then I would include it again in the last instructions, but adding the potential defense. I suppose we can cross that bridge when we come to it, but
Correct.
if I don't put a defense in now and a defense is raised during the defense, I would think that it should be reread at some point, including that defense. And you can think about it. Clearly, I would you agree that there is no where okay, Mr. Diaz, I thought you read something about a defense in brackets.
It says other relevant factor. I think that's where you would put a defense in if a defense
Okay.
existed.
All right. Clearly, you're not requesting some other relevant factor be inserted in that bracket.
No.
All right, so,
You should have intent, identity, absence of mistake or fact. That should be what's left.
well, it says accident, absence of
Mistake or accident. Sorry, yes, mistake or accident. My apologies.
And you shall consider it only as it relates to, it would be those issues. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment. Agreement?
Yes.
All right, well, I want somebody, your proposed instructions, so if you'll clean them up now
Yes,
and
sir.
send me a copy so that the defense can take a look at before I read it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
All right, enjoy the break.
Is Ms. Rogers?
Stand, and as I said, I have some questions of you. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Mr. Diaz has indicated to us that he stepped out and asked you whether you had watched any of this trial over the past, I guess, 2 weeks that it's been publicized, and you indicated that you had. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you've seen, where you've seen it, how much of it, this trial, you've seen?
Yes. A couple of days ago, I was searching the case because I had been out of town, so I hadn't seen anything on the case. So when you YouTube it, it'll come up. And so I started watching it, and then apparently it was day 3, which I didn't notice until the defense attorney, she was talking. And then she had brought up, can I say what?
Yeah, you absolutely. We need to know everything.
Okay.
I need you to speak up, or if you could adjust the microphone down so that they can hear you.
And then when I saw, I guess it was it was the middle of the arguing statement, and she said that nope, that they don't have any proof that anybody was in the house during that day of the incident. And then I went, I was there. I was in the house that day, that afternoon. So then I didn't finish watching it because it was already day 3. And then I said, so I asked my boyfriend, I said, well, what should I do? And I should contact them because it's on statement that I was there when they questioned me before.
So how much in a matter of time, like minutes, hours of the testimony did you watch on day 3?
No, it was only probably about maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes because I had guests from out of town, and so I wasn't able to watch it.
Anything else as far as reading, watching, or anything other than that approximately 15 minutes?
No.
And if I'm hearing you correctly, during that 15 minutes, you heard some argument or testimony that no one else was in the house that day, and you realized that you had been in the house that day, and that was, in your mind, important enough to talk to your boyfriend about, and then contact the state attorney? Or
No, I didn't know who. Actually, I didn't know who to contact. So then this morning, when I went to work, I asked a friend about it, and he said he would find out who I contact.
All right. So let me see if the attorneys have any questions. Mr. Diaz?
Ma'am, when you went inside the home, did you make any observations about the bathroom?
Yes,
What did you observe?
it was a normal bathroom.
Was there any damage to the door frame of the bathroom?
No,
Any damage to the door?
no.
To be clear, the home has 2 bathrooms, a master bathroom and then another bathroom that serves as a guest bathroom, but also like the kids' bathroom. Do you know which of the 2 bathrooms you went into?
It was the kids' one because I remember the rooms on the left and the right.
Okay. Is your memory in any way different because you saw what you saw on TV?
No,
I mean, are you saying now that the bathroom wasn't damaged because you saw it on TV and you think that's important somehow?
well, I think it's important. Yes.
You think it's important in the case, but I mean, has that changed you to now say it wasn't damaged when it was?
No, no.
I have a question.
Ms. Perry?
You hadn't previously indicated prior to seeing that portion that you specifically watched anything about whether there was or was not damage to that bathroom, correct?
No.
Okay, so that was something that specifically because of what you watched, you came to find someone in order to tell them that specific information, correct?
Yes.
And you've since then spoken to other people about what you saw in those 15 minutes, yes?
No. I said, well, I don't know. Would clarify that.
Sure. You indicated that you spoke to a friend because you wanted him to find the prosecutor and find out who to talk to, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you've talked to other people in addition in regard to what you saw on TV as well as what you believe you recall from that day, correct?
I didn't tell specifics. I just said, who do I contact?
Okay. And additionally, on that day, and forgive me, but you had your deposition, you indicated you were having significant trouble remembering because you were intoxicated, correct?
I didn't say I was intoxicated. I had I said I had a couple drinks, and I had been drinking. Afterward, yes, when we were at the landings.
Was the question asked of you, and forgive me, but you said a couple times, I don't remember, or I'm not sure. I just want to ask, is there any memory difficulty due to what you consumed that night? And you said yes. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you indicate not only had you had beer, you had shots as well?
I said I did.
Okay. Thank you. 1 second, Judge. Nothing further in that specific regard, Your Honor.
Anything else from the state?
Ma'am, were you, I'm going to show you a copy of your deposition transcript. Specifically, I'm looking at page 10, the section that starts on line 2. Could you read that paragraph to yourself?
Well, we
No, not out loud. Can you read it yourself?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just read it?
Yeah.
Ma'am, in your deposition, did you indicate when you were talking about the events that you did that day go into the bathroom?
Yes.
I have the question, John.
Does that bring up any additional questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, were you ever told not to watch or research anything about the trial?
No.
Okay. All right, I'm going to ask you to step outside. Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. I've got to talk to the lawyers. Watch your step. All right, she's out.
Judge, not only did they fail to tell a potential witness of theirs not to watch the trial, violating the rule of sequestration, they also then had the specific impact of that specific portion that the witness then watched as a result of them failing to give her that instruction that the court ordered to be given, actually changed her testimony. She indicated she gave testimony at the deposition about going into the bathroom, that she never told anybody anything about seeing the condition of the bathroom, that it wasn't
Was she
in
asked?
any way damaged. She wasn't specifically asked that, but she never gave any indication of that prior to seeing what is on TV, which satisfies the requirement that there be some substantial change in order to prevent her from testifying. Had she not watched it, had they instructed her the way they were supposed to, she would never have changed that testimony, and we wouldn't be in this position now.
Judge, I didn't instruct Ms. Juarez because she wasn't on my list. She was supposed to be on vacation last week when I thought that I would conclude testimony last week. We're only in this because I basically lost a day on Thursday because of the storm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten to this point. I think she would have still been on vacation when I would have rested. So I didn't instruct her because I didn't anticipate calling her. I also, again, I remind the court that I didn't know when this trial started on November 7th what the issue in the trial was going to be. I didn't know if it was going to be somebody else did it or not. I had no reason to think that it was going to be of interest at that moment, that the bathroom door was normal when she went into it, and I think that's consistent with her deposition. She said, I went to the bathroom. She didn't say anything more about it because nothing is unusual about the bathroom at that time. If the door frame had been splintered, I imagine she would have said, I went to the bathroom and I noticed the door frame was all broken, or whatever the case may be. She's basically being called to say she didn't observe the splintering of the door when she went to the bathroom, which is consistent with her testimony effectively. Nobody asked her specifically, was there damage to the bathroom? But
Yep. I'm sorry.
But I think that when a person says, I went to the bathroom, they don't make any further observation, they're effectively saying everything was pretty normal. And so I don't think that anything that she's seen on TV has colored her testimony or changed her testimony. I don't believe that she's saying anything different than she would have otherwise said had she not watched TV or talked to anybody else. But obviously when she did watch TV, she realized that what she knew might be of use, and so she came forward.
Judge, it is disingenuous for them to say that they didn't think the damage to the bathroom door would be an issue. When it was brought up at the Williams Rule hearing, it was brought up in their opening, they had known they were going to try to argue that that somehow indicates an incident inside. And this specific change in testimony is a direct result of them failing to instruct this witness. If they weren't sure, they should have told all of their witnesses, you can't watch it. Every potential witness. They didn't do that, and because they didn't, this one witness has changed her testimony in regard to that specific fact. Exactly what they want her to testify here to.
Let me read to you from section 616.1 of Earhart's Florida Evidence 2022 edition, volume 1 on, obviously, section 616 is the rule of exclusion 9616. And on page 812, I cite the following language. The most extreme remedy, that of disqualification of a witness, may be imposed only after the trial court conducts a hearing and determines that the witness, and this is quoted, the witness acted with the knowledge, consent, procurement, or connivance, end quotation, of the party calling the person as a witness. That would be the state. If the court determines that the rule violation occurred with the knowledge or connivance of a party or counsel, it may then exclude the witness only if it finds that, and this is quoted, the testimony of the challenged witness was substantially affected by the testimony he, it says he, but in this case she, heard to the extent that, it says his, but I'll change that to her, testimony differed from what it would have been had he or she not heard testimony in violation of the rule. And then it cites, there's a footnote 28, which cites Steinhorst, Steinhorst versus State, 412 Southern 2nd, 332, which is a Florida Supreme Court case in 1982. Anything else from the defense?
412 Southern 2nd, 332.
412 Southern 2nd, 332, yes.
If I could have a moment.
And the specific language is on 336, apparently. It also cites, I apologize, Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T, versus State, 473 Southern 2nd, 1277, which is a Florida 1985 Supreme Court decision. And as I read the footnote, there's a list of other district court opinions cited. Take a look at them just to see the other sides on the footnote, because they give all specifics, but you can see if there's anything I can do. Just see if there's anything.
Judge, that case specifically discusses in the case law that it cites when it's a violation to exclude a defense witness. I understand the argument, I understand the language, but when you're talking about the knowledge or the connivance of the state, you have to also impute some common sense into that which they maybe knew or connived.
Let's assume that there is. I mean, the second part of what I read says, if you find the connivance, then you can only exclude if their testimony would be different.
Correct, and her testimony is different. She indicated during the course of deposition going in, saying absolutely nothing about this supposed damage. Watching that specific 15 minutes is what specifically changed her thought of, oh, I'd better call and say there was damage. Had she never seen that, she would never be changing that which was said.
I don't disagree with that, and you have my attention there, but she wasn't asked in the deposition. It's not like she said there was no damage, and now or there was damage, and now she says that there wasn't damage. That is my idea of a change in testimony. I hear you, though, that she never even would have thought about it had she not, and the state would not have known. Anything else?
And the imputation of knowledge to the state is that they have to inform all of their potential witnesses. They made the strategic choice not to, probably because she said during her deposition that she was intoxicated. And that choice is something that they have to live with. They didn't inform her. She violated the rule. Now it substantially changes what she would have said otherwise and prejudices the defendant.
But we're past that. Even if they intentionally violated the rule, that doesn't automatically mean that it doesn't come in. It only means if the testimony is different. That's the only reason that you exclude. That's an extreme remedy to exclude a witness. It's only done in rare circumstances.
And it is changed. Her omittance of that information is a material change to what she's now claiming occurred that she never told anyone before when she couldn't remember what happened because she was drunk that day.
Judge, I'd like to point out, reading from Earhart from footnote 27, which is at the end of the sentence that the court read about the witness acted with the knowledge, consent, procurement, or connivance of the party calling the person as a witness. It references a case. There is I think your book is the same as mine. This is on page 812. It says, suggesting that connivance be required before a witness may be disqualified and recognize that it is, quote, a matter most difficult of proof, end quote. This requirement is justified because, quote, often a prospective witness will be confused and will not understand what the court said, or he may come into the courtroom after the court has made its order. Counsel is often so busy and intent on trial problems that he will not be aware that one of his witnesses is in the courtroom. This possibility of confusion is one reason that courts are sometimes reluctant to order witnesses not to speak to each other. They inadvertently do from time to time, and then the trial degenerates only into ugly accusations of bad faith that becloud the central issues. The courts have similarly been hesitant to exclude the testimony of witnesses for discovery violations, and that's citing to Comer v. State, 730 Southern 2nd, 769, first DCA case out of 1999.
It doesn't matter. That's no longer my concern.
The state takes issue with the description of the testimony has changed. Again,
I don't believe it's changed.
Right, and if the testimony hasn't changed, I don't believe there's a basis for exclusion to be the proper remedy.
I don't think that the law requires exclusion in this case. But my concern is that I stepped out of my lane as a judge when you said you weren't calling her. You made a decision not to call her. And then I don't remember what I said, but somehow I reopened that door, and as a result, I'm not allowing you to call her. Sorry. So who's your next witness?
The state calls, the state will be calling Alyssa Troutman.
All right, let's get the jury. Still plan to take the lunch break around, I'll go to 12:15, 12:20. Let's see where we're at. Do you think this witness, you'll finish with this witness in 30 minutes?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Then we'll wait.
mean,
Is this
maybe-
her?
Yes.
No, hold on. Take her out, please, until the jury's in. We'll bring her in after the jury is seated. Sorry about that. She can wait right in the vestibule there.
All rise, jury entering courtroom.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I know the break was a little longer than we expected. Again, I take full responsibility for any delays, and I hold that against the attorneys, the parties, or anyone else. If you're upset that you had a long break, you can hold that against me. The plan is still the same, though, that we'll break for lunch probably between 12:15 and 12:20. So that's the plan. I'm going to ask the state to now call their next witness.
State calls Alyssa Troutman.
Alyssa Troutman. Ms. Troutman, good morning and welcome. If you'll please, wherever you're comfortable, raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that seat, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Good morning, ma'am. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Alyssa Troutman.
Ms. Troutman, what do you do for a living?
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I'm a crime laboratory analyst.
And do you work in a particular section of the crime lab at FDLE?
I work in the biology section.
Does the biology section handle the analysis of suspected items that might contain potential DNA?
It handles items that contain possible body fluids and performs DNA analysis.
So, are you one of the people who does potential DNA analysis of items?
Yes, I do.
All right, well, let's talk about that. I assume you didn't just walk out of high school and become a DNA analyst. Do you have to go to school after high school?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven, and that included coursework in molecular biology, biochemistry, and genetics.
So you obtain your science degree, and then do you just become a DNA analyst, or how does it work?
At FDLE, I went through a couple different trainings. One was a 3-month training program. I started as a forensic technologist. The second was also as a forensic technologist, where I studied serology and how it relates to forensic cases. And then the third was about a 9-month training program for a DNA analyst.
And when did you finish your 9-month training program to become a DNA analyst?
In September of 2013.
And have you been working in that same capacity then as a DNA analyst since 2013?
Yes, I have.
So that's, I don't know, 8.5, 9 years?
Yes.
Now, you talked about serology, and obviously we're talking about DNA. Do you receive specific training and education on those particular topics in furtherance of your job?
Yes, I received training in forensic serology as it pertains to criminal cases. It is the study of body fluids with criminal investigations.
As part of your job in doing DNA analysis, do you have to also use statistics?
Yes, I do.
So you talked about a science degree. Do you have training in mathematics as well, or at least statistics?
I have training in statistics as it relates to my job, so I went through a couple different trainings while I was learning about statistics for my DNA analyst program and afterwards.
All right, so if I needed you to do trigonometry, you might not be the person to call, but you at least know how to do statistics?
I know how to do statistics, yes.
Okay. So you became a DNA analyst somewhere 9 years ago. In an average day or average week or month, whatever block of time is easiest for you, tell me how many items of evidence do you potentially analyze or review for possible DNA evidence?
Each week can vary. It can vary from maybe 2 to 3 items to 10 to 15 items. It just depends on the type of cases and how many items are submitted at the time.
It'd be fair to say that, I mean, you average somewhere about 5 a week?
Possibly. Not each week is the same. Sometimes I'm needed in court, and other times I'm needed for different trainings, so it might not be 5 a week, but on average, maybe 5 to 15 a week.
All right, 52 weeks a year, it means you're doing a couple hundred items a year?
It's probably fair to say.
Okay. So once you became an analyst, you got the job, and you've been on the job, do they test you from time to make sure you still know how to do the job correctly?
Yes, I'm proficiency tested twice a year.
And have you passed all your proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been called to court to testify to render an expert opinion in the areas of serology and or DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
And as part of that, have you ever been asked to render an expert opinion also as to statistics related to the DNA analysis?
Yes.
Can you give me an idea of how many times you think you've done that?
In court in general, I've probably gone about 40 times. Statistics, maybe about 30 times. There was a time where I was only working serology cases, so that wouldn't involve statistics.
Your Honor, at this time I tender the witness for voir dire.
Any questions? No questions. You may proceed.
Ma'am, I want to talk with you first about FDLE as a whole unit, or at least the place you work here in Tampa. Is the lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
Can you explain what it means to be an accredited lab?
Accreditation means we are meeting a set of standards that are put forward by an outside agency to ensure quality work product is being done at the lab.
And the outside agency that sets the guidelines or reviews your accreditation, who is that?
It is called ANAB, or the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And is this a nationally recognized agency to accredit forensic laboratories?
Yes, it is.
Beyond the accreditation, well, first of all, I guess, is FDLE still accredited?
Yes.
And has it been accredited throughout the year of 2022?
Yes.
Beyond the standards that are set for accreditation and all the things that the lab has to do to maintain accreditation, do you have internal policies like technical review to make sure that just inside the day-to-day work you're doing it right?
Objection. Approach, please.
Sure.
So you talked about a variety of topics. Let's talk about serology. You said it has to do with bodily fluids. Can you explain that a little more in depth?
Forensic serology is the study of body fluids in accordance with criminal investigations.
And what kind of body fluids are we talking about?
FDLE studies, examines items for the possible presence of blood, semen, and saliva.
And can you just explain how one determines whether or not there is the presence of blood, semen, or saliva, just as sort of an initial inquiry?
So blood and semen are a similar kind of test where it's testing for a chemical that is present within the two. They are separate tests. So specifically when I'm testing for blood, I take a small sample of it with a cotton swab. I apply some chemicals, and if it changes color to a pink color, I know it's a positive result. And if it doesn't change color, it's a negative result. The semen test is very similar, so if it changes color with the specific chemicals for semen, it is a positive result. If it changes color, negative is no color change.
And do you know the phrases presumptive and confirmatory?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain what the differences are?
A presumptive test is testing for the possible presence of a component within those items. So like I talked about for blood, if there is a chemical present and it reacts with the chemicals that I am testing, that is a presumptive test. A confirmatory test is to confirm a possible blood, semen, or saliva present. So there is a test for blood, and the test for confirmatory test for semen is identifying sperm cells within a sample that is taken.
So you could do a presumptive test, get a result, and then you could go further and do a confirmatory test?
You can, yes.
Now let's talk about DNA, because we talked about serology. What is DNA? Where does it come from? What does it have to do with forensics cases? Tell me about those things.
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the building blocks of life. It is inherited. So you get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad. Over 99% of DNA is the same among individuals. It's within that 1% that I am doing my testing. No two people other than identical twins are known to have the same DNA. DNA is it's contained within the nucleus of cells.
So when you talk about 99% of DNA is the same, is that why, for example, you and I both have a pair of eyes, a nose located in the center of our face, a pair of ears, arms, legs, those sorts of things?
Yes, it codes for how people look as well as different functions within the body.
But then obviously there is something in your DNA that's different from my DNA, and that's what makes you, you, and me, me, for example.
Yes, it is.
And does DNA change?
DNA cannot change among people, no.
So whether I'm 4, 40, or 400, my DNA is arguably the same.
Yes, it would be.
So you talk about DNA and that you can analyze DNA. Is this only done in criminal cases, or does DNA have non-criminal case uses?
DNA has many different uses. Instead of just being criminal cases, it's done in medical testing. It also can be done in paternity testing, as well as genealogy testing.
Is it used for reasons other than just people? I mean, can you use it for like agriculture, for example?
I think there is different studies on there on plant DNA as well as animal DNA too.
Okay. So now we know what DNA is. It's this thing we get from our parents, and it makes us somewhat unique. How do you analyze it? What is the procedure by which one can analyze DNA?
So the type of DNA testing I'm performing is called STRs, or short tandem repeats. I'm looking at how many times a particular sequence is repeated among the DNA at the different areas I'm testing. So the overall process on how I do that is I have to get the DNA out of the cells. So I apply heat and chemicals in order to break those cells open to get the DNA out. I have to see how much DNA is present, so I perform a test that will do that, because our tests work well within a specific range. If I put too much in, I'm not going to get a good reading, and if I put not enough in, I'm not going to get a good reading. So it works best in a specific amount. Then I take it through a process which will highlight all the different areas of the DNA I'm testing. After that, I put it through an instrument that will read those highlights, and it will correlate to your DNA types at the different areas. So it all boils down to I'm looking at a specific set of numbers. So you could be a 10-11 or a 10-10, which would just mean your DNA types at that area. And it just means how many times your DNA sequence is repeated at that area.
And so is this the commonly or widely accepted procedure in the field of DNA analysis for analyzing DNA, this short tandem repeat analysis?
Yes, it is.
So you talk about looking at particular areas. Are those areas called alleles?
The areas are called loci.
And do they involve alleles?
The DNA type, so your types at those areas are called alleles.
All right, and so you talk about loci. Is there a specific number of loci that we're currently looking at in DNA testing?
Currently, FDLE is looking at 21 different STR areas plus some gender markers.
And if we rewound the clock 5 or 10 or 15 years, that number would have been less, I assume?
Yes, it was.
So right now you can do 21 plus 3 for gender.
Yes.
And so you have 21 loci plus 3 for gender, so that's 24 total areas. Are those all loci or just 21 loci and then the 3 for gender?
There's 24 loci or areas.
All right, so now we have 24 loci, and at each of those loci there are these things called alleles. Can you explain what that is?
The alleles are your DNA types at those areas.
So when you talk about like a 10-10 or an 11-10, those are pairs of numbers?
Yes.
Do your alleles pair?
Your alleles do pair, yes. So you could be the same number or 2 different numbers at that area.
So when you're looking at a particular loci 1, for example, I don't know if that's the correct name for it, but the first loci, you might see 11, 10. 11 is one half of the pair, 10 is the other half.
Yes.
Now, when you look at DNA and you're looking at these loci and you have all of these alleles represented by numbers, what can you then do with that information?
So once I get the overall DNA result, I then make a conclusion as to what it is. So I could have a complete DNA profile, which would mean information at all the areas, a partial DNA profile, which would mean I'm missing some. I could have a DNA mixture, or I could have no DNA results or too limited amount of DNA in order to do anything with. And then I can make comparisons to any knowns within the case.
All right, so you covered a whole bunch of stuff there. You talked about a complete DNA profile. So the jury's already heard the concept of a buccal swab. Somebody comes and uses a Q-tip, basically takes some of my DNA from the inside of my mouth. You could then run that through your procedure and figure out my numbers for all of those 24 locations?
Yes.
And that would be a complete DNA profile.
Yes, it would.
If for some reason the sample was incomplete and you only had 18 of the 24, you would call that a partial?
Yes, if there is not full information at all the areas, it would be a partial profile.
And you talked about a mixture. What is a mixture?
The DNA mixture is DNA from more than one person. So since we know how DNA behaves and what it looks like, I can tell the difference between DNA from one person versus DNA from more than one person.
And can you even be definitive enough or at least get a pretty good idea of how many people are in a mixture, whether it's 2 or 3 or 20?
Not quite 20, but I can tell the difference between 1, 2, 3, and potentially 4, depending on what the DNA looks like.
All right, and so once you have this information, I submit to you some item. I'm going to pretend my folder is an item I submit to you, and you swab it, you collect it, you run it through the system, you process it, you get a bunch of numbers, the 24 locations. Now you have that information. If you're provided a known sample from a person, can you then compare the results of the known sample against the suspected sample to see if there is some sort of agreement or correlation between them?
I can make a comparison to any knowns within the case from the question samples.
And so can you determine if, for example, 2 DNA samples, a known one and an unknown one, are a match?
Yes, I can.
If the unknown sample has a mixture, meaning there's 2 or more contributors to the mixture, can you decide if the known sample is at least one of the contributors to the mixture?
I can make a comparison, and if the DNA types are present within the mixture from the known, they would be included to that sample as a possible contributor.
And so is the term included different than a match?
Yes, it is.
Do you only use a match when it's a single source?
Yes, that's the terminology that's used when it's single sources match.
Now let me give you a hypothetical. Let's pretend that I had here floating in the air a known sample and you had a complete profile of somebody's DNA. You had the numbers for all 24 locations, okay? And then I gave you another unknown sample and we put it here floating in the air as well, and you had the numbers at all 24 locations. And at 23 of the locations, the numbers are exactly the same in every way. And then we get to the 24th location, and one is a 10-10, and the other one is an 11-10. What would that mean for you?
Well, is it the same profile?
Well, what I'm trying to get to is, you know the phrase an exclusion?
Yes.
What's an exclusion?
An exclusion means when the DNA isn't the same between the two.
And so, does it have to be, they have to agree at all 24 locations, or can you disagree at just one?
All of the areas have to match in order for it to be a match. So the DNA types between a question and an unknown sample have to be the same. If there is any sort of issue between the two that don't correlate with each other and aren't the same, it would be an exclusion.
So if one loci does not match, you would exclude a person as a contributor in a mixture, for example?
Typically, if it's more than one, it should be more than one loci. There's a very rare circumstance when it's not, but it would be an exclusion if the DNA types weren't present.
So you talk about analyzing submitted items that possibly contain DNA. How does FDLE receive those items, and what precautions do they take to secure those items to make sure they're not tampered with?
So when an agency comes to submit items to FDLE, they're taken in by our evidence department. They are given a unique FDLE case number as well as item number. All the items that come in are sealed, and they are insured to make sure no one has touched them once they come into FDLE. The chain of custody is then kept as well.
And once it's in FDLE's lab and you've taken all the steps to maintain the chain of custody, at some point it is turned over to you, correct?
Yes, it is.
What steps do you personally take to make sure that you're not contaminating the substance with either your own DNA or one of your coworkers or whatever the case may be?
So when I'm working on any items, I'm wearing a lab coat, a face mask, a hairnet if it is needed, as well as gloves, and I change my gloves frequently. I clean down the area that I'm working on with a soapy solution. I then use a piece of paper to open the items on. I take my notes and then do any of my analysis. And when I'm done with it, I seal it back up and put it in my locker that I have access to. And then once that's done, it is returned to the agency.
And is that the process, the procedure you follow in all cases where you're analyzing DNA?
Yes, it is.
Now, we've talked about what DNA is, how you can analyze it, what you can determine with it potentially, but we haven't gotten to statistics, so how does statistics play in all of this?
So when I'm making any sort of comparisons, I am providing a statistic if the statistic is a match or a inclusion. The statistics are also done to show if someone is excluded from a sample.
And how do you do the statistic? Do you have to refer to some database or something?
The statistic is done with use of a database that have the DNA types and how those were seen within a particular sample set, and those are used within the calculations when I do my statistics.
Do you know what a likelihood ratio is?
Yes.
And what is a likelihood ratio?
The likelihood ratio is the statistic that I use at FDLE to make my comparisons. It is just a comparison of two different hypotheses.
Do you all have a number or a sort of a cap as to where you will cap the likelihood ratio generally when reporting it?
So sometimes when we're dealing with statistics, the numbers are very large. And so in my reporting, if the number is larger than greater than 700 billion, I'm going to cap it at greater than 700 billion. That is a number FDLE chose to be a bit more tangible, because when you start getting into these larger numbers, in my opinion, they kind of sound made up. So 700 billion is something everyone can kind of grasp their head around.
All right, and so if you have DNA submitted from a single source, meaning there's only one person, it's not a mixture, like a buccal sample, and then you have an unknown sample, and that turns out to be a single source as well, you could determine whether or not that is a match, correct?
Yes.
Would you assign a likelihood ratio in that situation since it's only one person?
Yes, I would assign a likelihood ratio since it's a match.
If it's a mixture, right, you have a buccal sample from a known person and now you have some other object that you're testing to see what the DNA says there, and it turns out to be a mixture, do you assign a likelihood ratio to that?
Yes.
And so you talk about capping it at 700 billion times more likely than, is that the correct phrasing?
It's greater than 700 billion.
And so if, just hypothetically, you had a object and you determine that this object is a mixture of suspected blood, you perform your DNA analysis and you're able to get results out of it, and you compare it to a buccal sample, would you say something like the chances of it being the defendant and someone else is greater than 700 billion times more likely? Is that something you might perhaps say?
The terminology is a little bit different. It's given the observed DNA profile of the sample, it is greater than 700 billion times more likely to be whoever I'm comparing. And if it's a two-person, it'd be whoever I'm comparing and an unknown individual versus two unknown individuals.
Now, we talk about these really big numbers. Is this something that you can do with a computer, without a computer? How does that work?
It can be done with or without a computer.
Do you generally use a computer?
Yes, because it is easier and faster to use a computer.
All right. I want to ask you about the process by which items are submitted to FDLE for evaluation. Is there generally a limit or a number by which items can be submitted?
Yes, there is a limit based on the different case type.
And so, what is that number generally at for DNA and for like violent crime?
It depends on the violent crime. So in particular, a death investigation, it's 5 items that are unknown, and any number of buccal samples can be submitted to the lab as well.
And so your lab, FDLE, covers a portion of Florida. What portions do you cover?
I forget how many counties, but it's the surrounding counties of Hillsborough. And then we also help out some of our other regions as well, so I can be doing work from anywhere within the state.
But it's counties like Pinellas and Polk and Pasco and Manatee, like that's surrounding counties?
Yes.
All right. And so are there labs that cover other portions of the state, like the Panhandle area and down in South Florida and up around Jacksonville?
Yes, there are other FDLE labs as well as different county labs.
And do all the labs have that same sort of general rule, that sort of provision of you could submit 5 items?
The FDLE labs do. I'm not sure about the other county labs.
So let me talk with you about the analysis you performed in this case. I'm going to first approach you and show you 2 items. Exhibit number 62, which just so the jury can see it before I put it up there. This is State's Exhibit 62, which on the packaging says blood standard card of K. Baker. And then this is State's Exhibit 63, buccal swab taken from Matthew Terry. I'd like you to take a look at these items and tell me if you recognize these items as items you previously performed work on.
Yes, they are.
And how do you recognize them as items that you performed work on previously?
They have the unique FDLE barcode as well as my handwriting, date, and initials on it as well, and my seals.
And you place those things on there when you're either doing the work or shortly after you're done?
Yes.
And anything about, other than the fact that somebody has already taken the time to cut the packages open, anything about anything there suggests to you that there's somehow been some sort of tampering or anything with the packaging?
Other than the openings, no.
If I could retrieve those. So let's start with State's Exhibit number 62. You talked about a whole process of where you use a cotton swab, you collect a sample, you use heat and chemicals, you extract the DNA, you make copies, all those sorts of things that you talked about. Is that one of the things that you would have done here? Is that the process and procedure you would have done for this particular item?
Yes, it is.
And having done that, what, if anything, can you tell us about this particular item, item number 60, or exhibit number 62?
I obtained a complete DNA profile from the bloodstain card from K. Baker.
All right. And so that means you have information, the pair of numbers for all 24 locations for K. Baker. Is that correct?
Yes, I have complete information at all of the areas I'm testing.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 63. Again, did you go through that same procedure of using chemicals and heat to extract the DNA and replicating it and running it through the instrument to determine the numbers?
Yes, I performed the same analysis.
And were you able to obtain a complete DNA profile for this particular sample, which is listed as the buccal swab taken from the defendant?
I obtained a complete DNA profile from the buccal swabs from Matthew Terry.
Is it fair to say then you have all the information that you would need, or can get at least at the moment scientifically, to then perform analysis to see if either of these 2 persons' DNA is in another object?
I have all the information I would need in order to make comparisons.
So I'm going to start with items number 31 and 32. Take a look at these if you need to and tell me if you recognize them as objects you previously performed work on.
Yes, I do.
And again, do you recognize them by the lab number and the writing and the date and all of that?
Yes, they have our unique FDLE barcode, a case number, date, and initials that are mine that I wrote on there in my seals.
Anything about them suggests that they've somehow been tampered with or some sort of hanky-panky's been going on?
Not since after I touched them.
All right, if I could retrieve them. So I want to start with exhibit number 31, which on the packaging says right fingernail clippings from K. Baker. Were you able to perform the process that you've already outlined a couple times, just as you did with the bloodstain card and the buccal sample from the defendant?
Yes, I was able to do the same process.
And having done that, were you able to obtain results that would allow you to then tell us about what may or may not be in this item?
Yes.
So let's start off with, can you tell me, is this an item that comes from a single source of DNA, or is this a mixture?
This was a single source profile, and I obtained a complete DNA profile from item 11.
All right, and so when you obtain a complete DNA profile, you can then potentially reach a match if you have the right person's DNA, correct?
If they do match, yes.
Now, before you even get to whether it's a match or not, just looking at this item and the results that generated, does it give you any indication as to whether or not the single source is a female or a male?
It was consistent with a female individual.
And so then tell me about, were you able to identify whose DNA, were you able to make a match on this item?
So the language is a little bit different. Since this was an item that was taken from a person, I'm able to expect their DNA to be present. So I obtained a complete DNA profile from my item 11, which would be K. Baker's right hand fingernail clippings and nail clipper. I collected a sample. K. Baker was expected to be a donor since that item did come from her, and no DNA results foreign to K. Baker were found on her right hand fingernail clippings.
And I want to talk about that. As to her right fingernail clippings, there's nothing in the analysis that you performed that suggested that somebody else's DNA is under her right hand, correct?
It was a complete DNA profile that she was expected to be a donor. Nothing foreign was obtained.
So let's look at State's Exhibit number 32, which is the left fingernails. Again, did you perform the same process and procedure for this?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to obtain results that you could then interpret?
Yes.
For this number 32, was this a single source or was this a mixture?
This was demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
And let me stop you there. You said consistent with. Can you say for sure that it's only 2 people?
The DNA results I obtained were consistent with 2 people.
All right. It doesn't give you any reason to suspect a third person.
I had no indication of a third person, which is why the language is consistent with 2 donors.
All right. So you got 2 people's DNA here in a mixture, and one of them is male. Is that correct?
There is at least 1 male contributor. I can't say how many males are present.
Fair enough. Did you look to see if K. Baker was one of them?
Since this is another item that was taken from K. Baker, I was able to expect her to be a donor to that item.
You would expect her own DNA to be on her own fingernails?
Yes.
Did you look to see then if the DNA profile that comes from the defendant's buccal swab was in any way consistent or matches or is included, whatever the word is, as it relates to number 32?
I did make a comparison from Matthew Terry's buccal swab to the mixture that was obtained from the left-hand fingernails, and Matthew Terry was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
Since you got a inclusion, do you then proceed to the next step and do statistical analysis to come up with a likelihood ratio?
Yes, I perform a statistic.
And so in your report, how did you reflect it?
The observed mixed DNA profile, which would be the left-hand fingernails, is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from K. Baker and Matthew Terry then from K. Baker and an unrelated individual.
All right, and you said it's greater than 700 billion. Do you actually, in this case, have the number?
I do have the number, yes.
So can you tell us what the actual likelihood ratio is that it's K. Baker and the defendant as opposed to K. Baker and someone else?
The actual number is 160 quadrillion.
All right, people have probably never heard of a quadrillion, so let me just make sure. We got million, billion, trillion, and then we get to quadrillion?
Yes.
160 quadrillion times more likely, or greater than, I guess it's 160 times more likely if it was K. Baker and the defendant as opposed to K. Baker and anyone else.
The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from K. Baker and Matthew Terry than from K. Baker and an unrelated individual.
All right, so that's those. I want to now talk with you about State's Exhibit number 33. Again, take a look at it. Tell me if you recognize it as an item you performed analysis on.
Yes, it is.
Again, it's got the lab number, your handwriting, all those sorts of things.
Yes, it does.
Anything about it suggest it's been contaminated or tampered with?
No, other than the opening.
All right, I'll take that one back. Did you perform the same process and procedure on Exhibit 33?
Yes, I did.
For purposes of the jury, so they can keep track, this is labeled swab of K. Baker's neck. Tell us what, if any, results you obtained from this.
I tested it for the possible indications for blood, and I, using a color change test, it did give the chemical indications for blood. And then I obtained a mixture from the swab from K. Baker's neck. And since she was expected to be a donor, she was included and observed in that mixture. Sorry. The DNA results, there were DNA results foreign to K. Baker obtained on item 10, but due to the limited nature of those, I couldn't make any interpretations.
All right, so you know that there's somebody's DNA is on this that's not K. Baker. You just cannot tell us who in any respect. Is that fair to say?
Right, it was too limited to do anything with.
Now, I want to ask you a question. Beyond blood, semen, and saliva, do people also potentially leave DNA by touching things? Can you have what's called touch DNA?
Yes, it would be the touch DNA would be the shedding of skin cells when you touch something.
When you're talking about DNA that comes from blood as opposed to DNA from touch DNA, is one more likely to reach better results or provide a greater quantity when you're trying to analyze it?
Usually, DNA that is from body fluids will give a much higher DNA result than something when it's just touched.
All right. So all we can say is that somebody's DNA is on K. Baker's neck, but we don't know who.
I cannot make any interpretations
And
from
is,
that.
because it's limited and not interpretable, can you even tell if it's a man?
I cannot make any interpretations based on what I obtained.
I want to turn your attention now to marker, well, this is State's Exhibit number 50. I'm going to give you that. While you look at that, I'm going to grab something over here. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm trying to hunt down the right application. Sure. Ma'am, do you recognize that from the lab number and your handwriting and the date and all of those things?
Yes, it is.
Anything about it appears that it's been tampered with or molested since you last had it?
It doesn't appear to be.
All right, well, I can't find the photo at the moment, but what can you tell us about this item that you analyzed?
So that item is my item number 4, which would be the swabs from the red stain on the front porch of 6209. I tested it for the possible presence of blood, and using that color change test, it did give chemical indications for blood. and I obtained a complete DNA profile consistent with a female individual from this item, and that DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Kay Baker.
All right, so this packaging is marked as green DD. You have no idea what that means, correct?
I do not.
But whatever green DD is at this particular area that is swabbed, which says the front the stain on the front porch at green DD, you found that this was Kay Baker's DNA.
The DNA profile from that swab matched the DNA profile from Kay Baker.
Anybody else's DNA?
It matched Kay Baker's DNA.
So it's a single source. There's nobody else. This isn't a mixture.
Correct, it's single source.
Next, I want to turn to I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 46. Yes, 46. No, sorry. BD number 48. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Again, same lab number, handwriting, all of those things.
Yes.
Anything about it appear to have been tampered with or molested?
No.
All right, so I'm going to show you what is marked on the packaging of States 48 as green BB, swab from the east side. Is this one of the items that you analyzed?
Yes, it is.
What can you tell us about this particular item?
This item gave the chemical indications for the presence of blood. The DNA results obtained from item 8, the swabs from the east side of 6209, demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. I then compared the DNA from Kay Baker and Matthew Terry, and Kay Baker was included as a possible contributor to the mixture obtained from item 8, and Matthew Terry was also included as a possible contributor from item 8.
All right, so this is a mixture?
Yes.
And again, did you say it's consistent with 2 donors?
Yes, I did.
And one of them appears to be, at least one of them appears to be male,
There is at least 1 male individual.
but Kay Baker is included as a possible contributor, and assuming she's female, we can draw conclusions from that, but then the defendant, is he included as the other possible contributor?
He's included as a possible contributor to the mixture.
Now I'm going to draw your attention to State's Exhibit 46. Do you recognize that one?
Yes, I do.
And is that another object that you perform analysis on?
Yes, it is.
It's got your handwriting and the date in the lab.
Yes.
Anything about it appear to have been tampered with?
No, it doesn't.
All right, I'm going to retrieve that from you. Ma'am, just very briefly, I'm not going to ask you any questions. I just want to give the jury a chance to see a couple pictures. State's Exhibit 41D and State's Exhibit 41E. And then I'm going to now show the jury State's Exhibit 41J that has this green R evidence marker on it. So, ma'am, turning back to State's Exhibit number 46, were you able to obtain results from this that could then be interpreted?
Is that my item 7?
It is green R, swab from red stain along 6211.
Yes, I was able to obtain DNA results from that item.
All right, and so did this give the chemical indication for blood?
It did give the chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Were you able to obtain a complete DNA profile from this particular item?
I obtained a complete DNA profile from item 7, and it was consistent with a female individual, and that DNA profile matched the DNA profile from K. Baker.
And again, is this a situation where you were able to assign a likelihood ratio?
Yes, it was.
And what was the likelihood ratio as relates to this item?
The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from K. Baker than an unrelated individual.
And this is not a mixture, correct?
It is not a mixture, no, it's single source.
I'm going to next draw your attention to 47 and 49. We'll start with 49. You can look at 47 while I'm here. Try and cut down the number of trips. Again, do you recognize both of those?
Yes, I do.
And are those items that you previously performed work on?
Yes, they are.
Do they have the lab number, your handwriting, and the date so that you can identify them as items that you previously performed work on?
Yes, they do.
Anything about them appear to have been tampered or molested?
No.
I'm going to look at State's Exhibit number 49 first. This one is marked as green CC, swab of red stain from the front of the west fence. And just while you're looking at your notes real quick, I'm going to show the jury State's Exhibit number 41N and 41Q. Were you able to perform analysis on this item?
Yes, I was.
Did it give chemical indications for the presence of blood?
It did give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
As to the west fence on 6209 CC?
Yes, the stain on the west fence.
And what can you tell us about that?
The DNA results obtained from that item, it's my item 3, demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I think for purposes of the item, this is marked as 942435, number 34.
Oh, sorry, that's my item 9.
Yeah, there's another one on the fence we're going to get to shortly. That's
Okay, I apologize. So the results obtained from item 9, they failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. So once that happened, I didn't perform any other analysis on that item.
If it's not blood, there's no reason to suspect that it would be DNA. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So now I want to look at the other fence one. This is 942435, number 26, which is marked on the packaging of State's Exhibit 47 as green U, swab of red stain on the north side of the fence. And if I could just have 1 second. I'm going to show the jury State's Exhibit number 42S. So as to State's Exhibit 47, marked as green U, swab of the north side of the fence, did this give indications for the presence of blood?
My item 3, the swab from the stain on side of the fence, gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
And can you tell us if this is a mixture or a single source?
The DNA results obtained from item 3 demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Was K. Baker included as a possible contributor on the State's Exhibit number 47?
K. Baker was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from the swab from the red stain on side of fence.
And did you assign a likelihood ratio to it being K. Baker on this particular swab?
I did assign a likelihood ratio, and the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from K. Baker and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
All right, so we got K. Baker as one of the suspected contributors. Did you find another contributor that you could identify or provide any information on?
I compared the DNA profile from Matthew Terry to the swab from the side of the fence.
And was he included as a possible contributor to the mixture that is consistent with two people?
Matthew Terry was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from item 3.
And did you assign a likelihood ratio that Matthew Terry would have been the contributor?
I did assign a likelihood ratio, and that result was the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Matthew Terry and an unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
All right. I'm now going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 45. Take a look at that one. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that another item you performed analysis on?
Yes, I did.
Does it again contain your lab number, your handwritten initials, and date?
Yes, it does.
Does anything about it appear to have been molested, tampered with, or otherwise contaminated?
No, it doesn't.
I want to draw your attention then. Oh, I need to take that back from you, sorry. I'm sure the jury would like to see it. This is State's Exhibit 45, which on the packaging is labeled Green J swab from red stain in the backyard. I'm going to show you, I'm going to show the jury, State's Exhibit 43. This is N, and also State's Exhibit 43J. So as to State's Exhibit number 45, what can you tell us about this particular item?
Is that my item 2?
It is swab of red stain in the backyard of 6207-942435-15.
Okay. I tested it for the possible presence of blood, and it did give chemical indications for the presence of blood. A complete DNA profile consistent with a male was obtained from item 2.
Does that mean that this is a single source?
This is a single source profile.
This is DNA from one male and one male only. Were you able to analyze this against the complete DNA profile obtained from the buccal sample of the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What can you tell us about it?
The DNA profile obtained from item 2 matched the DNA profile from Matthew Terry.
And what is the likelihood ratio attributed to this particular item that you have now said is a match to the defendant?
The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Matthew Terry than an unrelated individual.
And I suppose logic would answer it, but just to be clear, since it's a single source and it's Matthew Terry, this means that you can exclude Kay Baker as being the person whose DNA this is?
I did exclude Kay Baker from that item.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 52. We're almost there. State's Exhibit number 52. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And is this, again, another item you performed work on?
Yes, it is.
Does it have your lab number and your initials and the date?
Yes, it does.
Anything about it suggests it's been tampered?
No, it doesn't.
And I'm going to briefly put up for a second State's Exhibit 44A. Now I'm going to show the jury State's Exhibit number 52. This is referenced as leaves with possible blood from red marker. Did you obtain results from this item that were interpretable?
Yes, I did.
And what can you tell us about this?
Using a color change test, this item, which was leaves, gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. A complete DNA profile consistent with a male individual was obtained from this item. I was able to exclude Kay Baker from this item. And it also, the DNA profile obtained from the leads matched the DNA profile from Matthew Terry.
And again, did you assign a likelihood ratio when you determined that this was a match to the defendant, that his DNA is on this item?
Yes, I did.
And what is that likelihood ratio?
The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Matthew Terry than an unrelated individual.
Can you get the item number?
This is State's Exhibit number 52, and on the packaging from HSO, it's HS 942586-1.
Yes, the witness's item number is at 5.
It is item 5.
Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second. All right, last one. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit number 22. Take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it as an item you performed work on.
Yes, I do.
Exhibit 22. Do you recognize this based on the lab number, your handwriting, the date, those sorts of things?
Yes, I do.
Anything about it suggests that it's been tampered with, molested, or otherwise contaminated?
No, it doesn't.
I'm going to very briefly show the jury State's Exhibit number 27E. And now I'll show the jury State's Exhibit number 22, which is marked as the swab of the right hand of Matthew Terry. Were you able to obtain results from this item?
Yes, I was.
Were those results interpretable?
Yes, they were.
Did you perform the same process and procedure that we've talked about before, where you use heat and chemicals to extract the DNA, you then run it through your instrument, it generates numbers that you can then analyze, so on and so forth?
Yes, I did the same process.
Did you walk through all the same steps that you talked about to make sure that you're not contaminating this, wearing your lab coat, your face mask, wearing your gloves, your hairnet if necessary?
Yes.
Was there anything about the way that this item was received from the sheriff's office and then kept at FDLE before it was physically turned over to you that suggested in any way it was something unusual, different, that would have disturbed the chain of custody or the sanctity of the object?
No, it didn't.
All right, so let's talk about this item. Did this item give the chemical indication for the presence of blood?
Yes, it gave the chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Was there a mixture of at least 2 people's DNA on this item?
The DNA results from item 1 demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
And again, you use the word consistent with 2 donors. Explain what that means, because you use those words specifically.
So the DNA profile that I obtained, the mixture, looks like DNA from 2 people. So I can say it is consistent with 2 people. I know it's not from 1 person because I can see DNA from 2, and there was no indication of a 3rd contributor.
All right. You have previously told us that sometimes you can determine whether or not there is a male contributor to the mixture. Could you determine that here?
Yes, there was at least 1 male contributor in this mixture.
All right. So of this mixture that's consistent with 2 donors, at least one of whom is male, did you compare Kay Baker to see if she was a possible contributor?
I did compare Kay Baker, yes.
And did you compare the defendant to see if he was a possible contributor?
Yes, I did.
So this is the defendant's hand. Would you reasonably expect the defendant's DNA to be on his own hand?
Yes, I would have.
Was he included as a possible contributor to the mixture that was taken from his right hand?
Matthew Terry was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile from item 1.
Can you tell me the likelihood ratio that you assigned to that?
The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Matthew Terry and an unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
As to Kay Baker, could you tell me if Kay Baker was included as a possible contributor to the mixture that is identified as coming from the right hand of the defendant?
Kay Baker was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from item 1.
And did you assign an initial likelihood ratio to that result?
Yes, I did.
And what was the initial one?
The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Kay Baker and one unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
All right, but you again use the words greater than. Do you have an actual number greater than 700 billion that you can tell us as to the likelihood ratio that Kay Baker is a contributor to this mixture
Yes.
on the defendant's right hand?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
What is that number?
So the actual number is 5.8 trillion.
It is 5.8 trillion times more likely that this sample came from Kay Baker and someone else than if it came from 2 unrelated people?
The sample is 5.8 times, given the evidence, it's 5.8 times trillion more likely to occur if the sample originated from Kay Baker, an unrelated individual, than 2 unrelated individuals.
Mr. Diaz, is now a good time?
I just have a couple questions and I'll be done. I got just 2 minutes. Ma'am, can DNA tell us how somebody's DNA gets on somebody's hand? Can they tell us the circumstances it occurs?
No, it cannot.
Can it tell us the time when that occurs?
No, it cannot.
That is a limitation of DNA as a whole, right? That's nothing specific to this case, is it?
It is nothing specific to this case. It can't tell how it got there or when.
I have any other questions, Your Honor? Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I told you I'd get you to lunch before 12:30, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back after for the cross-examination.
I think you said that your education is a bachelor's degree, correct?
A Bachelor of Science, yes.
Right, okay. And have you at all pursued a master's or any other further education in that field?
I took some credits on my master's, but I didn't complete it.
Okay. And so right now as it stands, you have a bachelor's degree, and that is in forensic science?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, would you say that in terms of the natural sciences, that biology is probably one that is more geared towards the life sciences, right?
It can be a scope of many different things.
Okay, and it's the study of living organisms and then the vital processes of those living organisms, right?
Biology can be the study of living organisms.
And obviously DNA, that's an organic type of thing that living organisms possess. Would you say that?
DNA can be a thing that living organisms, and is a thing that living organisms possess.
So you also talked about how DNA is broken down, and the DNA is a molecule, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the molecule is, I think we've all seen it, somewhat of a helix shape, maybe 2 things, like a ribbon, 2 things wrapped around each other.
It can resemble a ribbon, yes.
Now, of all the possible loci on a DNA molecule, you're focused on 21 of those, right?
Yes, I'm testing 21 different areas.
And they're not necessarily areas on the DNA molecule that are right next to each other. They can be placed throughout the DNA molecule. Those just happen to be the genetic markers that you guys are looking at for determining uniqueness. Does that sound fair?
They are spread across the different areas of DNA, and they can be anywhere, and they are in combination what makes people unique.
And those 21 markers that you're looking at, you're not looking at, say, if you and I were to compare our DNA, you're not going to take 21 markers on your DNA and then 21 separate markers on mine. You're going to be looking at the same markers on each. Does that sound fair?
We would be looking at the same markers based on whatever we test.
All right, so let's take a look at what you were talking about in your direct when it comes to the 21 markers and the alleles and those things that sort of make each person unique. Want to take a look at that? All right.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to draw this back a little bit. Okay. All right. So, would you agree that this is the DNA profile of Mr. Matthew Terry?
That looks like a piece of paper pulled out of my file, and that would be the DNA profile from Matthew Terry.
All right, so you would agree that this is the DNA profile of Mr. Terry?
I can look and cross-check it within my notes to make sure it's the same one.
All right, I can tell you, if you accept my word for it, that this came out of your file. You see the case number and your initials at the top, Analyst ET, that's you?
Yes.
Right? You see the case number?
Yes.
You see the date? It
Yes.
says STR summary sheet, global filer, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we can agree that's yours.
Yes. that
That's
is
your
the
that's
piece
your
of paper.
work product, and those are the alleles that you came up for each one of the markers for Mr. Terry, right?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. All right, so when we say, now to use some of the words that we used in direct, if we take a look at D3, right up here, right? Okay. D3, would you say that D3 is the loci, the location on the DNA molecule?
D3 is the loci or
Okay.
location.
Now, right next to D3, it says 1516, right?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree that 1516 is the DNA type at that loci?
1516 is the DNA type for the DNA profile from Matthew Terry at D3.
Okay. And then we go down, obviously, at some point here we have the Y, XY. Would you say that's the gender marker?
All three of those are the gender markers.
And then all the rest of the numbers, going all the way down to D2 at the very bottom of the page, the rest of those are the loci that are not related in any way to male or female.
Correct. The rest of the loci are not related to male or female.
Okay, so in looking at the rest of the 21, not the 3 gender markers, but the rest of the 21, from those 21, you can't really tell whether or not somebody's male or female.
No, it cannot.
Okay. Now, you also use the word possible a lot in your direct testimony. And when you say possible, you're talking about the possible presence of DNA, or an individual is a possible contributor or a possible donor to a DNA mixture. You use the word possible because you're never really arriving at an absolute certainty in any of your calculations. Isn't that right?
The word possible is the language that is used because I'm just doing the comparison based on what I know to be the profile from an individual compared to a profile that I don't know where it came from. I know the general location, but I don't know what the end result should be.
And when we're talking about DNA also, we're referring to human DNA, obviously. And human DNA comes from all kinds of sources on a human body, right?
DNA can be found in many different sources that come from the body.
And it can be found in sweat. Yes?
Skin cells would be found in sweat, which is where the DNA would come from.
Yes. And also, if you take a swab of somebody's hand, you just rub it across the surface of the back of their hand, that's possibly going to be a source of DNA, whether or not it's skin cells or whether or not it could be blood, or if, depending on whether or not somebody's bitten in that location, it can be saliva, semen, hair follicles. Would you say that all of those are potential sources for DNA?
Hair follicles must have a root, but I would expect if you swab somebody's hand that you would likely get DNA from that person.
Now, the hair root would potentially contain blood, correct?
It's possible a hair root can contain blood, but not always.
And there's also, even if you have the hair strand, there's a potential for something called mitochondrial DNA, right?
Yes, but FDLE does not do mitochondrial testing.
And you'd have to send that out, but it is a possible source. If you have a strand of hair, that DNA can be found possibly anywhere on the strand, including in the follicle, correct?
Mitochondrial DNA if it doesn't have a root.
Right. So here you're talking about potentially 6 or 7 sources of DNA just from what can be gathered from the surface of the body or potentially was semen or something like that, right?
Well, the DNA is contained in cells, and so there are a lot of different cells within body fluids, and they could be various.
And you can't look at a DNA molecule, or you can't do some kind of testing, and from that testing alone, or from the appearance of the molecule itself, you cannot tell what the source of that is, correct?
If I didn't do confirmatory testing, I 100% say the source of DNA, no.
Now, there are occasions where you can do that, such as a buccal swab. Now, there's a buccal swab in evidence here, isn't there?
There is a buccal swab.
Now, if you have a buccal swab, obviously that's a witness taking a large Q-tip and rubbing it around the side of somebody's mouth, a very rich source for DNA, and collecting that and putting it in an airtight container and sending it off to you guys. You're pretty sure at that point you're dealing with a known source of DNA, correct?
A buccal swab is a known source of DNA.
Yes. So in that circumstance, you're not really concerned with source. You're not really concerned with whether or not it's blood, whether or not it's hair, semen. It's just DNA that you know comes from a known source. And a buccal swab means that it comes from inside somebody's mouth. Is that fair to say?
Can you repeat your question? Sorry.
But you know that if it's a buccal swab, you know that it's not any one of the other possible sources. You know that that buccal swab came from inside somebody's mouth, and that's the source of the DNA, correct?
A known standard would be a known DNA profile.
All right. In that circumstance, when you're dealing with a buccal swab, there really shouldn't be any problem getting a complete profile. Would you agree with that?
Sometimes there are issues obtaining a complete profile, but usually we get a complete profile the first time.
Now, the buccal swabs themselves are not the only source for DNA that you may have. Sometimes, would you agree that police may send to you a swab from a scene? And we've seen that in this case. That's also the source sometimes for DNA for you, correct?
A swab from a scene would be a question sample.
Yes. And often, also, sometimes you're sent the actual items themselves. Like you could be sent clothing, or you could be sent a weapon of some kind, and your job is to do the actual swab yourself and do the extraction yourself from that collected item, right?
Sometimes we're sent the actual items and not just swabs, yes.
Were you given any actual items in this case, or were you only provided swabs?
The leaves that I was provided did come as just leaves and not swabs, but everything else, the fingernail clippings came as actual fingernail clippings. The blood stain card was not a swab. It's a actual card with drops of blood on it. Let me just check the first report just to be sure. And then the rest of the items were swabs.
So the items that were not swabs that were sent to you would be the fingernails, the leaves, and the stain card?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, do you always test for the presence of blood in circumstances where are you given any facts of the case? Like if you're given the facts of the case, or do you only test for the presence of blood when you're asked to do so, or do you sometimes do that on your own initiative?
Not all the times do I test for the possible presence of blood. Some of those instances would be to ensure that I have enough sample to take forward to DNA analysis, or if the stain is small, I want to make sure that I have enough sample for my DNA analysis, so I take it right to DNA without testing it for blood.
In this case, you were in some ways concerned with the presence of mixtures, right? In other words, with your stain cards or with your buccal swab, under those circumstances, you know that you're only dealing with one known contributor, right? If you get a buccal swab or you get a stain card from the medical examiner's office, you're not really looking for mixtures or trying to separate different DNA contributors. Would you agree with that?
Any question sample I'm sent, I don't know what the outcome is going to be, but a known swab or a blood stain card, I know that should be from just one person, so I know what I can expect from a known standard.
Same with a buccal?
Yes, a buccal or a stain card.
But with other items in evidence, such as perhaps leaves, fence, fingernail clippings, you know going in that you're dealing with the possibility of there being more than one contributor.
I don't know any information as to what happened, and I don't know what to expect. So I have no idea what it should be or what I'm going to get when I test anything that's a question sample.
My question is, you're accepting the possibility.
There's always a possibility, but I don't know what it should be, so I'm not saying I expect it is not a fair statement.
And with these fingernails, let's just take that item for a second. With the fingernails themselves, when you got that sample, or when you got that evidence, did you at all test for the possible presence of blood on the fingernails?
I did not test for the possible presence of blood on the fingernails to conserve sample.
Did you have any information in the case that, like, obviously you tested other materials for the presence of blood, right? So why don't you walk us through really quickly all those items that you tested for the presence of blood.
I tested my item 7, swabs from the front porch, from 6211 front porch. Item 8, swabs from east side of 6209. Item 9, swabs from front west fence of 6209. Swabs from K. Baker's neck, which were item 10. I also tested the swabs from the right hands of Matthew Terry, which was item 1, sorry. Item 2, swabs from red stain in backyard of 6209. Item 3, swabs from red stain on side of fence. Item 4, swabs from red stain on front porch of 6209. And item 5, which were the leaves.
And when you tested a swab from the back of K. Baker's neck, was that presumptively positive or negative?
The item 10, swabs from K. Baker's neck, item 10 gave the chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Now, at that point, when you realized that there was presumptively blood on the back of K. Baker's neck, did you at all consider going back to the fingernails and testing them for the possible presence of blood?
I don't know what order I worked the items in, so I don't know which one I had done first. But it really wouldn't have mattered because fingernails are, when I deal with fingernails, they're always so small anyway. So in order to conserve the sample, I take swabbings from the fingernails and take them to DNA analysis.
Well, how many fingernails did you get?
I can take a look if you just give me 1 second. So item 11, which was the right hand fingernails from K. Baker, came to me that had 4 fingernail clippings and a nail clipper. And item 12, which were the left hand fingernail clippings, had 5 pieces of fingernails in them.
So with the 5 fingernails that you received, and you have before presumptively tested fingernails for blood, I mean, you don't always say, well, these are too small, I'm not going to test them. You could, regardless of their size, swab 2 or 3 of them for the presence of blood, could you not?
I mean, we're dealing with pieces of fingernails. I don't have the entire fingernail. Depending on the case, I couldn't say whether or not I've always tested them for blood or always have not tested them for blood. But in this case, I made the decision to not test them for the possible presence of blood and just collect a sample and take it direct to DNA analysis.
Did you presumptively test the right hand for blood?
I did not. The right hand fingernail clippings, I did not test for blood, no.
Well, you were provided a swab of the backhand of Mr. Terry, correct? Or of the hand of Mr. Terry, you were given a swab of his hand? Yes?
I was, yes.
Were you at all provided a swab of Ms. Baker's hand to see whether or not it had the presence of blood on it?
I was not provided a swab of Ms. Baker's hand.
So you have no idea, based on your findings, whether or not Ms. Baker's hands had blood on them?
I have no idea whether her hands had blood on them, but I have just the results that I obtained from the fingernails, the DNA results.
Now, a mixture, as we've heard about it, you can have a single source DNA sample, right? Single source where it's just one contributor. Yes?
A single source is just one contributor.
And you can have a mixture which is essentially unlimited. You could have anywhere from 2 contributors all the way up to who knows how many, correct?
A mixture is more than one person's DNA.
Now, if we're talking about the left-hand fingernails, I think that would be item 12, is that correct?
The left-hand fingernails was item 12.
Okay. When we talk about a DNA type, another way to say that is the genotype, correct? Does that sound fair?
Both of the DNA types at an area together make a genotype.
Okay. Now we're talking about the fingernails that that's your item 12, correct?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to put something up here. When you have to go through an extraction process and you have to go through an isolation process with your taking one person's DNA and saying that that's going to be a contributor and then trying to identify the second contributor. So first you have to identify that you have a mixture, right? And then you have to break that down into, sometimes you have a major contributor and a minor contributor. Does that sound fair?
That's not really what we do anymore. I'm looking at the DNA types in the mixture together as a whole, so I'm not sure what you mean by isolation process.
Well, when you're saying, well, obviously you're picking and choosing, you're saying, okay, this contributor is 93%, this person is 7% in terms of the mixture, right? So you're assigning a degree of contribution to each contributor. Correct?
I'm not picking and choosing anything.
All right, well, let's look at your notes here real quick. Now, when I say you, let's just say I'm not necessarily saying you personally, but at some point in your process, you are, let me see if I can hone in on this a little bit. Okay, so these are your bench notes from item 12, the left-hand fingernails. Somebody, be it you or maybe STR mix, when we're talking about your statistical calculator, or somebody at FDLE is saying contributor 1 is 93%, correct? Right there?
When I run it through the program that I use to look at mixtures, it assigns what it believes to be the contributor 1's percentage.
Yes, and this is a thing that you're doing. You're running it through a program, and then, I mean, you're not calling that number wrong, are you?
I'm not calling it wrong. I'm not assigning it 93% myself.
All right. So whether it's you or STR mix, right, and if you want to tell the jury what STR mix is, since we might be using that between us on numerous occasions, if you want to explain to them what STR mix is, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. STR mix, like I said, is a computer program that helps me look at DNA mixtures. It also helps me calculate the statistics. It's just like a big calculator. It does everything that I can do by hand, but because it is a computer, it is faster.
Here, would you say that STR mix or you or whoever else is drawing these conclusions is saying that Kay Baker is contributing 93% to the DNA mixture on her left-hand fingernails?
So what it's doing is looking at the mixture as a whole. It is then looking at the interior components, and of course I have to look at it to make sure that everything in my STR mix run is working properly and there is no indicators that something went wrong. So I tell it that it is a mixture consistent with 2 people. So when it's looking at how much DNA is present within the sample, it's saying that for contributor 1, these are the weights and the genotypes that it is calling as contributor 1. So it is looking at the genotype and the DNA types that are present within the mixture and saying contributor 1, at D3, which is that first area, is a 1518, and it's saying the weight is 100%, so there's no other options that what that first contributor can be at that particular area. And if you see the whole contributor 1, it's saying that all of those genotypes are 100% weighted, as those are the only genotypes contributor 1 can be.
And that's a degree of confidence, right? 100%. In other words, at D3, STR mix is 100% confident that the genotype is 1518, correct?
It's not a confidence level, it's saying that the weight is 100% as what those genotypes should be.
Okay. Now that's, as you look at the 93% contributor, it's giving 100% right down the line, is it not?
It is, and with this particular sample, I also knew that it was from K. Baker, so I told the program that this sample was, if this is item 12, is that right?
This is.
I told it that I know what K. Baker's profile should be because they were present. It is a sample from her hand. So I told it that these are her DNA types, and then it looks at the mixture with that as well.
Okay, and so there is at times information that you are programming into SCR Mix, or commands or information that you independently are putting into that program for it to factor into its calculations or the amount of weight that it's going to assign any particular marker.
There is different things that I tell it, and if her DNA types were not present, I wouldn't have told it that she was expected to be a donor to that profile.
Okay. So now we get into contributor at 7%. And if I heard you correctly on direct, you said that there was a 1 in 700 billion or something like that Matthew Terry was a contributor. You know, and using the language that you use, the statistical language versus unknown versus with K. Baker, things of that nature. Now let's take a look at D3. Very top, D3. I can zoom in on this if you like. Okay. D3 was a 1516 at 91% weight. Do you agree with that?
D3 is a 1516 genotype with 91.7% weight.
Now, QQ means unknown, right? Meaning that with that 7% amount of DNA for that contributor, you are not able to get an exact marker at D3, meaning that you had an incomplete sample or an incomplete amount of DNA to work with. So QQ is just something that is language for STR mix, or that you use to show we don't know what the DNA is there, correct?
No, the QQ that you see over in the component just means the genotype isn't greater than 99%. So it's not calling a definitive genotype at that area. What you see under weight and the genotype different combinations is what it believes to be the different genotypes that could be present within that mixture, and the weight it is giving those genotypes that are there.
So because it was less than 99%, it comes out with QQ. So everywhere that it's 99% or greater, you'll see either one number or both numbers. Does that sound fair?
If there is a number under component greater than 99%, it means that it was above 99, equal to or greater than 99%.
All right, now here, it also allowed for other various possibilities. 1618, it assigned a weight of 4%, correct?
Yes.
And on down.
1618 assigned a weight of 4.03%.
Okay, so let's go to go to D16. Now, if you have Mr. Terry's DNA profile at D16, what is Mr. Terry at D16?
12, 13.
Okay. How much weight is STR mix assigning to 1213 at D16?
It is assigning a 34.01% weight.
So in other words, what STR mix is saying there is that it is 34% confident or 34% convinced that that marker is 1213.
It's not a confidence. Again, that weight is taken into account when it calculates the statistic, when it's comparing what the DNA type is present versus what the person is that I'm comparing.
And there's a big difference between 34% and 91%, correct?
There is a difference between the two, but again, it's taken into account during the calculation.
Let's go down to CSF, right at the bottom. All right? CSF is, would you agree that CSF is type 1111?
What do you mean?
CSF, the type at CSF, the marker, CSF, the type is 1111.
I mean, 1111 is the top option at 40.07%.
Which is quite different than 99% or 91%. You agree?
40% is different than 99 or 91%.
And that there's also allowing for the possibility of 1112 at 30%, 1212 at 15%, unknown and 11, 6.34. So it's giving various percentages and assigning various weights to other possibilities. That's what this is doing, correct?
It is assigning the weights, and when the calculation is done, it takes into account the weight that it assigns if the particular person is that DNA type or genotype.
And that's quite different than what we saw with Kate Baker at 100% for every single weight and every single marker, correct?
That is different, yes.
Let's go down to D2, which is, I'm going to show you what Mr. Terry is at D2. The second D2, not the top. All right. You see, very last one, very last marker, D2 S1338. Mr. Terry is a 1720. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to walk up to the board here. All right. This is D2 S1338, and obviously this is QQ, right? But you agree that Mr. Terry is a 1720 at D2 S1338, yes?
Mr. Terry is a 1720 at D2 S1338.
Do you see either a 17 or a 20 in any of these possible genotypes when totaled together, STR mix is adding up to 100%? Do you see a 17 or 20 anywhere on there?
I do not see a 17 or 20, but it would take into account where that QQ option is.
In all other circumstances that we were looking at, where STR mix or whatever information you're programming into STR mix is considering what those markers are, and each one of those markers, we see the possibility at various weights of Mr. Terry's DNA type at that marker, don't we?
It is, the STR mix program is looking at what is present within the DNA sample from the question sample and coming up with different combinations of what the contributors could be and assigning weights to those.
And I think I heard you on direct when you said that if somebody's DNA is not at a marker, if they have a DNA type that is not found in the mixture or not found in the single source, that is not their DNA that is contributing to it. Correct?
We were discussing single source complete profiles, not DNA mixtures.
So if that's not Mr. Terry's DNA at that marker, and if it's not Ms. Baker's DNA at that marker, then do you consider the possibility of a third contributor?
The sample obtained from item 12 was consistent with 2 donors. I don't know specifically off the top of my head what D2S1338 looks like. I would have to take a look at it, but those are very possible genotypes that are there, and a QQ option was given, but it had a low weight, but it doesn't mean someone's excluded. I did run the samples through the program, and if it was excluded, it would have overall excluded the comparison of Matthew Terry.
During that analysis that STR Mix goes through and figuring out the 93%, the 7%, does it ever confuse, in that 7%, does it ever confuse any DNA types from the 93% contributor? Does it ever do that?
I'm not sure what you mean by confused, sorry.
Okay. I'm going to walk you through it here. Go back to CSF, right? Let me find it. Going back to CSF, Mr. Terry is an 1112, but so is Ms. Baker. They're both 1112s at CSF. And if you look at the statistical probability or the amount of weight given to 1112, the amount of weight given to 1112 is 30%, which means that it's giving more weight. STR Mix is giving more weight to a DNA type that does not belong to either Mr. Terry or Ms. Baker. Would you agree with that?
So again, what the program is doing is looking at what the DNA mixture has as DNA types at all of the areas. It's coming up with different genotype combinations for the different people within the mixture based on how many people I tell it is in the mixture, or if there's an expected donor. I don't know off the top of my head what the DNA types were present at CSF, but it is giving a 1111 as a possible DNA type for contributor 2 at that particular area at 40%. It also gives an 1112 a 30% and a 1212 15% weight based on what is present in the DNA mixture. So that is overall what it's giving as the different combinations as to what can be present in that mixture when I compare someone to it.
At D21, at D21 you see 2929. The amount of weight being given to it is about 45%. You see that?
I see 2929 is 44.97, I believe.
And you also see that 2930 is 32.37?
Yes, I do.
Okay? So if Mr. Terry is a 2929 and STR Mix is giving 45% weight to that, and Ms. Baker is a 2930, and STR mix is giving 32% weight to that, you're saying that under these circumstances, because you're programming, and I think that's what you said, you're programming into STR mix that it's 2 contributors, correct?
I am telling STR Mix there's 2 contributors and an expected donor on this particular sample.
Is there any possibility at all throughout any of this that STR mix is overlapping the 2 profiles in some manner?
It knows that I gave it an expected donor, and that is contributor 1's DNA types. Contributor 2 is looking at what is present in the possible DNA types that it could be, and assigning weights to those DNA types or genotypes that are present, or possible combinations.
Suppose you had typed in there the possibility of 3 contributors. Would it have broken down the mixture into percentages that would add up to 100%? Would it have done that? Would it have broken these down and done the exact same thing if you had typed in 3 contributors?
Without doing that particular thing, I don't know how it would have reacted.
What you said earlier also is that you want to make sure that the program is doing what it's supposed to be doing and working as it should. Am I characterizing your testimony correctly?
Yes, there are different things that I look at to make sure it's working properly.
With your Exhibit 5, the leaves, and I believe Exhibit 2, the swabs and the red stain in the backyard, if we just take those 2 exhibits for a second, when you're running a statistical analysis through the software program, through STR Mix, when you're doing that, would you agree that the values, for whatever it is you're dealing with, the values have to meet certain criteria? You agree with that?
When I'm running STR Mix, I'm looking at specific values to make sure they are what they should be.
And in order for whatever it is you're doing to be of any use to you, then they should be running as they should be, right? All the values, everything about the program, it should be running as it should, right?
The values should meet what I know them to be, and if not, that run's not used.
Right, and so what you're looking for is you're looking for a statistical probability, right?
What do you mean, overall?
Yes.
Or
Ultimately, that's what you want the program to spit out. You want it to give you some sort of statistical probability, because just on itself, some DNA profile doesn't mean anything. Just by itself, if you're looking at a DNA profile, that's of no use to you. It's the statistics that are of use to you. That's what's driving this, right? The exclusion of everyone else except for whoever's profile is on there, right? That's what you're looking for.
not always. Often, I don't have a DNA standard to compare until way later within the case. So I'm not always ultimately looking for a statistical probability, and that's not calculated until I have a known standard to compare.
That's what I'm talking about. You have a known standard. You still ran a known standard through STR Mix, right? It wasn't a mixture. You've run a known standard through STR Mix to give you a statistical probability, right?
Are you talking about the single source profiles
Right.
or the mixture?
Yes, a single source.
The single source profiles do get run through StarMix to calculate the statistic.
And that's the easiest one to run, right? There's nothing to separate. That's the easiest kind of standard to run through STR Mix. You're not going through the 93% and the 7% and the various weights with the genotypes. All you're doing is running that known standard through a program and asking it to do something very simple, right?
I mean, all of it's fairly simple because it's a computer program and I'm typing numbers in and importing files.
And Exhibit 2 was a single source profile, wasn't it?
Exhibit 2 was a single source profile, item 2.
Right, you found no evidence of a mixture.
Item 2 was a single source profile.
You found nothing foreign, right?
Foreign's a different word that you would use. It is a single source profile.
Okay, so the first run that you made of the DNA profile from the swabs of the red stain in the backyard, the very first run that you had was useless, wasn't it? Didn't work.
A few of the runs didn't work, but I was able to identify it based on those different indicators I'm looking for, and I was able to talk to my technical leader on what to do, and I was able to fix it, and it ended up running. The run that was used ran fine.
I'm talking about the very first time you ran it through, it was not acceptable.
The first time I did not use that run because it failed the overall run.
Not good. Didn't work. And this is the software program that you're continuing to use throughout this entire process. So the first run of the single source profile from the leaves, STR mix didn't like it, wasn't working, for whatever reason, didn't happen, right? And then you did a second run of the same single source. Didn't work, did it?
Nope, sometimes that does happen
Didn't work.
with complete profiles.
So then you ran it a third time, the single source. We're not talking about anything complicated. You've already said it's very simple. Very simple. But this really complex statistical calculator that you rely on to exclude and include for this trillions of odds, whatever it is, couldn't do it successfully.
It
Right.
did end up doing it successfully once I was able to identify the two that didn't work, talk with my technical leader on what to do further, and if it wasn't going to work a third time, I was going to put it through a manual calculator and calculate the statistic that way, but I did have a successful STR mix run.
And that's what you're claiming. But you really don't know, do you? Because you didn't run it a fourth time to make sure that that was correct. In other words, you never repeated your success with this exhibit. Bad, no, so this is the pattern here. No good. I don't like what it's giving me. No good. I don't like what it's giving me. Oh, third time, it's giving me exactly what I want. And I'm going to stop now. And then, after you stopped with Exhibit 2,
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question other than argument?
yes, you went to Exhibit 5. What was Exhibit 5?
Exhibit 5 was the leaves.
Okay, let's talk about your first run of the leaves. Now, single source, was it not?
It was single source, yes.
Right. What happened when you ran it the first time with the leaves?
The leaves, it ran in Star Mix and it did fail, but I was able to identify the fail. And I ran it again, it failed again. I was able to talk to the technical leader on what to do. And again, this does happen on single source samples. And we were able to come up with what to do. But, and then it did run successfully a third time.
So the first time, would you say that it was similar to the problem you were having with the red stain from the backyard?
It was similar. I was able to identify it, and I failed the run based on our standard operating procedures. And then I was able to try it again, and if it didn't fail, or if it didn't pass again, I talked to the technical leader, which we figured out how to go about what I was going to do next, and I had a passing run on the third time.
Now, didn't you say that if it did it a third time, you were going to run everything manually? Didn't you say that before? Or does that only apply when you're not getting what you want with one of the single sources? So how many times does this machine or this program have to fail to perform a very simple function before you all just decide to run things manually and do it on your own? How many times did that have to happen?
It is 2 times, and then we determined what to do a third time, and if it failed a third time, I was able to perform it manually on this single source profile.
And this is the same program, is it not, that is calculating all these various genotypes and weights and things of that nature? It's the exact same thing, isn't it? STR mix?
It is the same, but all the other runs passed the first time around. I was able to identify the failing runs, and those were not what was used to provide the statistics.
talk about the 7% from the fingernails. I'm going to go through and ask you whether or not you agree with the amount of weight that STR mix is assigning to particular markers. All right? If you want to go to your notes, you can tell me whether or not you agree.
I don't think there's a disagree or agree. It is what it is.
I'm talking about what was provided.
No, I understand, but I know how Star Mix works, and I agree with the program. The program does work how it should work, and if there was any indicator it wasn't working, none of those results would be used.
Ms. Troutman, what I'm asking you to do is to tell me whether or not you agree that this is the number that was produced by your program, not whether or not you agree with STR Mix's results. I'm asking you whether or not you will agree with my questioning as I walk you through each one of these markers, if that is the amount of weight that STR Mix was assigning that profile for that marker or that item, okay? So if we can go to,
The numbers are what they are. There's not really an agree or disagree. The program does work, and I know the program to work.
can you go to D16, please?
Are you talking about item 12?
Yes?
Okay, if you just give me 1 minute, I can find that.
Thank you.
Okay.
D16, the type was a 1213, yes?
The top option was 1213.
Mr. Terry's 1213?
I would have to flip back
Hold on,
unless you
please.
have it.
I approach the witness.
You may. You don't have to ask. Mr.
Thank you, I
Gibbs.
appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
That may help.
Yes.
All right. D16, the highest percentage type was 1213.
D16, the highest percentage, the weight was given was to a 1213.
And the 1213 is Mr. Terry at D16.
Mr. Terry at D16 is a 1213.
And the amount of weight that STR Mix gave that was 34%, correct?
Yes.
CSF, the highest percentage type was 1112.
The highest percentage type at CSF is an 1111.
I'm sorry. For Mr. Terry at 1112 and genotype at 1112, the weight was 30%, correct?
At CSF, 1112 is weighted at 30%.
1111 was the 40% that we had talked about earlier, correct?
1111 is weighted at 40%.
Now at D21, D21S11, where Mr. Terry is a 2929 and the type is a 2929, STR Mix was giving that 45%.
D21 2929 is given a weight of 44%.
At D18, for any sort of match of Mr. Terry, Star Mix was giving it a 13%,
The language wouldn't be a match; it'd be an inclusion.
right?
So, what? Sorry, what was the question you were asking?
D18 was 13% for an inclusion of Mr. Terry.
1619 is
Yes.
a 13% weight at D18.
D22, 1515, the inclusion weight is 18% for Mr. Terry.
At D22, the 1515 is given a 18% weight.
D5, 1112, including Mr. Terry at 1112, was 35%.
D5 at 1112 is 35%.
Now going down to D2, 1923 for a QQ, which is allowing for even the remote possibility that it's Mr. Terry as an inclusion, is 0.38%.
Sorry, which one are you talking about?
D2 S1338.
S1338. Okay.
So they don't even have Mr. Terry on there, but allowing for even the remotest possibility of any contributor other than a 1923 is 0.38. And Mr. Terry's at 1720. You agree with that?
No, 1923 is weighted at 32%. There are many other different weights, but QQ is weighted at 0.38%, which would be accounted for in the calculation.
Right, 0.38, not even 1%, not even 0.5%.
0.38 is the percentage.
Going to TPOX, 10Q, and Mr. Terry is a 1011, 10Q, 13%.
10Q is a 13.73%.
SE33 is 8.7%.
SE33
8%.
is 8.7%.
I can have 1 second, please. Thank you, Mr. Troutman.
Yep.
Appreciate it. No further questions.
Redirect, Mr. Diaz?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Troutman, one of the things the defense asked you about pretty early on that you started to answer, and I don't know that it came out perfectly clear. He asked you about, you kept using the word possible, 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 and you started to respond with something about that's the accepted language. Can you explain that?
Saying the words that they are a possible contributor is just the language that's used based on what FDLE is reporting.
Is that language you picked? I mean, did you decide that that's the language that has to be used?
I did not know.
Is that the accepted language in the science?
It is the accepted language within the community.
Whether that's you or another analyst at FDLE or another analyst at some other law enforcement agency somewhere else across the country or the world, that would be the acceptable way to describe the results per the current custom of people in your field?
Yes, it's an accepted language based on the current guidelines.
You were also asked about the fingernails at Lank and about how you didn't do the chemical testing to see if there's blood on the fingernail or whatever, and you kept saying it was to conserve the sample. What does that mean?
It means I wanted to make sure I had enough sample in order to take it to DNA analysis. Like I spoke about earlier, my DNA testing works best if you put in enough DNA. So I wanted to make sure I was able to collect enough DNA, and even though it would remove a small portion, by doing the blood test, I wanted to make sure that I was going to be able to have enough to take forward to DNA analysis.
You were also asked over and over, the defense kept trying to get you to say that weight is the same thing as confidence, how confident Star Mix is, and you keep saying weight is not confidence. Can you explain that to the jury?
So what we were looking at is the Star Mix report. It's looking at all the different genotypes that could be present for the different contributors. And so when you're looking at the different contributors, like we were for number 2, it's giving a particular weight to that genotype at that area. So when I'm comparing a known individual, if they happen to be the genotype that has the lowest overall weight, that is going to take into account during the calculation. Same thing if the person whom comparing has the highest weight, it is going to take into account during the calculation as well.
All right, and so let's just hypothetically create the first loci of someone, and it turns out to be an 11-12. That's the reading that you believe is an 11-12, okay? Is STR mix then looking at the possibility that of 10-12, meaning you subtracted 1 from 11, so it's 10-12, or 12-12, meaning you added 1 to 11, or 10-11, meaning you subtracted 1 from 12, or 10-13, meaning you added 1 to 12. It's looking at all of those possibilities, is that correct?
So if our DNA profile in the mixture, and using a mixture is the best way to talk about it, if it is a 11-12, it's looking at what is the overall DNA contribution, and could that person be in the genotypes a 11-12, an 11-11, or a 12-12, and giving a particular weight to all of those combinations. And so then when I make the comparison afterwards, it is providing the statistic based on the weights as well.
So when Mr. Kane kept asking you about how you kept looking for results you like, are you telling me that STR mix is actually looking at all the possible variables? It's looking at 11-12, 11-11, 12-12, maybe 10-11, whatever the case may be. It's calculating all of these possibilities?
It is calculating all the different possibilities.
All right. And at the end of the day, who makes the call? Does the computer make the call, or do you make the call?
I make the call if the run works like it should or not, and then if it doesn't, I I get outside guidance, and then all of my work is reviewed to ensure that
Yeah, we're asking another question.
Yes. Ma'am, so you make the decision about whether or not the run did or didn't work. So let's say you go to do the first run and something goes wrong. The instrument backfires or whatever happens. I don't know what could go wrong, but something goes wrong. Do you just take those results and throw them out completely?
No, I don't. Those are all retained within the case file.
So they can be seen?
Yes.
All right, so now you run it a second time, and those, for whatever reason, something goes haywire, whatever the case may be. Do you throw those results out?
No, they're retained in the case file.
So you have all those too?
Yes.
All right, now you run it the third time, and here's my question. Does the computer say, well, I know what it ran the first time, so I'm going to use that somehow to decide what I tell you the third time?
No, they're independent of each other.
It's not tracking what was said the first time or the second time to somehow influence what is said the third time?
No, they're independent.
Is one of the sort of fundamental concepts of science is that it's supposed to be repeatable, that you can replicate it, that you can do something and then you do it again? That's sort of a fundamental concept of science?
Having reproducibility is one of the concepts that we look for in testing.
So in theory, if you ran it a fourth time or a fifth time, you would expect to have the same results, again, absent some sort of glitch didn't happen?
I wouldn't know because I didn't run them, but I would hope that they would run fine.
How often do you have glitches? Is this something unusual where you had a case where you tried to run a single source and twice it didn't work as expected?
It's happened to me before, aside from this case, so I know it has happened.
I want to ask you, we keep talking about these numbers, 11, 12, whatever the case may be, 10, 12, all these sorts of things. When you look inside a person, there's not like an actual number. Like if you could look at my DNA, you wouldn't see a 10 and a 12 sitting next to each other, would you?
I would not. The 10 and 12 indicate how many times your DNA is repeated at that particular area.
So going back to what you talked about, you're breaking DNA into these like short tandem repeats, STR, correct?
Yes, that's what it stands for.
And when you feed the DNA through a machine, it spits out a number, and it might be 10, 11, 12, I don't know, whatever number it is, it'll be some number, is that correct?
They correlate to numbers.
And so when you're looking at the numbers in total, you're looking at all these different locations, and STR mix is contemplating all the variables of possibilities, whether it's a 10-11, an 11-11, a 11-12, whatever the case may be. You're doing all of that. Are you taking all of that into consideration before you're even deciding whether or not a person is a contributor?
I'm making an overall conclusion as to what the sample is before I'm even looking at who can be a contributor and who can't.
Are you therefore looking at the totality of what is there and not each individual instance of what's happening?
I'm looking at the profile as a whole before it's compared.
How many other questions? Take your honor.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or by the defense, released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
State calls Anna Cox.
Anna Cox. Ms. Cox, good afternoon and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn, wherever you're comfortable, you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the chair. Please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you. I was giving the witness a chance there a second to set up. You ready to go?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Anna Cox.
And Ms. Cox, what do you do for a living?
I own my own private forensic consulting business.
And do you consult in any particular areas?
I specialize in bloodstain pattern analysis, proper chemical enhancement procedures, as well as proper homicide processing procedures.
All right, those are sort of different things, so let's talk about those just very basically. What is bloodstain pattern analysis?
That is a discipline of forensic science where we analyze and interpret bloodstains at a crime scene in an attempt to provide information on the bloodshedding events that have occurred.
Okay, and then you talked about chemical enhancement?
Yes.
What's that?
That is using a variety of chemicals to enhance whether it be something we call latent fingerprint ridge detail, trying to see if we can get comparable characteristics so that enhancement can be compared to a known item, whether that be fingerprints, tire marks, fabric marks. And I specialize particularly in enhancement of blood prints on a variety of surfaces and substrates.
All right, and you talk about blood prints. What do you mean by blood prints? You mean like bloody fingerprints?
Sure, you can have bloody fingerprints, there can be bloody shoe wear, there can be fabric impressions. I've enhanced weapon impressions, and there's a variety of chemicals that you can use because the surface is basically going to dictate to you which chemical that you need to be using. So I am proficient in the chemical application as well as understanding the chemical composition as well as how it reacts with the surface I'm going to be processing.
Well, let's talk about your educational background. Did you go to college?
I did.
And did you take courses in science in college?
I did.
And then having graduated from college, what did you do then? Did you just go into business for yourself and start doing this?
No.
What happened?
I subsequently went and got a certificate in crime scene technology after I received my bachelor's degree. And that certificate in crime scene technology was comprised of basically your core field work courses: photography, fingerprint processing, proper documentation of a scene, crime scene safety. So it kind of gave you your fundamentals to process a scene. While I was a student at that particular college, I met the section manager of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, of which I subsequently became hired as a forensic science specialist there. And then while I was working, I pursued additional academic education.
And I don't know if it's the correct name, but I mean, everybody calls them crime scene investigators. Did you become a crime scene investigator?
I did. We were called forensic science specialists, which was just a fancy term for
And is
crime
this
scenes.
around 2000 when all this is happening?
Yes, I actually began as a volunteer autopsy technician at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office. I did that for about 6 months, and then I was subsequently hired in July of 2000 at the sheriff's office.
And so now that you're hired at the sheriff's office and you're working as a forensic, what is it again?
Forensic science specialist.
Forensic science specialist. I'm going to call it CSI. You got to forgive me. Now that you're working as a forensic science specialist, are you working in the field every day, or not every day, but whatever days you're working out, taking photos, collecting fingerprints, collecting items of potential evidence, whatever the case may be?
Yes, that was my specific job responsibilities, was to respond to crime scenes ranging from property crimes all the way to death investigations, and I was tasked with all forms of identifying, documenting, processing, collecting, proper packaging, securing, maintaining chain of custody, report writing, all of that. I was responsible to do that for any scene I responded to.
So I want to talk with you ultimately about blood pattern analysis. How do you start moving into blood pattern analysis?
After I finished my probationary period at the sheriff's office and graduated from the field training, my section manager recognized that I did in fact have a natural science background and some coursework that I had taken academically, and asked me if I would be interested in pursuing bloodstain pattern analysis. This was roughly a year after I had started the sheriff's office, so in 2001. And I indicated an interest in it and was immediately sent to take professional coursework from other bloodstain pattern analysts in the field. I actually fell in love with the discipline, really enjoyed the science background to it, as well as the application of it to scene work, and I've just been continuing from there.
All right, so when we last left off, you're working at the sheriff's office. You've now sort of started to specialize in the blood pattern analysis. At some point, do you ever go and get further degrees or certificates or anything in school?
Yes, I went to University of Florida, and I enrolled in their graduate certificate program, which was 4 courses that had been extrapolated from their master's degree program. I took forensic anthropology, forensic DNA, serology, and I took forensic medicine 1 and 2, and successfully completed that graduate program and received my graduate certificate in death investigation. I did not finish or pursue my master's degree at the University of Florida because then the rest of the coursework became very lab-based, and I don't work in a lab, I work the road. So I was more interested in pursuing an academic education that was more geared towards what I do on a daily basis, and subsequently enrolled in another master's degree program that was in fact field-based.
All right, so you talk about you work the road. Do you mean like you work out in the field?
Yes, I worked the road at the sheriff's office. We call it work in the road, which means I actually dispatched out to active crime scenes. And as part of my private business, I am still contacted by local agencies throughout the state of Florida, and I still respond on behalf of those agencies to assist with an investigation.
All right, we're going to get to that, but in my understanding then, you went to the University of Florida, you got your graduate certificate, and basically you said, I don't want to be a guy sitting behind a desk, or I don't want to be a woman sitting behind a desk in a lab. I want to work out in the field.
I wanted to continue in the field, correct.
All right, so you mentioned that there was another university that did have something more akin to what you wanted. Tell us about that.
I enrolled in a graduate master's degree program through National University, which is based out of San Diego, California. And that master's degree I got actually specializes in investigations. So it was additional coursework in fingerprinting, photography, major case investigations, proper processing. I was also required to complete a thesis, which had to be peer reviewed before I was allowed to present it to the university. And I did my master's thesis on a very specific field of bloodstain analysis, where I analyzed bloodstains on clothing.
All right, and so that's your thesis that you ultimately presented and defended for your master's?
Correct.
Okay, so now what year are we in when you're getting your master's?
If I recall, I received my master's degree in 2016.
And are you still working at the sheriff's office then, or have you left employment to go be in California and take your school?
Well, I did my academic education from National was online, but I at that time was a private consultant, so I went straight from the sheriff's office. In 2013, I left the sheriff's office and immediately opened my own business, and then kept working the road, working in the field, as well as doing case file reviews for agencies.
All right, and so since 2013, when you kind of put up your own shingle and opened your own business, tell me who hires you and what you've been hired for.
I am hired by law enforcement agencies to respond to scenes, or if I'm not called when the scene is still active, I can do a case file review off of the agency's CSI work. I am also contacted by attorneys, both defense as well as state attorneys, and I also am at times contacted by families as well as civil attorneys.
All right, so you work both criminal and civil, both for state and for defense.
That's correct.
And how many times do you think you've been hired as a private consultant?
Can I refer to my CV?
If it helps you, sure. Don't read from it, but take a look and refresh your memory.
As a private consultant, I have an overall casework total of over 200 cases.
Okay. And some of those, I assume, are for state, some of those, I assume, are for defense?
That's correct.
And are they only here in Hillsborough County, or have you worked all over the state?
I've worked all over the state, as well as in Louisiana and Maryland.
And there's also state court for criminal cases, and there's federal court for criminal cases. You ever worked a federal case?
I have.
Do you currently stay up to date in the field? Do you have to take some sort of classes, or do you read journals or something to keep you up to speed on what's going on in the developments in the science?
Yes, I am members of some professional associations, which affords me the opportunity to read their journals. So that's primarily why I'm actually part of the membership, is to have access to the journals. I also teach quite frequently, and I recognize part of my responsibility as being an instructor is to be well versed on new trends, new scientific information. So I do a lot of my own self-instruction.
And when you say you teach, do you mean like you teach like in a classroom, like at a university, or you mean like you teach crime scene investigators, like new ones? What do you mean?
I teach bloodstain coursework. I teach chemical enhancement, primarily at this time to local agencies, as well as through professional law enforcement affiliations. For example, the Institute of Police Technology and Management, which is affiliated with the University of North Florida in Jacksonville. So I will teach up-and-coming crime scene investigators and investigators. I've had attorneys I've taught in courses. I've had some laboratory people who have opted to take some of my courses. So I have the opportunity to teach to a variety of different types of individuals.
Have you ever been asked to serve as a guest speaker or a lecturer or something like that, like at a conference or anything of that sort?
Yes, I actually have spoken for the International Association of Homicide Investigators. I've done bloodstain analysis presentations for them. I have also taught bloodstain analysis for a multi-jurisdictional law enforcement society up in up in Illinois. I also have taught at the Florida Division of the International Association of Identification. I did a professional presentation for them, so I also do speak as well for affiliations, yes.
All right, at this time I return to the witness report here. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Judge, can I approach?
You may.
Senator,
You don't have to ask.
Thanks, Judge. Ma'am, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 64A and B, and States Exhibits 65A through M. Do you recognize these things?
I do.
All right, as to States 64A and B, are those diagrams that you created for for the purposes of assisting in your testimony today?
The large one is my diagram, and then this back page is just a enlargement of a portion of that diagram.
And those are things that you created yourself?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd move into evidence State's Exhibit number 64A and B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 64A and B will be admitted at this time.
And as to 65A through M, are those photos that you took of evidence that's in this case that you used for purposes of analysis that you'll be testifying to shortly?
Yes.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict the items that you saw and the things that you observed on them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit number 65A through M.
Any objection?
No objection.
65A through M admitted at this time.
Ms. Cox, did you also prepare a PowerPoint slide as a demonstrative to help explain the work that you do?
I did.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, at this time I would publish the demonstrative that Ms. Cox created.
Any objection?
I'd say no.
All right, you may.
All right, let me see if I can get this to work. Oh, good. So is this your PowerPoint?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to click through the pages and you tell us what we're using here, explain to us what we're reading and what's important.
Okay, so I've abbreviated bloodstained pattern analysis. We just call it BPA. And it is, by definition, the scientific study of the blood stains and patterns resulting from a blood shedding event. So regardless of the type of incident that causes the blood shedding event, we can respond and attempt to analyze and interpret the blood stains. So it could be anything from a burglary to a death investigation. And what we are tasked with doing is we identify, document, define, analyze, and then interpret the blood stains and patterns that we visually see at the scene. And there's a lot of considerations that we must make when we are attempting to analyze and then interpret the blood shedding event. We look at the size, the shape, and the distribution of the blood stains and patterns. We look at the number of the blood stains. And the interesting thing about the size, shape, and distribution of the blood stains is that the way that the blood stain is distributed is very entrenched to the natural sciences. It really reflects some of the core concepts of physics. Then we look at the number of the stains. We look at their location, the surface that they're on. And we also look at the relationship of the stains and patterns to other stains and patterns at the scene, as well as other items of evidence. So it is incredibly beneficial for me that I do have a crime scene background, of which I've responded to a variety of different scenes, because I understand how different surfaces and different situations can affect evidence at a particular scene. Then, of course, we have to be respectful of scene-specific variables. And what I mean by that would be like the history of the scene, the evidence itself. Is it an indoor? Is it an outdoor scene? Are there multiple persons that are shedding blood? Has there been any type of medical intervention? Has there been collection of evidence prior to documentation due to element reasons? So those are all things, all of those must be considered when you're attempting to do an analysis and an interpretation.
All right, I'm going to click over to the second page. What are we looking at here?
A lot of times people ask me why I'm called out to work a scene or why I'm called to do a case file review. And the primary ones that I'm requested to see if I can do is determine the location of the individual when injuries were inflicted, to determine a possible sequence of events that created the patterns. For example, if there's any alteration to the blood stains or patterns, or if you have blood stains on top of blood stains, to attempt to see if we can sequence how those were distributed. And then if an individual is contaminated with blood and has moved around the scene itself, we can also analyze and interpret to see what those movements may indicate or where in fact those individuals went.
Third slide. What should we take away from this?
The analysis of blood is entrenched in the natural sciences, so we have to be respectful of the fact that we do need to have a background in chemistry and physics and biology. We also use mathematics on certain scenes. And each individual scene is going to dictate which natural science is going to play the most priority on our type of analysis. So, for example, one of the primary things that we must be aware of is the actual components of blood. And we also have to understand body's reaction to the infliction of injury. So we have to be at least aware of and understanding of medical examiner results or medical intervention results or medical treatment. We also have to understand that once the blood has left the body and it's exposed to the environment, certain environments can impose drastic changes on blood itself. So we also have to be aware of that to make sure that we are in fact considering all of the blood that needs to be considered, but also not considering things that are not blood. And then physics, we have a fundamental knowledge of the basic laws of physics as it applies to the distribution of blood. And the two primary ones are going to be your traditional gravity and air resistance, which are your naturally occurring phenomenon that can play a role in how blood is distributed. And then, of course, if there's an introduction of an outside force that disrupts your natural physics, those blood stains and patterns are going to look completely different than the stains and patterns that are just affected by your natural laws of physics of gravity and air resistance.
Next slide, tell us what we're taking away from this.
The identifying blood stains and patterns, we as blood stain analysts, we have several blood stains and patterns that based on their physical appearance and their size, their shape, and their distribution, we have several categories of blood that have already been defined based on those characteristics. And the best way for me to describe blood stain analysis is it's like a forest full of trees, and all of your trees have a tree trunk, and your tree trunk is going to be your very basic generic description of a blood stain. There are times when we are able to actually analyze and interpret a blood stain even more definitively, and we'll start to go up on what I call the branches. So, for example, one of our patterns is something called a projection pattern, and that is a blood stain pattern that results from the ejection of blood under hydraulic pressure, and it's typically caused by a breach in the circulatory system, especially something like an artery. We also have your large volume. So your large volume stains are going to be what we consider to be your passive tree trunk, which means that is a blood stain that results from an accumulation of blood on a particular area. So, for example, an injury is bleeding. There's not a lot of introduction of force to it. It's just the wound is allowed to bleed and it's not being inhibited or interrupted by anything. That is completely different than a projection pattern because a projection pattern is under hydraulic pressure. So that's they're visually completely different. Another passive tree branch would be a drip stain and a drip trail. And those are basically falling drops of blood that form due to gravity. So, example I can give is your rendering aid. You've cut your finger, you're rendering aid over your bathroom sink. While you're trying to render aid, the blood is just dripping down and coming off of your elbow. That would be a passive drip stain. Drip trails go from one location to another. Sometimes you can tell which way, sometimes you can't. And sometimes we get a phenomenon called satellite spatter. And satellite spatter associated with your drip stains is a smaller blood stain that actually forms because the parent stain impacts the surface. Best example of that is a rainstorm. You watch a rainstorm, you watch your puddle, rain hits the puddle, and you'll see it break into little pieces and bounce outward. That's what we call satellite spatter. We also see that with blood stains. Cast off is going to be a different tree trunk. This is going to be blood released from an object due to its motion. So that motion could be the rapid acceleration or the rapid deceleration of an item. Typically, you'll hear people refer to it as something being flung. So an example of that would be if I had blood on the end of my fingers and I flung my hand like that, that would cause cast off, which is once again a completely different action than blood just dripping off my hand. Transfer is exactly what it sounds like. A surface that's contaminated with wet blood comes into contact with another surface and distributes a pattern. Sometimes we can tell what that is. Sometimes it could be a handprint, it could be fingerprints, it could be a shoe print. Sometimes we can't tell. There's no discernible characteristics. A swipe is almost exactly like a transfer, but it shows movement. So rather than just my hand coming straight up and down, it shows relative movement. And then a flow pattern is where blood, the movement of a volume of blood due to the gravity or movement of a target. A lot of times you'll see flow patterns when you have a large accumulation of blood and the blood just streams down following the topography of whatever item it is on.
What are we looking at here in the next slide?
One of the things that we can use to interpret possible movement or the directionality of a person who's contaminated with blood, or the direction an item was moving when blood was dispersed, we call that directionality. So for example, the stains over here on the left, we call them tadpole stains. Some people call them exclamation points. The gist of it is the very thin tapered end is actually pointing in the direction of which the blood was traveling when those stains were distributed. So for this left-hand side, it would be downward. Over onto the right-hand side, that is actually a series of passive drip stains. And the directionality of the passive drip stains indicates relative motion heading towards the right, because you can see some of the stain becomes a little bit elongated and we have some spines that are actually traveling to the right. So that is just another tool that we use when we're interpreting the blood stains.
What are we looking at here?
That is a very classic projection patterns, and the projection patterns that you see there, the reason they look like they're arched is because they are from a breached artery. So it is the muscle, the heart actually pumping and then releasing, and it comes out in almost like an arcing formation if they're in proximity to a surface to see that. So you'll see the other thing that you can see with projection patterns, which help us to identify it, is some of the larger stains have enough volume that sometimes you'll see some of the blood actually start to flow down from it. So those are some of the characteristics that we look for projection pattern.
What's this?
Those are large volumes. So this is blood that is just being allowed to accumulate on a surface. There's no real introduction of an outside force. We get a little bit more specific. If it's on a hard surface, it's called pooled blood. If it's on an absorbent surface, we call it a saturation.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm grabbing something.
And here on the next slide?
So this would be an example of drip stains and drip trails. And the stain in the top left corner on the actual TV, that is a passive drip stain that has come into contact with a rough surface. So when it made contact with the rough surface, the stain actually broke. And you can see that there's residual small stains around it. That's satellite spatter. As opposed to the drip stain that is on the right, that is more circular and doesn't appear to be as broken, and that's because that's on a smooth surface. So this is where you're starting to see that not only do we have to be aware of specific characteristics, physical characteristics of the stain, we also have to be very cognizant of the surface that it's on. And then a drip trail. So for example, that drip trail down there in the bottom left, I can't tell you if they were going to the right or to the left. So it is just a drip trail.
What are we looking at here on the slide entitled satellite spatter?
That is more demonstrative explanation of satellite spatter, and the difference in these is the one on the right-hand side, you can see a lot more of the small stains that are encompassing or radiating outward from that original stain. And what happens is if you have blood that continually starts to drip into itself, you'll start to have more blood that can bounce out and break. Another example would be the rainstorm. At the beginning of the rainstorm, the puddle's not that big. At the end of a big thunderstorm, it's much larger, and you have many, many, many more stains radiating outward. Same phenomenon for blood. So you can either have just the blood dripping into itself where somebody is stationary, or if you have an injury that is profusely bleeding uninterrupted, you may get what we call rapid distribution of the blood. And then it basically pours down, for lack of a better term, and then you can also see that satellite spatter coming out.
What are we looking here? A non-horizontal surface.
So this is a drip stain that is actually on clothing. It's on a pair of jeans. And even though it is a drip stain, it looks completely different. A, because it's horizontal, it's dripping downward, and B, because it's on a textile. So once again, this is where we're getting into and having to look at a lot of different features. So you can see that the drip stain was traveling downward on here because it kind of breaks, but it still indicates somewhat of a directionality pointing downward.
And what do you mean by it breaks? Could you explain that?
When blood comes into contact with a textile, especially if it's not like a smooth textile, like a silk, if it's something that's got some coarseness to it, like a denim or like a t-shirt, or if it's something that's got like ribbing to it or some special type of design embedded into it, the stain is going to bounce a little bit, so it's going to break because it's not one smooth surface as if we were to put a passive drip stain on a piece of glass that was horizontal. There's nothing on the glass to help it break, so that's what I mean by the stain is broken.
And so if we were looking at a stain like this, you would expect this, and I don't know if it's the correct word, but you expect this is basically one drop of blood. It hits the clothing, and it's all one, but it sort of leaves individual little markings as it goes down?
Correct. And we try to be respectful of the fact that there are going to be situations where we're not going to be able to exactly tell. So I would just call this passive dripping. It could be two stains right above each other, or it could be one large stain. But what we look at and focus is and interpret the fact that they are both going downwards, and that it was a horizontal type of distribution, or non-horizontal.
Now we move to cast off. What are we looking at here?
That is for example, a bloodied item releasing blood due to its motion. So that could be the rapid acceleration of an item or the rapid deceleration of an item. And sometimes you get cast off stains that form this very beautiful type of linear pattern, and you can see exactly where it started and exactly where it ended. And other times the item has been flung multiple times, or there's a change in swinging motion, or the actual surface it's coming off of is large. So you may just get what we call, for lack of a non-scientific term, you get like a mishmash of all these different stains and patterns, and they range in directionality and size. But as you can see, this looks completely different from like a passive drip stain.
Here's transfer and swipe. What's important about this?
This is where a surface is contaminated with wet blood, comes into contact with the surface, and deposits the blood onto the surface. The one on the left is just a transfer. There's no discernible characteristics to it, whereas the one on the right is what we call a swipe. It just shows that the item that deposited that was in motion during the deposition, or the surface that was in motion during the deposition.
And you keep using the word deposition, but you don't mean deposition like lawyers conduct depositions.
Oh no, deposition, as the stain's being deposited.
Okay. Here's flow pattern. What do we know about this?
This is where the flow pattern, where the blood is allowed to just flow down based on the topography of whatever the item it's on, and the sheer fact that there's enough volume of blood that gravity is pulling it downward. So that's what the flow pattern would they look like. And then if there's movement by the target, you'll see an alteration and movement of the blood stain as it continues to flow down.
So the one on the right there where it's sort of bent, would that normally indicate to you like some kind of movement in the course of the blood flowing down the substance?
That's correct.
All right, that's that. I want to now talk with you about this case. You were asked to evaluate the evidence in this case, pictures and so on, correct?
Yes.
Tell us the kind of things that you looked at in this case in the review of the file before you started coming to any sort of conclusions.
I requested and reviewed the photographs from the scene, and I received multiple photographs from multiple representatives of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. I also requested the autopsy photographs, as well as any documentation of any clothing that had been removed from Ms. Baker during the autopsy. I also requested and reviewed the 911 call. That was about 16 minutes long. I also reviewed Hillsborough County Medical Examiner. I reviewed their initial case summary report. I reviewed their report of what their actions were at the scene, as well as the official autopsy report that was authored by the medical examiner. I also was provided the toxicology report that was supplemented along with the autopsy report. I also reviewed some of the medical records for Mr. Matthew Terry. He had been received treatment for some of his injuries, and I wanted to review those items as well. I also reviewed the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office reports, and that would include the first responder reports, because there were multiple individuals who responded to the scene and conducted the investigation. That also included the crime scene technician reports. I also reviewed those. And then I was provided Florida Department of Law Enforcement DNA reports as well. And I also, after reviewing that, completed documentation of my own.
All right, so I want to start showing you some photos. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 41B. Let me zoom out here. Is this one of the photos that you looked at?
Yes.
All right, and so here we can see a variety of crime scene markers, T, S, R, Q, and on the fence it's a little hard to see, but I believe that's CC, like Charlie, Charlie. Did you review all of these?
I did.
All right, so I want to start with letter R, which is depicted here in State's Exhibit 41J. That's a little better. Also depicted in State's 41K. And then 41L. And then 41M. And I want to talk with you first about this part in 41M. Did you have a chance to go out to the scene?
Not the night of the incident.
Did you have a chance to go out to the scene somewhere afterwards?
I did.
Were you able to find this general area of the home at 6211, that's sort of the little alleyway between 6209 and 6211, that sort of area that's depicted in these photos?
Yes, I did physically see that area.
All right. And so, assuming this is 6211, there is this red stain on this wall. What can you tell me about this?
That is a projection pattern.
And how do you know it's a projection pattern?
The characteristics of it were very indicative of a projection pattern, including the basic undulation appearance of it, so it actually arcs up and down. You also have the rather large parent staining, where it's the larger, more circular stains, and then you have the smaller flow patterns that are coming down, and that's just because there was a volume of blood that was sufficient enough that the blood began to flow down. And I look at all of the photographs. I looked at all the photographs in this case before I ever read a report, even the medical examiner's report. And I actually remember thinking to myself, I need to look at medical reports to see if somebody has a artery injury, because that was very indicative of that to me. And so that's what it was of interest of the pattern itself.
All right, and so I'm going to zoom in just so everyone can see. But that looks like a tape measure next to it, and it looks like this arch on the wall is no taller than, at best, maybe 10 or 11 inches off the ground, correct?
That's correct.
Based on the position of this arch on the wall, as well as the portion of the ground you can see in front of it here, and given the tape measurements both up the wall and away from the wall through the yard, can you tell me anything about the position of the person who would have been spraying blood from their artery when this mark is made on the wall?
The artery that was distributing this blood was in very close proximity to that portion of the wall and was very low to the ground.
All right, and so when you say close proximity, as we're looking here in State's Exhibit 41L, it looks like the blood goes about as far as maybe 36 inches out. Is that what you mean by close proximity, or you mean something closer than that?
I would say that it's even closer to the wall, because the actual stain that I identified as the projection pattern itself is on the wall, and then it kind of continues down onto the ground where the wall immediately abuts up against the sandy area. So that would indicate that the artery, as it's releasing blood because it's been breached, is in very close proximity to that wall.
And you say the person must be very low to the ground. In this case, you were able to see the pictures of Kay Baker, correct?
I not only saw the photographs, I also read the autopsy report.
All right, and obviously then you know that she has a pretty large wound to the left side of her neck.
Correct.
How low does she have to be to the ground in order to form this pattern on the wall? I mean, could she be standing upright?
I associated this projection pattern with coming from the breached carotid, as it was indicated in the medical examiner report. There were no other indications of arteries that had been transcended, violated, or injured, so that I attributed to her carotid, which means the left side of her neck had to be in proximity to that lower portion of the wall.
All right, but what I'm asking is, can you tell me any indication as to how high up her neck was from the ground? Could she have been standing up?
I would exclude her being standing up. I would include that she is her neck is low to the ground, just above the ground.
So, for example, if she was laying on her back with her left side exposed to the wall, would that be something that could be consistent with this pattern?
I cannot exclude that.
If, alternatively, I turn it the other direction, now she's sort of face down, either laying on her stomach or just barely on her hands and knees, and her neck is again exposed to the left side of the wall, is that consistent with this mark on the wall?
That is also something that cannot be excluded.
But she would have to be somewhere in the position of like either laying on her back, her neck is that low to the ground, or like very low to the ground on her hands and knees, somewhere where her neck is very close to the ground.
Very close to the ground and close to that wall.
Yes, sir.
So if this is a good time, or
I'll just take it right now, it's fine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been sitting for more than an hour and a half.
Is there anywhere that leads you to think there's arterial spray anyplace other than this picture?
No.
So now I want to draw your attention to marker S. Here's States Exhibit 41I. And again, there's a ruler. The 3-foot mark is right here, so this looks like it's within 3 feet, but there's no projection pattern. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what do you notice about this that's of interest?
What was of interest regarding this particular pattern is it is a saturation pattern to the ground. And while there was saturation to the ground also under the projection pattern, there were also a couple of passive drip stains that were around the saturation under photo marker R. I didn't see any of that over here at S. So this had, and I don't see any satellite spatter around this particular stain either. So first of all, when I identified it as a saturation pattern, that just means that the individual who was bleeding in this area, they were allowed to bleed there for a period of time, and it's most consistent with them being in very close proximity to the ground or laying on the ground, because I don't have any of the bouncing satellite spatter, and I didn't have any projection patterns on the wall.
All right. And now I want to turn to marker T as depicted in States 41F. What are we looking at here?
That is a large saturation pattern, and actually some of the saturation has begun to follow the topography of the ground, and it has started to travel to different areas based on the topography of the ground, the different structures of the ground. So, and this area, some of the blood looks like it may have begun to coagulate or to clot a little bit. So, and what was interesting of that is that was in proximity to where Miss Baker was documented in the scene photographs where she was documented. And so that was just confirmation that once she came to that location, she was in that area until she was documented.
This is the area where she would have ultimately have come to rest.
Correct.
Even before the neighbor found her, this is still consistent with this is the final place that she was at.
Yes, that is consistent with all the other evidence that I reviewed in this particular case. I have no reason to believe that once she went to that area, she went anywhere else.
All right, I want to talk with you about State's Exhibit 41D, and then a further close-in shot, 41E. What, if anything, did you notice about this?
This is an area of unique staining, and I actually spent a lot of time looking at the photographs of these particular stains and patterns. And I came to the conclusion, based off of all the other scene-specific variables and what the other stains and patterns were telling me as I was looking, this is consistent in appearance with what I consider to be cast-off. I originally was trying to consider whether it was passive drip staining as opposed to cast-off, which required me to look at the ground below it to see if there was any other subsequent stains like saturation that would allow me to differentiate that that was passive. I didn't see any of that. So I thought, well, based on the fact that I know she's in area R at a point and then she's in area T, I felt, I believe, based on the scene-specific variables and information, that is most likely cast off from her moving to that final resting position, her abrupt movement to that resting position. And I also cannot exclude when she was rolled over. So I also was aware of that via the 911 call. So all of those taken into consideration allow me to identify that as cast off.
But in your opinion, having reviewed all of these different photos that we're looking at, marker R, which you know to be Kay Baker's has been identified as the person whose blood that is.
Yes.
Then moving to marker S, moving to marker T, and ultimately the cast-off, which is marker DD, which is again indicating, DNA is indicating is Kay Baker's blood. Does all of this suggest to you that there was an ongoing struggle there in the yard of some kind?
There was there was movement between R and T, and the proximity of the stains in relationship to each other and their overall appearance, as well as the information provided to me, not only in the photographs that I saw of Ms. Baker, but of the medical documentation through the medical examiner's report, that would indicate movement of Ms. Baker.
All right, and I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 65B, or 64B, sorry. And zoom in for a second. Again, we looked at R, S, T, and DD. Did you also look at pictures related to BB and AA?
I did.
All right, so let's look at those pictures a second. And did you see the FDLE analysts who ultimately concluded that that was a mixture of blood?
Yes, I did review that report.
All right, so here's State's Exhibit 41T. And I'll zoom in just so people can orient them. BB is to the left, AA is to the right. And then I'm going to show, here's 41U, 41V, and ultimately 41W, which is related to BB per the marker. What can you tell us about this?
I identified and interpreted those stains to be cast-off stains as well, and they look visually different than the cast-off stains that were documented in Area DD on the front porch, and that is because the abrupt movement of the bloodied item is different. So that's another thing that I have to take in consideration. And the reason I can tell that the movement is different is because the stains or on the front porch were larger in size. They also exhibited directionality that was towards the porch, towards the road. And the reason that they were larger is because the item that distributed those did not have a lot of momentum. Because the more momentum or the more force that you introduce that breaks the natural laws of physics and it's no longer a passive stain, the introduction of that force, as the force gets greater, the stains get smaller. So that is how I can determine that these stains appear in not only their distribution, their elongated size, as well as their relationship to each other. This is indicative of an item that is has momentum that is moving towards the backyards. So these cast-offs are completely different incidents.
So I'm going to put the picture, but put 64B back up again. Are you saying that based on the markings of BB and AA, they indicate to you that they were created by a person moving away, if the road was over here, they're moving away from the road towards the backyard?
Yes, the item that is contaminated with the mixture of blood at BB was the directionality is toward the backyard.
Okay. And you're aware that BB is indicated as being Kay Baker and Matthew Terry in the mixture?
Yes.
Does this indicate to you that Mr. Terry then had to be somewhere in that vicinity, or his blood at least had to be somewhere in that vicinity to get into the mixture and then get cast off onto the wall?
Yes, so bloodletting had to have already occurred for Mr. Terry.
I want to next talk about, as we look at States 54B, there are a variety of things that are, and again, this is your diagram. Is this to scale?
No.
Okay, so this is not to
No.
scale, but there's a variety of markers moving up here, Z, Y, X, so on and so forth, getting all the way to U. Do you remember looking at marker U in the pictures?
I do.
Here states 42S. What did you note about this?
The first thing that I noted is that it is a transfer stain. So an item contaminated with wet blood came into contact with the north side, or the side of the fence that is close to the roadway. It's kind of on the corner. And so the actual residences would be towards the back of the photograph. So the first thing that I noticed was that there's a transfer stain there. There's also a transfer stain adjacent to it on the actual edge of the fence, and then there's another transfer stain down on the bottom. So those in proximity to each other indicates to me that an individual or item contaminated with wet blood, possibly on multiple areas, had contact with that fence, or if it's just one area that's contaminated, it had multiple contacts. So either some individual or item has blood on multiple areas, or one area is having multiple contacts with that portion of the fence.
Do you know what ridge detail is?
I do.
What is ridge detail?
Ridge detail is the skin on your fingertips and your feet, which allows you to grip things. It gives you a bit of a texture on there. And ridge detail, a lot of people call them fingerprints, but ridge detail is what we use in the discipline of forensic science. So ridge detail would be the different ridges and bifurcations and things that could possibly allow you to be identified if there was comparable detail.
Were you able to see anything in this picture that was ridge detail?
I did not physically see ridge detail, no.
All right. The fact that you cannot see ridge detail, does that mean this cannot be effectively a handprint on a fence?
No, I actually, it has characteristics consistent with a handprint, so I would not exclude a handprint.
Like, for example, this could be one finger, another finger, another finger, and another finger, 4 fingers on a fence?
Yes, and the way that I would describe this is it's linear patterns separated by relatively evenly spaced voids, and it does have attributes that is possibly consistent with a hand. I can't exclude a hand.
And are you aware that DNA analysis said that this was a mixture that had Kay Baker and Matthew Terry included as contributors to this 2-person mixture?
Yes.
So if this was a hand that had both the defendant and the victim's blood on the hand, and it was placed on this fence for some reason, is there anything about this that is inconsistent with that theory?
That the hand had a mixture? No, that's consistent.
Well, I mean, that's according to the DNA, which you're not here to testify to, but assuming that's what the DNA said, assuming there was a bloody hand, and that blood was the mixture that we're talking about, is this consistent with potentially a hand being placed on a fence?
Yes, it cannot be excluded.
Now, I want to talk with you about the fence line in general. I'm not going to do every single photo of the fence line, but we can see it going up one direction towards the bushes in A, and then looking back the other direction towards where the victim would have come to rest in picture L. There are a series of stains along this fence and one on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
From those stains, can you tell anything about directionality? Can you say that they were created by a person, for example, running towards the bushes, or created by a person, for example, running away from the bushes?
The stains and patterns exhibited different characteristics. So the only stains and patterns that potentially had any type of indication of directionality, there was one area of a relatively large amount of stains, but I cannot identify whether the item that touched it, whether it was going down, going back, or both.
So going back to States 64B, is there anything about any of the blood there along, because you already told us a directionality for A and B, so for these other ones, Z, Y, X, all the way through U, including the P that's the ground marker, is there anything about those markers that rule out the possibility that a person could have, for example, moved one direction and then decided to double back?
I can't exclude that. I have no definitive information to exclude that.
All right, so now we're going to look at markers that start moving across 6209 towards 6207. So give me 1 second to grab all those. So for example, here is States Exhibit 43C. We can see O and N, and if I zoom in, you can see M and J. You looked at all these markers, correct?
I did.
Can you tell us anything about these? Are these a trail?
I did not identify that as a blood trail, no.
Okay. And so I want to differentiate again for the jury to understand. I think for the average person, we think of a trail, like a trail of breadcrumbs, right? Like there's one here, and if I go a little bit further, there's one there, and if there's another one a little further, I call that a trail as sort of an everyday common person, like sort of like connect the dots. But do you use the word blood trail differently?
Yes, by definition, the blood trail is for passive drip stains. We use that terminology when we're defining a trail from one point to another of passive drip staining. And one of the characteristics that we look at when we identify that is we're looking for continuity to the stains. So for example, we're looking that the stains are relatively the same size, they're relatively the same shape, they appear to be deposited by an action that was continuous as opposed to a disjointed type of stain and pattern. And those characteristics were not evident because I did look at the close-ups of all of these photo markers, and there was nothing distinct to me that I identified as a trail like I did in other areas of this scene.
So going back again for a second to State 64B, because they're laid out in a alphabetical fashion, is that suggesting that that's the order in which they were created?
I did not interpret it that way, and that is where, having been a crime scene investigator and having had the experience of working scenes, especially when you're one of the first people there to document the scene, I did not interpret that as to why those markers were placed in those particular places.
All right, so whatever sequence the letters are in, even if they're alphabetical, that does not necessarily mean that that's the sequence the blood is deposited on the ground?
That's not how I interpreted it, no.
I mean, for example, M, N, and O, can you tell a directionality of movement?
I cannot.
So it's equally possible that a person, if these were sequential, if they were, it could be a person going M, N, O, or it could be a person going O, N, M, correct?
Correct.
Or it could be a person going O to M, back to N, and then moving towards J, for example.
Correct.
I want to talk with you about states 43J, specifically this marker, green J. And let me find a close-up shot of that particular marker. What are you seeing here in states 43O as it relates to the green J? And I'll just, because it's so zoomed in, I'll back up a second. Here's states 43N and then 43O. What can you tell us about this?
Some of the blood stains that were in the backyards, I was not able to specifically identify a particular type of stain based on its characteristics, and that was because of the dynamics of this particular scene. However, for photo marker J, I did identify it as a small pool of blood, and then a small area of saturation to a petal. So that was indicative of a blood source bleeding in that area, such that the deposition was had enough blood volume that it caused the blood to actually pool onto the leaf and then actually saturate a leaf. So that's what those particular stains indicated to me.
All right, and you use the word pool, but I noticed there's this like scale or ruler here, correct?
Yes.
Let me see if I turn that off, if that helps at all. The actual mark is here in this area, sort of the dead center of the photo, correct?
Well, the scale, and based on the experience of using scales and having used this scale, it's a representative sampling that is being documented. So I was also looking at distance photographs, the mid-range, and then the close-ups, because you can see that the stain's not continuous. There's one stain to the left, one stain to the right, which is.
What I want to get out is you call this a pool, but according to this is measured in centimeters, correct?
Yes.
This is not feet of blood.
No. So pooling is just the characteristic of it, the fact that the blood had pooled together into one area and it hadn't saturated down, and it was larger than a traditional drip stain, I should say.
All right. And are you aware that the FDLE analysis suggested that this was a single source contributor from Mr. Terry?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay, so again, Mr. Terry's blood somehow has to be getting onto the ground there at marker J, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell from that whether that's coming from a cut in his neck, a cut on his hand, a bloody nose, whatever the case may be?
I can't tell.
But something that's producing the blood of Mr. Terry is then allowing it to spill onto the ground, is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to now move over to the next batch of photos as we get to, as depicted here in state 64A, this cluster over here, the sort of A, B, C, through I and J there. Now, these appear to be much more heavily clustered than, for example, N and O and M and L. Those seem fairly spaced out by comparison. I know this is not to scale, but did you observe, looking at these pictures, that there is a greater concentration or clustering of blood droplets here?
Yes.
And what does that indicate to you?
That indicates that an individual was bleeding, was moving around this area to multiple locations, and it was confined to the area around the jungle gym because there were many stains on the side of the jungle gym that is facing the photo markers.
And let me just show the jury that for a second. Here states 44C. Is this what you're talking about in the fact that there are multiple places or multiple stains on the jungle gym?
Yes, and the interesting thing that allows me to identify that as an individual who's bleeding is because of the stains also on the jungle gym. A lot of them were passive drip stains, and a lot of them were dripped not only on the actual metal bars, but also on the base of the frame, which indicates, based on where the scales are, as you can see in these photographs, that means that if it's a passive drip stain, that blood source has to be above that area. So this is not an individual that's, at least over by the jungle gym, crawling around. This blood source where the different scales are is above those areas, and it's dripping down. And then as you get progressively closer to that fence line,
Let me
and
find
then
the picture for you.
progressively closer to the foliage, you're starting to see a larger volume of blood, and I'm starting to see drip
Is
trails.
this 44A?
Yes,
All right, so now you're actually calling something a drip trail.
yes.
All right, and so tell us where you're seeing that and what that means to you.
Photo markers A and photo marker B, those photo markers don't just represent one single stain. There's actually multiple stains, especially in photo marker A and B, that are spaced out, and they're like saturation patterns, and then you can actually see a drip trail almost connect them.
All right, and we're looking at states 44A, and there's actually two A's here. So let me clarify. When you say A to B, do you mean green A or red A?
Green A.
So you're talking from here at the far left of this picture over here to the marker B, you're seeing drip trails.
Correct.
All of the blood that you're seeing here at these various locations, all of these different markers, A, B, C, all the green ones at least, is this consistent with a person who is lingering in the area for some period of time? And I don't mean like hours, but I mean at least a few seconds or minutes?
That is consistent, yes.
All right. So now I want to turn to that red marker A. So now as we start looking at these red markers, A, B, C, D, moving E, moving through the bushes, what do you notice about them that is of interest?
That there are blood stains and patterns that is on leaves on the ground at red A, and then there are blood stains and that are on the foliage at photo markers B through E. So that indicates an individual with blood on their person and or a bleeding injury is in that foliage.
And so I want to show you a group of photos here from State's Exhibit number 51. Here's 51D, and then E, F, G, and then H. This is all area A, correct?
Yes,
There's actually a couple different spots there where there appears to be blood, correct?
correct.
And you're aware that this was one of the areas that was submitted for analysis and came back to Mr. Terry as the sole contributor, correct?
Yes,
The single source, as it was.
yes.
These dots, or drops, as depicted here in 51E, don't appear to be particularly large. What, if anything, does that tell you?
That either the source of blood was not in that area for an extended period of time, or there wasn't sufficient blood to cause more staining.
Either the person was moving through the area pretty quickly or they weren't bleeding a lot.
Either or.
Now,
Or both.
As we use this photo, because I don't want to go through every single photo, but is this generally roughly the size or the amount of blood that you're seeing as the person is moving through the bushes, or are you seeing large concentrations of blood moving through the bushes?
I didn't see the large concentration of blood that I did by the jungle gym area. There were some leaves and some stems that did have blood deposition on their entirety, but I didn't see any large areas like I did by the jungle gym.
Now, I want to ask you about your diagram here, so it doesn't cause any confusion later. I'm going to show you 54 or 64A, and you created this, correct?
I did.
And it says that it's not to scale, but I want to talk with you just a little briefly here about this sort of left end of the picture. You put in the representation for the bushes and the trees and the whatever, correct?
Yes, it's a standardized computer aided diagramming program that I use.
All right, and so if a person was looking at this picture, they might think to themselves, over here where A, B, C, D, and E is, it's pretty wide, the bush. Whereas over here by where U is, the bush looks pretty thin. Did you do this intentionally because the area by U is any less dense or less thick than the area over by A?
No.
Was the foliage there pretty uniform, running up and down Lithia pine crest?
Yes, and those areas to the left of the sketch, there was a lot of like foliage and bushes and scrub and all that. And then as you get a little bit further down, you still have the scrub and the bushes, but then you're also starting to see some trees.
I want to return for a moment to the victim herself. Did you have a chance to see the condition of the victim as she was at the scene?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of her position before the neighbor found her?
I listened to the 911 call, and my understanding from listening to the 911 call was that she had to be rolled in order for medical intervention for appropriate medical intervention to occur. And that was beneficial to me because one of the first things I looked at when I looked at the blood stain at T and then the location of her position, I actually said to myself before I listened or read any reports, I'm like, who moved her? So when I listened to the 911 call, that provided me that information.
But more specifically, as part of the information that was provided by the neighbor, did you see an indication that she was left side up, right side down to the ground?
There was blood staining on her person that was consistent with her being on her right side with her left side up.
All right. And I want to show you State's Exhibit number 1 for a moment. Do you notice anything of interest between the left side and the right side of Ms. Baker's face?
This was one of the primary things that made me think who at least moved her head. And that is on her forehead, she has flow patterns that are traveling across her forehead, which is not consistent with the position that she's in. So that indicates to me that at some point her forehead is turned, and then as you look on the right side, the right temple area, you can see that there's what we call a void of blood, which means that area was not available to receive blood as it was flowing down her forehead, which is consistent with that area being in contact with the ground. And then because she had a large amount of blood on the left side of her face.
So if the neighbor were to say that he found her on the ground with her head on the ground, the right side against the ground, and her left shoulder in the air, is the blood pattern as depicted on her face consistent with that?
Yes.
That would suggest that that was the position she was in when he found her and that she hadn't been moved before then. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to talk to you about Ms. Baker's clothing. Did you have a chance ultimately to go and inspect the clothes that were taken from Ms. Baker's body?
I did.
And those objects are here in evidence. I'm not going to pull them out because they're still biohazards, but I want to show you State's Exhibit 78D. Tell me what we're looking at here.
So there on her legs, one of the things that I identified was I began to identify the types of stains and patterns that were visually on the pant legs. So I identified areas of saturation, I identified passive drip stains, some with satellite spatter. So I began my process with doing the basic identification of the stains and patterns. So, and I'm looking at them in relationship to each other. So I go and I identify the different stains and patterns, and then I start to look at their appearance in relationship to each other. So what was interesting to me was the location of the saturation stains on her pant legs. And then I'm thinking to myself, well, she doesn't have any corresponding stains on the upper portion of her jeans, like her waistband and her pocket areas. So as I go through and I'm analyzing and I'm interpreting these stains, what I'm trying to do is to see if I can determine the most probable way of those stains being deposited. And what allows me to do that is the location of them on her clothing, the overall appearance of them, their relationship to each other, as well as did any of the stains have what I consider to be directionality, and some of the passive drip stains did.
All right, we're going to talk about directionality, but I just want to first, before we get to there, I want to draw your attention to the space of ground that runs between her legs. Did you notice anything about that?
Yes, I actually looked to see whether or not there were what we call reciprocating stains around her person. So one of the key areas that I really did focus in on was between her legs, because what I'm at this point trying to determine is it possible that those stains and patterns were deposited on her jeans when she's rolled over in that position, and I did not see any reciprocating saturation to the ground between her legs.
There's no blood on the ground here, correct?
Correct.
And she's moved, obviously, so is there any chance that now that you saw the pictures of the ground from all the other different angles of the pictures, do you see anything that looks like a little thin little V area that would have been between her legs where blood would have been deposited?
No, and I intentionally looked at all the photographs before she's removed and after she's removed, because I wanted to make sure that I was cognizant that I was looking at all the photographs available to me.
Okay. So let's talk about the time that you had a chance to look at the pictures directly in evidence. And I'm going to turn now to State's Exhibit 65, A through M. Did you take this photo as depicted in 65A?
I did.
And then 65B,
Yes.
65C,
Yes.
and 65D.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to go back to this one. 65A. Can you tell us about directionality? Because you started to talk about directionality and I cut you off.
What I was looking at directionality, the stains that were immediately brought to my attention are the passive drip stains that are basically in the groin area of her jeans. They have directionality that travels towards the inner seam and towards what would be like the interior area of the groin area. So that allowed me to determine that the blood source was above the groin area, and it was going slightly down towards the interior seam of the legs as well as the groin area. And the other thing that also allowed me to determine that the blood source was above the jeans was right there at the bottom right corner, there's passive drip stains, and then you've got your little satellite spatters that basically bounce outward uniformly around the stain. That also tells me that the blood source was directly above that area of the pants because the blood bounced out uniformly around it. It didn't exaggerate down to one side or another side. So with these stains, that's what I'm doing, is I'm taking each stain and I'm looking at it individually, then I'm looking at it in relationship to the other stains around it, and that's what is providing me the opportunity to get a little bit more specific with positioning or location of the blood source in relationship to when these stains were deposited.
All right, and so you talked about a couple things there. You talked about the satellite. Is that like we see here where there's like these little fringes coming off and the dots expanding out from it?
Yes.
And then you talk about directionality. I'm going to turn the jeans for a second. Is that like these here that are starting at the seam and go kind of downward?
Those, I called them smaller blood stains, but I cannot exclude that those are also satellite spatter from the large deposition of the large saturation stain. The directionality I'm talking about is the drip stains that are actually on the interior seam area of the pants. So that would be consistent with the blood being above those pants and going downward, as opposed to, for example, somebody, Miss Baker, standing up and the blood dripping down. It's not going to defy gravity and turn a corner to go down inside the seam of her leg. It's going to go down the front of her leg. So it's all of those factors that I'm taking into consideration.
So let me ask you a hypothetical. If Ms. Baker was seated with her butt on the ground and her legs stretched out in front of her, so she's sort of like an L, body up and then legs out, let's say, the blood could come out of her neck and fall onto her thigh. Would it then go in towards her inseam of her pants?
If she's leaned over, and that would also could possibly explain the lack of blood that is on the top portion of her pants, is if, because her injury, she had her face and her neck, if she's leaned over, that would then have deposited it away from her waistline and more towards her legs.
All right, so in that scenario where she's seated and bent like an L on the ground with her butt on the ground, she has to be leaning forward enough that the blood is basically falling directly onto her thigh and not, for example, on her chest or onto her waist.
Correct.
Okay, and we'll talk about the backside of the pants in a second. But as a different scenario, would this also be consistent with the notion of Kay Baker is instead, I'm not limber, so I'm not going to try it. Kay Baker is basically sitting on the back of her heels, that her legs are bent underneath her, and she's sitting on the back of her heels. And again, she's leaned forward a bit, the blood would fall onto her thigh and go towards her inseam area.
I cannot exclude that either.
So we know that at marker R, you've told us that she's got to be somewhere low on the ground, either potentially on her back or just barely off the ground, maybe up on her hands and knees or even laying on her stomach. But then these indications indicate to you that at some point Ms. Baker is now sort of up where her neck is above her thighs?
Yeah, the blood source that's depositing these stains and patterns is above the thigh area and being allowed to drip downward.
All right, so I said we'd talk about it, so let's talk about it now. Here is State's Exhibit E. I know that you're a blood pattern expert, but did you see any dirt or mud or anything on her back of her jeans that would suggest she was seated with her butt on the ground?
There was no debris that was consistent with the area that I saw around her person.
All right, you got to see these jeans in person, so I just want to ask you, did you see any area of the jeans that looked something like depicted here in State's 48E, these dirty feet?
I did see what I consider to be Florida sugar sand and debris on her knees.
On her knees, but as far as the backside of her?
No.
Again, with the sand on her knees and the blood the way it is deposited on the jeans on that thigh area, is that again potentially consistent with that notion that I put forward of she's sort of on her knees, seated on the back of her heels, and she's leaning forward a little bit as she's starting to bleed onto her thigh?
That is consistent.
I want to talk about Ms. Baker's shirt. You had a chance to look at that too, correct?
I did.
Here is State's 65F, and I don't know what it is because I'm not a fashion expert, but this is like a tank top or a camisole or something?
Yes.
Okay, so it's obviously, it was cut originally, we know that from the medical records, it was cut by the first responders. Did you attempt to try and put it back to look like it roughly should?
I put it what would be consistent with its natural state prior to being cut, but I obviously have to be aware that it was.
All right, and this glaring light doesn't do me any favors, so let me see. Oh, that makes it worse. Let me see if I can get this to cooperate. It's a little hard to see there, but did you observe stains to the front of this shirt?
I did.
And what can you tell us about the stains to the front of the shirt, just as it is right now, without doing any sort of special lighting or camera filters or anything?
I was immediately drawn to the fact that there's still sugar sand on the front right side of the shirt. So even though these pieces and my analysis is being done segmented, these are all pieces that are eventually coming together that I put together to formulate my interpretation, my analysis. So that was one of the things that I also had put on the back burner saying, okay, consistent with her being on her right side at some point. So I looked at this shirt and I saw what appeared to be saturation to the right side of the shirt, and I saw some other areas of possible saturation to the shirt, but it's not easily seen because of the dark color of the shirt.
So is there something you can do to help make the light more conducive, or the circumstances more conducive to seeing the stains on the shirt?
Yes.
What can you do?
There is actually an excellent non-invasive piece of technology that I use. It's something called infrared documentation. And if the fabrics are very dark or very patterned, the infrared photography can be utilized to drop the dark background of the item if the composition of the material allows. What happens is the dark or patterned color actually drops. It can become almost like a gray or almost like a light purplish color, and the blood stains will become more defined, and then we are able to do an analysis just like I was able to visually off of the jeans. So it makes the contrast a lot easier, and I'm able to then analyze and define the blood stains and patterns.
All right, and so looking here, it states 65G. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, that is actually an infrared photograph that I took during my evidence review, and I do it in segments, and I put my identifier front left, front right, back front, or back left, back right, to help orient the photographs and the locations of bloodstains and patterns on the shirt.
So as we're looking at it right now, are we looking at the front left of the shirt?
Yes,
Basically here-ish.
correct.
Okay. So what do you notice about the front left of the shirt as depicted in states 65G? And if it helps you, we can also look at 65H, which is the continuation of the shirt. You just tell me what it is you want to look at, and I'll put it up here.
So what I was really interested in is the fact that there was heavy saturation to the right side of the shirt, but not to the left side of the shirt, yet a lot of her very extensive injuries were to the left side of her neck. So these are things that I'm going through in my mind, and I'm looking at, and I'm attempting to analyze, and I'm hoping that the evidence is allowing me to interpret when and how the bloodstains and patterns were distributed. The other thing I didn't notice was not only is there not a lot of heavy concentration of saturation, there's not a lot of drip stains either, which is just another indication that if Miss Baker was the one that deposited the stains on her pants, that she would have been leaned over. So these are all information that is starting. I equate it to a traffic cone. Like you have the base of the traffic cone, it's very wide, and then as you go up the traffic cone, it gets very narrow. So what I'm trying to do is get up to the top of my traffic cone so that I can be a little bit more precise with my findings.
All right, so here in states 65H, we're looking at still the left side, but a little bit further down. Again, you see any sort of drip stains or major deposits other than this discolored area here by where it says front?
Yeah, that's a small saturation stain, but that saturation stain is disconnected from the neckline of the shirt, and I don't see the saturation to the bottom left side either.
So you saw the majority of the discoloration or stains on the shirt to the right side of the shirt.
Correct.
Again, is this consistent with the notion of the person is to the right on the ground, the wound is on the left side, but gravity is taking it to the right?
Correct.
Did you also have a chance to look at the back side of the shirt?
Yes.
Here states 65I. This is still that same shirt, we're just now looking at the back, right?
Correct.
And again, it's hard to see, so did you attempt to use that same lighting trick to see what you could see?
I did.
So here is state 65J and also 65K. This is the back left side of the shirt, correct?
Yes.
Did you make note of the fact that Ms. Baker had an injury to the back of her neck, a sort of crooked wound to the back of her neck?
I did.
And so tell us how that and whatever it is you see on the shirt plays together.
When I did the evidence review and took these photographs and subsequently went back and looked at them in more detail in my office, I realized that those are consistent in appearance with passive drip stains. And so I identified them at the evidence review, which is why I put a scale in there to show relative size. So what I thought was interesting is there's passive drip stains on the back left side of the shirt, but not on the front. So at some point, a blood source is in very close proximity to the back of Miss Baker, and blood is dripping down her shirt. These are not consistent with being deposited while she's on her right side, because they're, as you can see, the back left is actually along the seam line of the shirt, and they're not going sideways. They're going downward. So those are all things that I was attempting to capture with my infrared photography.
And again, you don't know exactly what wound is bleeding onto the back of Miss Baker's shirt, but from the evidence, did you only notate one wound to the actual back of her neck?
Correct. And that was per the medical examiner's report,
And
yes.
so if that's the wound that is bleeding on her back side that would then potentially drip onto the back of her shirt, would that wound have to have been higher in space than the shirt where it can therefore drip down onto the shirt?
Yes.
So if she was standing upright as I am now, that would be an option, correct?
I could not exclude that, correct.
If she was seated on the ground with her butt on the ground and her legs out in front of her, that would be an option, correct?
Yes, the injury would have to be above her neckline.
Or if she was down on her knees, seated on the back of her heels, and at some point her head is pulled up enough that the wound is now able to get backwards instead of, leaning forward with gravity. Is that also a possibility?
Yes.
So that's the left side of the shirt. Let's talk about the right side of the shirt. Here is states 65L and 65M. And if you need me to change back and forth between pictures, please tell me. But tell us what you notice about this.
The back right shirt up near the top, near the neckline area and around the armpit area was saturated with blood. And you can see the heavy saturation. And then there are additional drip stains that are on the bottom right side of the shirt. And some of them exhibited directionality downward.
So again, there must have been some sort of source of blood that was spilling blood that was higher up on Miss Baker's backside and is going down her shirt.
Yes.
Okay. So in an entirely hypothetical universe, if you had like a 7-foot-tall basketball player, he could be standing behind Miss Baker bleeding from the front down the back of her shirt, right?
I could not exclude that.
So it's possible that this could be somebody else bleeding onto Miss Baker's shirt. Is that correct?
As long as whatever blood is dripping down the back is above her neckline.
Okay. But given the directionality of the blood going down the back and not sort of across the back towards the ground, would this rule out the possibility that somebody was, for example, over Miss Baker with a bleeding wound trying to render her aid, and their blood is spilling onto her shirt if she's laying on her side?
The blood staining, the passive drip stains in the back are not consistent. The ones with directionality are not consistent with that.
Given the fact that we know that Miss Baker is laying on her right side and her left side is up, I want to talk with you about states 65D. If I was to posit the theory that as Miss Baker is laying on the ground, her right side on the ground, her left side is up, and a person comes over and is bleeding from the neck and is trying to render aid to Miss Baker and the blood is spilling out of their neck, is that consistent with the genes?
I didn't see heavy saturation. There's no heavy saturation along the left seam area, which would be the side area, and there was no spilling, for lack of a better term, where that would be going down the leg. So that is not consistent, no.
Based on the directionality of the blood on the genes, then, that would be inconsistent with the notion of somebody being over Miss Baker as she's laying on her side and they're just bleeding onto her, correct?
That the blood on the left side of her, this outer seam area, that is not consistent now.
All right, so now I want to jump over to 1 second, I'm just putting these back in order. Do you see where I put the long map? There it is. It's hiding behind the screen. Now I want to draw your attention to this area over here. What is markers G, H, so on, all the way to where it says RAD 1 through 3. Did you look at these photos?
I did.
Okay. So we know that we had A, B, C, D, E going through the bushes, and then we had this one F here alone. There were no evidence markers between F and G, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why?
I read in the reports that they had initiated a canine search.
All right, so since they used a canine and there's no markers, does that mean that we can be absolutely certain that there isn't blood between F and G?
No.
There could, in fact, be more blood between F and G. They just didn't take the time to look for it because they used the dog?
Correct.
All right, so let's look at the pictures of F and G and H. All right, so here's an overview. This is State's Exhibit 66N, as in Nancy. There is a variety of blood, and again, this is laid out in a particular order, G, H, I, moving through the alphabet. But do you have any way of knowing which one of these came first or second or third?
No.
So let's look at these for a second. The first one that pops up is G, and let me find a close-up of that. Here's State's G, and that's in O. That's in 66O, and here's 66P. What are we seeing here?
There's transfer on that leaf, and then down towards the tip of the leaf, there's a little bit of blood that is pooled together.
Okay. This is blood basically contained on the size of a leaf, correct?
Yes.
This is not like feet and feet of blood.
Correct.
So now I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit H. I'm going to work backwards for a second. Here's State's Exhibit H, and this is in 66T. What are we seeing here?
In this particular area, that is a relatively large saturation stain to the leaves and the ground in that area, and radiating outward around that saturation stain are multiple satellite spatter stains.
All right, and I want to ask you to look at the H here is to the right of the stain of blood, correct?
Yes.
So when we look at State 66S, over here, sort of northwestish of the H, instead of directly west of the H, is that where we see 66U, which I don't know what the best way to try and see this is, but for example, here on this leaf, right there, does that appear consistent with blood?
Yes, there's multiple satellite spatter stains on all those leaves.
All right, so we've seen the drops of blood that went through the yard, like at J and like at A, and we've seen the pictures before of F, and we saw the picture at G. Is this something different than those other ones by size?
By size, overall appearance, and also there's drip trails.
And so, since you have a larger size, since you have a difference of appearance, and since you have drip trails, what, if anything, can you tell us about, for example, the stains that are around the area of marker H?
The the saturation to the area, it was a large area of saturation, but it was fairly confined, And the fact that there were so many satellite spatters around it, and it was uniformly around the saturation stain, and satellite actually went out pretty far in relationship to the original parent saturation stain. That in appearance and distribution and the stains' relationship to each other, as well as the very dense drip trails, is most consistent with an actively bleeding injury and a rapid distribution of blood.
All right, and so this is a wound that's bleeding quickly and bleeding a lot effectively?
Yes, and it's uninhibited, and that's one of the things that I also have to take in consideration is where injuries are on the person and what clothing, if any, the individual who possibly distributed the stains was wearing.
All right, and so if we were to go back to the diagram, states 65A. Is this whole area here relatively small drops or small stains of blood in comparison to the one that we saw depicted in the photos at H?
Yes.
So H is suddenly something different, is that correct?
Yes.
I next want to talk to you about what's depicted here in State 66CC, which then moves into State 66DD, and here towards State 66EE. What can you tell us about these various stains? Are they connected? Are they different in size or shape? Anything unusual about them?
The stains at J and K were drip trails, so I was able to, based on their relationship to each other, their relative size in relationship to each other, their proximity to each other, I felt comfortable identifying that as a drip trail. And those drip trails are in close proximity to the large area of saturation, which also has some satellite spatters around it, but nothing to the extent that we saw in the other saturation pattern.
Okay, but again, there's satellite spatter. Is this indicating a wound that is bleeding fairly quickly or a large amount?
Yes, it's not consistent with the source of blood remaining stationarily, for example, laying on the ground.
So not a person laying on the ground yet?
No, the source is slightly elevated from the ground, allowing the blood to come down and then make contact and bounce, both because of the possible rapid distribution as well as the texture and the foliage that it's dripping onto. It's not consistent with an individual who's just laying there bleeding.
All right, and so I next want to show you states 66GG, just to orient us. There's this blue cooler in the picture, and then is this fence line the backyard or the edge of a yard of one of the homes along Kite Ridge?
Yes.
And then there's a series of red evidence markers moving there on the left-hand side of the photo. Are those the same evidence markers that are depicted here in states 66II?
Yes.
And so, for example, there's M, N, and an O there.
Yes.
Are those areas large pools of blood like we saw in H, or are they again like a trail or small droplets like we saw in many of the other pictures moving through the backyard of like 6209 and 6207?
The area at M was a transfer stain to a leaf, and then N and O were saturation stains and combination of transfer stains to the ground, which is more consistent with a bleeding source being stationary in that time, possibly laying or in very, very close proximity with the injury to the ground.
All right, so there's an indication that a person might have been laying on the ground there for for some period of time or been very close to the ground. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and then I want to show you State's Exhibit 6600. I'm not going to go through each of these photos, but there are these three green triangles on this fence. Did you look at these?
I did.
And I'm just going to show you, for example, 66PP. What did you notice about these particular stains on the fence?
I identified the stains as swipe and transfer stains, which indicates a source of blood was contaminated, or an item was contaminated with wet blood and came into contact. And at some point, one or multiple of the contacts indicated relative movement. And then I also notated that some of the stains had sufficient blood volume, that flow patterns had begun to basically flow down the side of the fence that was facing Lithia Pinecrest Road.
All right, and you describe it as transfer, and I don't want to use the word touch to necessarily mean a hand, but something obviously came into contact, touched against the fence. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on the way that the blood is on the fence, does it look like whatever touched the fence, the blood then, for lack of a better term, dripped down the fence?
Correct.
So it looks like something with a decent amount of blood came into contact with the fence, enough that it could then drip down the fence.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk with you about the injuries to the defendant's neck. Did you have a chance to look at those photos?
I did.
And, for example, here in States 27A, and then closer up, States 27B, and then looking at the other side, 27C. Based on what you see in these wounds, would you expect these wounds to bleed when they were caused?
Yes.
Okay. And so if I was to offer you the notion that a person ran through the backyards of 6209 and 6207, crossed through the bushes, and then ran along Lithia Pinecrest, eventually coming to the area of H, and decided to then open their neck, is there anything consistent about the blood pool at H that says that couldn't be the situation?
As you've presented it, I can't exclude that.
But I mean, would these wounds potentially bleed enough that they could cause the kind of rapid blood flow that you talked about at H that could then create that pool of blood at H and the resulting satellite spatter?
Yes, I can't exclude those because I did read the ER notes, yes.
All right. And so I understand you can't say with any certainty that that's exactly what happened, but the evidence does not contravene that. Is that correct?
Correct, I can't exclude it.
If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Let me have the attorney report. Is there anyone, just by a show of hands, that can't go for about another 30 minutes tonight? Do you have some place you gotta be, kids to pick up or anything like that? All right, let the record reflect there are no hands. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. We're going to turn to the cross-examination.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you need to ask.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Fox.
Hello. I'm going to give you this. I like color, so I'm just going to make sure that I marked that correctly before I show that to the jury.
Yes.
Are there any spots I've marked? If I can just see the color. Oh, no, that's okay. I've marked in yellow Kay Baker's DNA. I've marked in orange Matthew Terry and Kay Baker's DNA where they come together. In blue, Matthew Terry's DNA, and then we'll get to the pink in just a moment. Are there any spots of Kay Baker's DNA, Matthew Terry's DNA, or any time where they intersect that is not marked on this chart?
No.
Great.
So we've got here in the yellow Kay Baker's DNA, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we have a little diagram here that shows where she came to final rest just beside that spot where her DNA was found, right?
Correct.
We've got a spot that's marked as BB just a little bit more towards the backyard that is both Kay Baker and Matthew Terry's DNA together, right?
Correct.
You can't exclude that if Matthew Terry went over to help Kay Baker where she came to final rest and got her blood on his hands, and then he was attacked and ended up stumbling into that wall, hitting it with his hand that had gotten Kay's blood on it, that spot, BB, could have been caused by him simply touching that wall after he got her blood on his hands after he was attacked, correct?
The item that distributed that cast off would have had to been a mixture of both prior to deposition.
Sure. So if Matthew was already injured and he had touched Kay when she had blood on her, trying to help her when she was injured, that's a way that that blood could get together and then be cast off where BB is, correct?
Yeah, I can't exclude that.
Sure. And also where you is down the fence line, we can't exclude that if he further was stumbling from being so attacked, that the exact same thing could have happened down at you, correct?
Would have had to have been premixed prior to being deposited. Yes, ma'am.
Sure, but could have still happened in the same way as long as he had been trying to help her and got her blood on his hands, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now we also have over here this J, which is Matthew Terry's blood, as well as A right here, that's Matthew Terry's blood. You can't exclude that after he was attacked, he was trying to chase the assailant, and that's how those spots got there, right?
No, I can't opine to intent.
Okay. And can't exclude, in fact, that that's exactly how those spots could have gotten there. That's a possibility, right?
I can't. I don't know intent. I can't exclude that. Correct.
Okay, great. And now I said we'd get to the pink in just a moment. The pink I've marked as unknown. That is all the blood and all the areas that were not tested, correct?
Correct. There was the ones that do not have DNA results listed were not tested.
So we're talking about DD, correct?
Objection, DD was tested.
Is that correct? Because I asked you if I had marked them all. Did I miss one?
You need to approach, or?
I can, if that's helpful to her. Do you need to see it again?
I'd have to refer to the DNA report that I received. I can't recall.
Do you have that there?
The DNA report? I
Yes.
do have it with me.
Go ahead and take a look. You take your time. And I'll bring you up the chart so you can mark any that have been missed.
I'm referring directly to the FDLA report. I have submission 1. Right hand of Matthew Terry was
I'm
tested.
gonna have you just take a look, and you just go ahead and look at the chart, and you let me know if there's any spots that need to be marked, and then we'll show the jury again.
I am not seeing in my reports that I have that DD.
So as far as you're aware, all the spots have been marked already.
That I'm familiar with, yes.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do that then. And again, so that means, as far as the information that you have, every other spot that isn't already in yellow, blue, or orange is an unknown, correct?
As far as DNA testing goes, yes, ma'am.
Great. So we're talking about S. Is that correct?
That was not tested, correct.
Looks like there's I believe that's a Q, but my eyes are getting old. It could be an O, is right here.
Correct.
CC as well.
CC was tested, did not come back as the indicative presumptive of phenolphthalein, so it was not tested, but it was submitted.
Okay, how about AA?
It was not DNA tested.
Z, Y, X, W, and V.
No.
M, N, and O.
Correct. No DNA testing.
K and L.
Correct.
H and I.
Correct.
G and F.
Yes, ma'am.
E and D.
Correct.
A, B, C.
Correct.
Now we've got that spot we talked about a moment ago. That's the other A. That's Matthew Terry. But then there's a B, C, D, and E. None of those were tested, right?
Correct.
F, not tested?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then I know you indicated there weren't markers, but that was because a dog was used. It's possible there was additional blood between F and G, none of which was tested, right?
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll put a question mark up here. And then over way on the other side, we've got more G, H, I, O, none of which was tested, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And then this is that wrought iron fence that you were talking about where there were some marks on the fence itself, right?
Yes.
And those weren't tested either, right?
Correct.
Everything pink is unknown, right?
It was not DNA tested, correct.
And we can't exclude that some of that DNA was a third or fourth person, right?
There was no other mixtures with the stains that were tested. So I'm going by the information that I had been provided with the blood that was tested and was also confirmed to be from the 2 bleeding individuals that were confirmed as part of the incident.
Can't exclude that there was a third or fourth person, right?
Correct.
And in fact, if the DNA person, Ms. Troutman, testified that she's the one who put 2 people into STR mix and didn't bother to put in the possibility of 3, that wouldn't be something you'd have any information about, right?
Correct. I'm not familiar with her testing procedures.
Now, of course, there's no blood inside the home or garage that you've been given any information about, right?
That is incorrect. There was blood inside the master bedroom.
I'm sorry, that was transferred by a deputy. You know that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so other than that, which a new deputy made a mistake and accidentally got in the house, there was no blood inside the home or the garage, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't have any opinion about what occurred inside the home or the garage, correct?
I do not.
And other than the stains where Ms. Baker came to final rest and the obvious that something happened where she and Matthew Terry were injured, there's nothing about the blood stains that give any indication of the sequencing of events, right?
I feel it's the evidence, the blood evidence that I spoke about earlier from being identified at photo marker R, that's where the stain was deposited by her carotid artery, and then her final resting place is at area T.
Sure, but other than that's where she came to final rest, there's nothing about the blood stains that tell you anything about the sequence of what happened, right?
Like when injuries were inflicted specifically, time frame? No.
Or which ones were inflicted first, other than the final one?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked a lot about the blood on Ms. Baker's jeans. There's no DNA testing telling us whose blood that is, right?
There was no DNA, no.
So it could have been Ms. Baker's blood, it could have been the assailant's blood, we don't know, right?
It was not DNA tested.
And that includes her shirt as well?
Correct.
And the blood stains on Ms. Baker's lower legs could actually have been caused by her swinging her arms or hands if she had blood on them as she was trying to escape, right?
There are some stains that I did identify as cast off, but those weren't the ones that I discussed previously.
Sure, but those stains could have in fact been caused by Ms. Baker herself trying to get away, right?
Which ones?
Some of the ones on her jeans that you indicated were actually possible to have been caused by her swinging her hands trying to escape.
The stains that I identified as cast off were not addressed with Mr. Diaz, he and I, during his direct of mine.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear that the stains that he and I discussed were not cast off from the swinging of any weapon or any type of hands or bloody instrument. There were cast off stains, but they're a different area on her jeans. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay, so there were cast off blood stains that could have been caused by Ms. Baker herself just simply trying to get away.
I cannot exclude those for the cast off stains, correct.
Okay. And additionally, the blood stain on the front porch that was near Ms. Baker's head, that could have been caused when she was rolled over by the 911 caller, right?
Correct. It's consistent with her possible movement as well as her being rolled over were both activities that could cause the cast off.
And in fact, you indicated that you heard the 911 call. Do you know that Mr. Figgins, the 911, him and his wife really both were the 911 callers, actually got Kay's blood on him trying to help her?
My understanding is that he did perform CPR, so I don't find that to be surprising.
Okay. And Matthew Terry could also have gotten Kay's blood on him trying to help her similarly, correct?
I can't exclude that.
Now, you indicated that U and B are mixtures of Kay and Matt's blood. So again, that mixture just simply means that at some point he had gotten Kay's blood on him prior to him injured also getting his blood where those spots were, as we talked about a few minutes ago, right?
Yes, both had actively bleeding injuries and was mixed prior to deposition. Correct.
And in regard to actively bleeding injuries, you also mentioned that at H there was a large concentration of blood, right?
Red H?
H is right here.
No.
Okay, where's the H you were referring to then?
The red H down by the telephone utility pole?
This one?
Correct.
Okay, so down here, this H, there's a large concentration of blood, right?
Correct, a large saturation pattern.
So an additional very serious injury may have occurred at H.
I cannot exclude that.
And there's nothing about the blood stains that tell you anything about where Matthew Terry was when he incurred the 2 wounds to his neck, right?
Correct.
So it's entirely possible that at that H he was attacked and was actually injured there, causing that larger blood stain. Correct?
That blood stain was caused by a rapidly bleeding injury. I don't know when that would have occurred.
And he certainly, because you've seen the photographs, had multiple injuries, including an injury that caused blood on his face and in his nose. Did you see those photos?
I did note that he had blood in his nostrils. I didn't see an injury to his nostrils, but I did see blood in his nostrils.
And Matthew Terry's clothing in person was actually covered in blood. You can't exclude that that blood could have been his own, correct?
Correct. His shirt was saturated up by the collar line.
Now, you've been to the scene. I know you talked about that a little bit with Mr. Diaz. If you're in the backyard looking past the bushes and the overgrown foliage and trees, you can actually see the large roadway that it's called Lithia Pinecrest. You can see that roadway, right?
Correct.
So that foliage isn't so thick that you can't see the road. It doesn't completely obscure it. You can just simply see it through the trees and the brush there.
It's visible, yes, ma'am.
And someone could easily come from that roadway on foot through the foliage into the backyard, right?
I can't testify as somebody else could easily. I walked that area and I had no intention of going through. It was very thick.
Did you previously say that someone could have come from the roadway on foot? through the foliage in the backyard?
Yes, I did say that, and somebody did who was bleeding.
Sure, and somebody actually did. You can see that somebody was able to go through there.
Yes, ma'am.
There's also a large walking trail right adjacent to those residences, right?
Objection outside the scope.
I can recall her if they prefer.
I'm going to overrule. I'll allow it.
There's a large walking trail by the residences, correct?
Not, okay, are you talking about the sidewalks out front or the actual walking trail?
The walking, actually, that's a good point. There's sidewalks out front that go to a cul-de-sac, right?
Correct.
And then behind that, couple of residences away, there's a walking trail as well that go out towards the same cul-de-sac, but and end up around a big lake, right?
The walking trail actually goes out and as down by the house that's at the end of the row, the walking trail actually veers to the right. It doesn't go down along that tree line and foliage line. There is no walking trail there. It's actually an embankment. And the only reason I know that is because I walked it.
And you can, in fact, as you did, walk it to get to that walking trail, right?
Very carefully, yes, you can.
Sure, and that walking trail then goes past that lake, and then there's a big open field as well, right?
The walking trail goes down. The lake is, so for example, if this is the sidewalk, like where I have the words not to scale, that would be the sidewalk. The cul-de-sac is going to be down towards the right bottom area of the scale, and then the lake, as I recall, is back there, like over in the corner.
Sure.
And then it's big enough that the walking trail goes down with the pine crest, but it's not in proximity to those 607, 609, or 6211.
The walking trail is right about here, right about 6223, right?
I recall it as the cul-de-sac that it veers to the right down at the end of those houses.
Sure.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
kind of veers around into a circle to come back, right?
I didn't walk the walking trail, so I just walked the embankment.
And the embankment, as you indicated, goes past, and then there's still the furthering and the additional roadway of Lithia Pinecrest. So we've got just a walking trail, a large roadway, a lake, and an open field, all within walking distance of where this occurred, right?
You can walk to those from the residences, yes, ma'am.
Now, you have no opinion on who could have caused any of these injuries, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you have no opinion in regard to whether it was some third or fourth assailant, correct?
I have no opinion on that.
Could I just have a moment?
Yes.
Nothing further.
You ready?
I suppose it's common sense, but I'll ask. Every place that Ms. Perry pointed out that it was unknown, that could be the defendant's blood, correct?
Cannot be excluded, correct.
Thank you. That's it, Your Honor.
Maybe it could just be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
And by the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to call it a day. Thank you for allowing us to go a little bit late. You'd be due for a break now anyway, and then after a break you'd be late, so we're not going to go any later tonight. I do want you tomorrow, though, to be prepared just in case. I'm not saying that we will, but just in case we're in a similar situation where we need to go a little bit later tomorrow night. So just be prepared for that. I will again instruct you not to do any research related to this case, not to talk about this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, and to please avoid any reports of this case outside of the courtroom in any way, shape, or form, media, social media, or anything else. So with that said, I am going to release you for the evening. It's 5:30, so it's probably still light outside, but it'll be dark soon. So please be careful. Have a safe trip home and a safe trip back, and I look forward to seeing you in the morning. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Well, that was a little longer than a half hour, Mr. Diaz, from the break.
I said at least a half an hour.
Oh, okay. Perhaps you did. What tomorrow? Obviously, we'll start off with a witness. Do you expect to rest?
I would hope to rest before lunch, yeah, before lunch hour.
Okay.
Well before the lunch hour, I would hope. But that's
All right. Well, obviously, we'll have some motions, and then we'll see where we're at tomorrow. Never know. I suppose there's a possibility. Be prepared just in case. You know more than us, and I don't expect you to tell us. But I suppose there's a possibility we could do closings tomorrow. But just be prepared in case.
I'll be ready.
All right. Is there anything from either side?
Do you have a copy of Ms. Cox's PowerPoint just marked as a court exhibit in case?
I agree.
I
Absolutely.
don't have it available. I'll have to throw it
Print-
on a disc
can you
and then
bring one?
Yeah, I'll just like it.
A disc or a printout? What do you think?
Oh, I can print it out. That's fine. I'll print it out.
I think a printout's probably better.
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
Will it be okay that it's in black and white?
is that,
Should be the way it was presented to the jury.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm gonna have to, I may
Oh.
not have it first thing in the morning because my AV department's
Okay.
probably closed. And that's
so, all right, just at some point, don't let us forget that we do want to put a court exhibit in that represents the PowerPoint that was used.
You can just put these 5 pages in that I use as a court exhibit.
What are, yes. So, I don't know, I think we've already had one court exhibit, so I don't know what number we're at. This is number 2?
It would be 2 and 3.
Okay.
We had one already.
Okay, so this will be 2, and then Mr. Diaz's PowerPoint will be 3. Mr. Diaz, Mr. Kane is giving the clerk the bench notes that he used during his cross-examination, and we're making that court exhibit 2.
I have no objection to being court exhibit.
Okay, court exhibit 2 will be the bench notes used during cross-examination. Court exhibit 3 will be the PowerPoint presentation used with this last witness. Anything else from the defense? Have a very nice evening. I will see everyone here bright and early, 9 a.m., ready to go. Thank you all.